The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1601 Little People. P.S. Chapter 1602 is unblocked. Which family is this? Rorschach and Jessica walked out of a victim's family and asked casually. The fifth one, Jessica said weakly. In fact, what Jessica hated most was meeting the victim's family. In fact, meeting the victim's family in the police station was the most unpleasant job. The various aspects of life are the most naked in front of life and death. Seeing the victim's family sad is already very annoying. If you encounter a few weird families, it will be even more annoying. This job is like doing emergency treatment. You can see all kinds of human life. Let's put it this way, anyone who meets in these two places is definitely not good. Jessica's psychological quality is not good, otherwise she would not have been drinking every day because of psychological trauma. A beautiful girl drank and became a drunkard. Don't look at her carefree and manly appearance, but in fact she is very sensitive. This afternoon, I visited 5 families. But these 5 families are happy families with excellent family relationships. Visiting them, the atmosphere can be imagined. Jessica felt very depressed. She felt very depressed, especially when the family members looked at them with eyes full of hope. That hope was like a whip that constantly whipped Jessica's fragile conscience. She wanted to turn around and run several times. On the contrary, Rorschach was very calm, and even his tone did not change. He continued to ask various questions in a formulaic manner. Even if the family members collapsed directly because of the memories of their family members, he did not have any fluctuations, just like a cold-blooded machine. This made Jessica unhappy and admired him very much. How did you do it, Rorschach? Don't put your personal feelings into the case. It will only affect the handling of the case and will not do any good. But don't you feel touched at all? Touched? Rorschach did not look back. But he was wearing a protective mask, so it didn't make much difference whether he looked back or not. Anyway, he could not see his expression. Of course, even though he was used to seeing misery, Rorschach was not numb. If he was really numb, he would not do this job. But he learned to control it, but those emotions are not helpful to their situation at all. They will only increase their sadness. They are garbage emotions. What we need to do is to avenge those victims. As for the others, people can't always live in sadness. What they should do is to get out of that negative emotion. So our emotions have no positive effect on them. In addition, investigating a case requires professionalism, not emotions. Jessica was speechless, but she was still a little unconvinced. However, Rorschach obviously didn't care about this, but directly said, "What do you find in common among these families?" Common points. Jessica obviously didn't adapt to Rorschach's conversation rhythm. Why did he turn to this? But she still tried to keep up. The family environment is good, although the 5 families they visited were not rich. They were mainly middle class, had their own houses, not rented, and had cars, more than one. No. The data shows that the family property situation of several families is not optimistic. This guess was directly denied by Rorschach. What is that? It's the atmosphere, the atmosphere. Do you understand? Rorschach directly revealed the answer. Atmosphere. Jessica tilted her head. That's right. A happy family doesn't necessarily need money. The family atmosphere of those families just now is very good, and the relationships between family members are very good. This has been the case for 5 families in a row, Rorschach said. Then do we need to continue visiting? Of course, we need the movement trajectory of these families. And the more detailed the better. This is not a random murder, but a premeditated serial murder case. There must be some connection between them. Otherwise how did the murderer choose the target? Boss, heavy artillery brought a dwarf into the office. This dwarf is Jesse's former friend Baji. The Italian. The crime middleman. Hey, how is Baji doing in jail recently? Seeing the short and fat man full of humor, Saji greeted him very happily. Baji was taken to the police station by Jessica because of the rogue gang. At first, Jessica just wanted to scare this guy to see if she could get any information from him. As a result, after entering the police station, this guy said that he would not go out no matter what. Must stay in the police station. He knew that with his status, if he went to the police station and walked out of it without any problem, there would definitely be a lot of people looking for trouble with him. No one would believe that he and the police were just drinking coffee in the police station. So in order to save his life, he insisted on going to the police station. For this reason, he even blew himself up and produced a lot of evidence of his crimes. Then he went to prison as he wished. Don't say it, this guy lived well in prison, because he was short and fat, and although the big brothers in the prison were all very suffocating, no one liked him, so he escaped the soap. Then, relying on his own connections and eloquence, he lived a prosperous life in prison. Don't say it, Baji didn't expect that prison was actually a blue ocean before. There's a huge demand for various daily necessities in it. Among them, cigarettes and drugs are the most in demand. Some people say that if you do business in prison, doesn't the prison care? Care? Of course, those guys who don't pay tribute to the prison guards, according to the rules, will naturally be beaten up. But Baji is so thief. He had already bribed the prison guards, and then started to sell drugs in the prison. As for taking drugs in prison, haha, you probably don't know how many drug addicts there are in American prisons. Do you think they can quit drugs in prison? If prisons have this effect, the drug problem in the United States would not be so serious. On the contrary, drug trafficking has formed an industrial chain in major prisons in the United States. Especially those private prisons are the most serious. First of all, private prisons lack supervision. The number of prison guards in many private prisons is less than half of that in state prisons or federal prisons. And there are also various scandals, but people don't care about it at ordinary times, and no one cares. Private prisons in the United States are like an old toilet that has not been cleaned for 10 years. You can't turn it over. Once you turn it over, you will feel that it will stink to death. Secondly, private prisons are set up for profit, although they don't provide drugs to prisoners. If this is the case, no matter how big their background is, they can't stop the surging public opinion. But in order to make a profit, those capitalists dare to do anything. Because the federal government provides a limited subsidy for each prisoner, in order to make a profit, they can only increase revenue and reduce expenditure. How to increase revenue and reduce expenditure? Open source means increasing the occupancy rate. They will buy off judges and prosecutors to send more people to prison. The most obvious example is a real-life example. In 2016, a judge named Powell was exposed. Powell is a judge who specializes in trying juvenile offenders. Because he received bribes from private prison groups, Powell deliberately increased the sentences of 2,432 juvenile offenders in just 2 years when he tried 2,500 juvenile offenders. According to data, Powell's average trial time was only about 4 minutes. What's even more outrageous is that there was a 14-year-old child who was sentenced to 10 years by Powell just because he cursed his mother a few times. Later, the child died in prison, in a private prison. Dating back to 2003, the corruption in Pennsylvania was even more appalling, with the youngest victim being 10 years old. The two judges received $2 million from private prison contractors. In order to repay the contractors, the two unscrupulously sent more than 4,000 teenagers to prison in 5 years to help private prisons make profits. One of the victims was sentenced to 3 months in prison by the judge for posting a fake message as a joke on the school website. The entire trial process took less than a minute. The victim was taken to the prison van before he even had time to defend himself. In addition to increasing the occupancy rate, there is also a way to make money with high treatment. For example, the prison will provide various services as long as you pay. You can even live in prison like a resort hotel. After that, it is to save money. How to save money? That is to desperately reduce costs. The treatment of prisoners in private prisons is more terrible than slavery. High-intensity labor and treatment that maintains the minimum living standard. This is also a way to promote high consumption. Don't want to live like a slave? Then you have to spend money. In addition, there is maintenance cost. And prison guards are one of the links in the maintenance cost. Not only are the number of prison guards in private prisons less than that of state prisons and federal prisons, but even the treatment is less than half of those in public prisons. Save costs. What should I do if the treatment of prison guards is poor? Of course, it depends on the mountain. So the prison guards began to fleece the prisoners in the prison. This environment is most suitable for old guns like Baji. He really lives a comfortable life. Prison and the outside world are two completely different ecosystems. As long as he manages the relationship in prison well, ordinary people really can't touch him. Thank you for taking care of me. Big guys, Baji quickly bent down and rubbed his hands, looking treacherous and mercenary. In fact, Baji hated the special department and Jessica at first. He was so sterilized outside that he would never be willing to go to prison. But after staying in prison for a few months, his view changed completely. Prison is good. As long as you have money, what is there in prison? It's also safe. The key is that money is easy to make in prison. A box of cigarettes outside is directly tripled or quadrupled inside. Not to mention drugs. He doesn't care where the prisoner's money comes from, as long as he can make money. At the same time, prison is also the best talent market. There are all kinds of people in it, all of whom are capable and speak well. He likes it there very much. He can recruit younger brothers here to expand his power, and then after he is released from prison. Wow, have you heard of the return of the Dragon King? But now the people from the special department are looking for him again. What happened? I came to you to get some information. No, what you fear will come true. The most hated people in prison are traitors. He finally got himself into prison because he was afraid that others would think he was a traitor. He went to prison to tell those partners who had done business with him, I didn't say anything, and it's because I didn't say anything that I went to prison. This statement made most of the partners feel a little relieved. After all, the reason is simple. If he was really a traitor, they would have been betrayed long ago, and then this shorty would not have gone to prison. But now the special department is here again? Can you please not look for me? I'm fair. Sage knew how to deal with this kind of thugs. He took out a document directly. This is a prisoner transfer document. As long as I take it to the prosecutor, you will be transferred to another prison immediately, including Florence ADX prison. I believe you have heard of the reputation of this prison. Florence ADX prison is the highest security and most severe prison in the United States. It gathers the most violent and dangerous criminals in the United States, including rapists, robbers, serial killers, and more than 80% of the prisoners are sentenced to life imprisonment. Some of them are death row prisoners. Some of the prisoners have already suffered from mental illness. Once the prisoners step into here, they will basically have no chance to see the outside world in this life. There are about 400 serious criminals in the prison, and ordinary prisoners are not qualified to come in. There are many gangs there, and many melees have occurred. But no matter how the prisoners struggle, they can't escape this steel cage after all. The size of the cell is 3.5 by 2 meters. Eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping are all done here. The completely soundproof design makes it impossible for prisoners to communicate with each other. There is no playground for exercise. All the furniture in the room is made of concrete. The narrow windows can only see limited scenery, so the prisoners cannot determine their location. As for escaping from prison, forget it. The 1,400 remote-controlled doors in the prison are all controlled by the central system, and prison guards rarely come into close contact with prisoners. In addition to the surveillance cameras that can be seen everywhere, the prison is also equipped with motion sensors. Once there is any abnormal movement, all doors will be locked immediately. As for the periphery, there are even more traps. The entire prison is surrounded by a 3.65-meter high fence, and there are deadly electric discharge barbed wire on it. No way? You are going to force me to death? Paji was about to cry. Of course, he had heard of Florence ADX prison, which was hell for all prisoners. In the first 3 years after entering the prison, prisoners could not have any contact with other prisoners and had only 1 hour of activity time per day. A 5-meter-long and 3-meter-wide concrete shaft is their range of activities. Walking in circles back and forth to stretch their stiff bodies is also the only opportunity to look up at the sky. When the time is up, the remaining 23 hours are completely isolated. The suffocating closed environment has caused them to have various mental disorders, depression, self-harm, anxiety, etc. Some people have hallucinations and even suicidal tendencies. The key is that his career has just started. In fact, he knows very well that Sage is fooling him, and he is not qualified to go to ADX prison. But the problem is that if he is transferred now, won't his initial investment be ruined? So he can't accept it at all. It depends on whether you cooperate or not. Baji made up his mind and calculated. Okay, what news do you want? The Sharks, your old customers, the Sharks. The group of Puerto Ricans, the Sharks are a gang active between 68th Street and 110th Street in the Lower East Side of Hatton. Although it is not large, it has a long history. The Sharks have appeared since the 1980s. Originally, The Sharks were small players in the entire New York City and could not make any waves. However, since the death of Kingpin and the reshuffle of the New York gangs, the Sharks have risen. They first killed the Airplane Gang, with whom they had always had a turf dispute. That was a small white gang, all low-level white people. After that, it developed rapidly and has now moved out of the Lower East Side. It is considered a relatively outstanding gang. Porgy had done a lot of business with them before, but this group of Puerto Ricans had a very poor reputation and there were always problems with a final payment. In the end, the two sides broke up, and Porgy was hunted by them for a while, but because of Porgy's wide network of contacts, Porgy was fine in the end. But if it was them, then if Porgy betrayed them, he would have no psychological burden at all. After all, Puerto Ricans are not a strong ethnic group in the United States. There are not many Puerto Rican immigrants in the United States. And Puerto Ricans are relatively xenophobic, which means that the Shark's upper limit is not high, and he is not afraid of offending them. If you have the guts, send someone to the prison to find me. You're talking about them. That's no problem. What do you want to know? Chapter 1602 Master of Imitation. Puerto Rico is a very miserable island country. No, it's not even a country, it's a free state of the United States. This term is very strange. What exactly is a free state of the United States? You say it's a U.S. territory, right? Other Americans do not recognize it as the U.S. mainland. It has its own government. But the amazing thing is that all Puerto Ricans have U.S. citizenship, and its chief executive is not elected, and is not even a Puerto Rican, but a governor directly appointed by the U.S. government. This term is rarely heard in modern society. Only a few Commonwealth countries still have the position of governor, but it is more symbolic than practical. For example, Canada and Australia have governors, but that thing is useless and is just an honorary position, and it may not even be held by a British person. The Commonwealth also has powerful governors, but they are only in some island countries whose names you have never heard of. The governor of Puerto Rico has real power, although most governors will not even stay in Puerto Rico. But even so, Puerto Rico's important departments such as diplomacy, defense, and tariffs are still controlled by the United States. So this is a colony of the United States. Since it is a colony, the United States naturally cannot care much about this place, so in Puerto Rico, crime and gangs are rampant. Poverty and violence have always accompanied this country. But when they wanted to get rid of these and join the United States was not happy. At the beginning, the United States hoped that they could become the 52nd state of the United States, but Puerto Rico was not happy at that time. Now it is the other way around. He cried and shouted to join, but the United States was not happy. In short, due to the problems in the United States, many Puerto Ricans immigrated to the United States. These immigrants have no advantages compared to Americans, let alone immigrants from other countries. Even the underworld is weaker than immigrants from other countries. The Sharks are such a Puerto Rican gang that has only been able to cause trouble for local vendors and collect protection fees between 68th Street and 110th Street in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. In the past, Porgy looked down on such a small force. After all, according to Porgy, in Puerto Rican culture, they pay closer attention to their women to ensure that they do not have relationships with white men, especially if their women happen to get involved with a jet, then this will be a big trouble. So, their daily life is basically, trouble the store owner, stare at their women, and fight. They are small hooligans, and they don't have much money. Naturally, he is not willing to do business with them. At most, they buy and sell bulk drugs, which is the lowest level of sales under the distributors. But all this has changed after Kingpin's death. Kingpin's death does not mean that Kingpin died, but that Kingpin's forces withdrew from New York completely, resulting in New York being completely leaderless and starting an era of heroes rising up. At that time, the Sharks changed their boss. The Jackal, Miles. This guy is a ruthless man. He was originally just an ordinary Puerto Rican immigrant. He was middle-aged, had a wife and children, and had a job teaching in a community school. Everything started with an affair. His wife cheated on him with a young white man in the community. In Puerto Rican culture, this is absolutely a great shame, but for the sake of his family, Miles endured it and hoped that his wife would change her mind. Unfortunately, his wife was completely tired of him. She thought he was boring, cowardly, poor, and not as strong as her boyfriend. This hit Miles hard. The key is that the white trash has been entangled with his family. After he couldn't bear it anymore, he found the sharks. He hoped that his compatriots could give him a sigh of relief. Puerto Ricans are definitely a vulnerable group in the United States, so they stick together more. When they receive such a request, they naturally can't just sit back and watch, so they tied up the adulterous couple and planned to teach them a lesson. But perhaps because he had been suppressed for too long, Miles lost control after seeing the couple. He hoped that his wife would change her mind, but unfortunately his wife really looked down on her husband. She was originally very scared when she was kidnapped by the gang, but after seeing Miles, she felt relieved. She knew her husband and that he had been a coward all his life. He would never dare to kill anyone. So she cursed him madly. He insulted Miles with all kinds of provocative dirty words, and even revealed a shocking secret, that is, his son was not actually his own. So at this moment Miles was completely furious. He used a shovel to beat the couple to death with his own hands. The shark gang didn't expect it to turn out like this. They were gangsters, fighting and so on were commonplace, but killing people. But unexpectedly, Miles not only did not panic after the murder, but showed a unique calmness and cruelty. He directly gave orders to clean up the scene, and dismembered the two bodies and sank them into the river, and used lies to gain the trust of the police. Logically, everything is over. He should return to a peaceful life. But unfortunately, the gang is a thing. Once you get involved, it's simply a dream to get rid of it. The people of the shark gang also found that this teacher looked harmless, but he actually had such a side, so they wanted to pull him into the gang, of course, just to make him a military advisor. And Miles didn't refuse. Because he found that people really have to try more, otherwise they really discover their talents. He was a terrible good man. He was not respected at school. He was just a useless community high school teacher all his life. At home, his wife's behavior was enough to show his failure. But he found that he really had a talent for being a bad guy. He didn't feel anything when he killed people, only an incomparable sense of pleasure. He felt unprecedented relaxation. Afterwards, he was not nervous. He went to work and school as usual. He even called the police and said his wife was missing. Generally, when a wife is in trouble, the husband is the biggest suspect. But the police didn't find any faults in the investigation. Instead, they found that, damn, this person is a perfect good man. He is 40 years old. Not to mention a criminal record, he doesn't even have a traffic violation. After asking everyone, he is just an ordinary good man. His relationship with his wife? How to say it? It can't be said to be good, but they have never quarreled. In the eyes of everyone, he is the most ordinary person in the community and the least likely to be a bad guy. There is no corpse, no blood. That means the world is peaceful. So it was left unresolved. Afterwards, Miles was no longer content, because he found out, hey, maybe he was not suitable to be a good guy. So he accepted the shark gang's solicitation at once. Then he got out of control. He quickly helped the shark gang to kill the airplane gang, and became the only gang in the neighborhood. Then it grew rapidly, and then the boss died inexplicably. He, a teacher who changed his job halfway, actually became a gang leader. Many people think that this guy is very insidious, so they gave him a nickname, Jackal. The Jackal is a very insidious guy. He doesn't like direct confrontation. Anyone who goes against him will die unclearly. I have done business with him several times. This guy is like all Puerto Ricans, he is petty and likes to default on his debts. Later, we didn't have much contact, but Jackal didn't like this guy. This guy was too insidious. More importantly, this guy actually copied his back road. Baji had contacted killers and robbers for Jackal, but then the guy shook Baji off and contacted the killers directly. This was definitely a way to cut off Baji's money. You contacted Party B directly, where can I get a commission? Jackal knows how to do business and refuses to make a profit from middlemen. But from then on, Baji hated him. If everyone played like this, how would he make a living? So when he heard that he was asked to betray Jackal, Baji didn't hesitate at all. Then do you know which killers Jackal can contact? Saji asked. Baji was silent for a while. Boss, if I give you the list of killers, I will be killed the next day. Although killers and gangsters are both criminals, there is still an essential difference between the two. Gangs are essentially economic organizations, and their style of doing things is not so straightforward. After all, they are for making money. For example, if he betrays the gangs and he hides in jail, for the gangs, there is a question of whether it is worth it. After all, Gangs are essentially organizations that exist to make money, and they rarely go against the government. Because that would make them lose the basis for survival. The government turns a blind eye to them, so they can make money. But once they make a big noise, the police are not just there to eat. If the police target a gang and hit hard, then the gang will not be able to do business, and may even be unable to recover from it. So the gangs have a bottom line in many cases. But killers are different. For them, once their identities are exposed to the police, it is not just a matter of doing business, but a matter of life and death. For killers, exposing their true identities is purely courting death. So they hate betrayers even more, and once they are found, they must be killed. It is both revenge and a warning. Warning all possible betrayers that even if you cooperate with the police, you must pay the price. Sage didn't say anything, but just took out a video. It was the video of Ayala's brother Hector Ayala killing people. At the same time, Sage also played the video of Hector Ayala's real fight. Did you see anything? Sage asked. Baji was confused. I don't know this person. Why did you play his video? He had indeed never seen Hector Ayala. If I tell you that these two people are not the same person, will you believe it? Sage asked. Baji had a question mark on his face. I believe it. Why not? Now Sage said that this is his son. Baji believed it. But he had no idea what it meant. He didn't know this person at all. This person was wrongly accused of murder. Sage pointed to the video of Hector Ayala beating people, and then pointed to the video of the murder and said, this is not him. Do you understand what I mean? It was the jackal who found someone to impersonate him and kill people. Baji understood this time, and his face suddenly changed. Sage's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this short and fat man actually had something. You know something, right? Sage stared at him intently. Baji moved his mouth twice. I don't know. The jackal hasn't cooperated with me for a long time. How would I know where he found someone? Sage laughed. He knew that Porgy definitely knew something, but the reason why this guy didn't say it was because he was afraid, and secondly, this guy probably wanted to negotiate conditions. So Saji quickly picked up the document and signed it directly. Congratulations, you can continue to serve your sentence in another place. By the way, I forgot to tell you that my boss is Kai Wayne. Do you think he has a way to send you to Florence ADX prison? Porgy immediately pressed the document and shouted, you are kidding me. How can Kai Wayne care about a small character like me? Saji didn't get angry but said, you can try to see if I am kidding you. What I can tell you is that this case is the case that my boss has imposed on me. If I can't find it out, my boss will be very angry. Porgy's face immediately turned pale. This world operates according to rules, but there are big differences between rules. For example, Porgy, the rules he needs to follow are completely different from the rules that ordinary people need to follow. Similarly, the rules that Kai needs to follow are different from his Porgy. Generally speaking, considering the degree of danger that Porgy has committed and the severity of his crime, it is impossible for him to be sent to the ADX prison in Florence. But this rule does not apply to Kai. He only needs to say hello, and Porgy can be locked up there even if he just stole a wallet. Porgy does not doubt Kai's ability, but he doubts whether Kai will do it. Sage is not in a hurry and waits. In the end, Porgy still dares not gamble. After all, the chips are totally mismatched. He is betting with his life, but what about Kai? He only needs a word. What's so good about this bet? If he wins the bet, he won't get any benefit, and if he loses, he will be miserable. He doesn't want to be locked up in that dark prison. Compared with the ADX prison in Florence, the prison where he is serving his sentence now is simply a resort hotel. I know such a person on the street. Hearing Porgy speak, Sage immediately knew that it was a sure thing. People call him the Mimic Master. He is a very famous mercenary killer. He has a very strong ability to imitate. He can perfectly and accurately copy the body movements of the target. No matter how complex the body movements of the target are, the Mimic Master can accurately restore them. In addition, the Mimic Master can also simulate voices. He also has a photographic memory. So he can disguise himself as anyone. Do you know this guy? Sage asked quickly. If there is a way to contact him, it will be much easier to catch the Mimic Master. Oh, then you think too highly of me. Such a good player asks too high a price. People like me are not qualified to contact others. Baji is not a big shot. Although he knows a lot of people. The real big shots have their own channels. His clients are all those gang members with some money. The rewards they can offer are not too much. At least they definitely can't afford the price of the Mimic Master. I have only heard rumors about him. I haven't met him. In fact, I don't think that people like Jack Wall are qualified to contact the Mimic Master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1603 Hearing Familiar People Again. The Imitation Master became famous relatively late, only in recent years. Before that, no one knew who he was or what he did. But Porgy knew one thing, that is, he was very expensive, very expensive. At least people of Porgy's level could not hire him. You don't have his contact information, Saji frowned, a little dissatisfied. No. Boss, I'm just a small character, not a big shot. How could I contact such a person? If I really had this ability, I wouldn't stay here and be threatened by you. But I heard that this guy has been wearing a skull mask and has never shown his true face. It's difficult for you to investigate this case. This was said with a bit of gloating. Porgy knew very well that if he wanted to overturn the case for the man in the video, he had to catch the Imitation Master at least, and he had to catch him alive, and the guy had to be willing to talk. However, this was none of Porgy's business, and he didn't know the Imitation Master. Sage was very upset with Porgy's tone, but his frown immediately spread. You really can't contact him, but I know you must know who can contact him. Porgy's face changed. Sage was right. Give me a name, Sage smiled. Porgy looked very miserable. He knew he had to say it. The Master of Taskmaster, Kai received a call from Sage when he returned home. Are you sure? Not sure. After all, no one has seen that bastard, Sage said helplessly, but I know one thing. Someone can contact the Master of Taskmaster. Who? Red Devil, Raymond Reddington. Kai has heard of this name, the first of the FBI's 10 most wanted criminals. How could Kai not have heard of this name? How come I have to find the Master of Taskmaster and help the FBI catch wanted criminals? Kai was amused. Although this kind of wanted criminal is usually extremely evil, Kai will naturally take the lead when he encounters him, but the problem is who he is. This guy is one of the top 10 wanted criminals in the world. He is not in New York at all, and he is not even active in the United States. Where can he be caught? Oh, well, my informant told me that Reddington has been active in the United States. Except for not appearing on TV, he is basically no different from a normal person. It is not difficult to contact him. Yes, it is so outrageous. Before, Sage felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. He even contacted his brother Luke Hobbs, who worked in DSS, directly. Because his brother's work was confidential, Luke had not used his real surname a long time ago. In the past, his family did not know what Luke was doing. It was not until Sage became the head of the special department that he knew that his brother worked in DSS. Compared with the FBI and CIA, which are very famous institutions all over the world, DSS seems to be not very famous. It is not even famous in the United States. The full name of DSS is Diplomatic Security Service, which is the United States Diplomatic Security Bureau. It is a security law enforcement force affiliated with a U.S. State Department. He is mainly responsible for international threat analysis, information security technology, counterterrorism, and security technology investigation related to U.S. interests, protecting the security of citizens, property, and information, providing a safe and reliable environment for the U.S. government's foreign policy behavior. The security operation of all U.S. global diplomatic missions is planned and implemented by the Diplomatic Security Bureau. He also provides private security protection for the U.S. Secretary of State, visiting foreign heads of state, and high-level important figures, and is responsible for passport and visa fraud investigations. The actual power is very large. Through Luke, Sage learned that the U.S. government and Reddington had an agreement. Luke didn't say what the specific agreement was, and Sage didn't ask. All he knew was that Reddington had very close contacts with various U.S. intelligence agencies. Reddington's business is unimpeded in the United States. Kai was shocked. Can you play like this? He knows that the U.S. government does do some dirty things, but this is the person you want, and he is in trouble in the blink of an eye. Isn't it too dirty? How to contact? Kai asked curiously. It is said that we only need to find Harold Cooper, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counter-Terrorism Division. He's the contact between the FBI and the Red Devil. This is the information Luke gave to Sage. Strictly speaking, this level of intelligence can be disclosed. But who is Sage's special identity? His boss is Kai Wayne. No one will make trouble for such a trivial matter. Cooper. Kai suddenly heard the name and was a little unresponsive. Which Cooper do you and I know? Yes, Sage was also a little amused. Speaking of the name Harold Cooper, many book friends should not have any impression. But in fact, he is really an acquaintance. Harold Cooper was once the deputy chief of the Chicago Police Department. Kai once worked in the Chicago Police Department for a period of time. His boss's boss was Cooper. At that time, Kai worked in the Chicago Police Detective Bureau, and the deputy chief in charge of the Detective Bureau was Cooper. Later, Cooper jumped directly to the Department of Justice. Because his old classmate was promoted from the Office of the Federal Attorney General to the Department of Justice and became the Deputy Attorney General, his old classmate hoped that Cooper could help him, so he transferred him to the FBI. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few years, he actually became the Assistant Director of the Counterterrorism Department, which is also considered a senior position. Forget it, I'll call myself. Sometimes the network is so interesting. You know people everywhere. Soon Kai dialed Cooper's private phone. Speaking of which, Kai and Cooper used to have a good relationship. Later, Cooper was transferred and Kai also went to Los Angeles. There were fewer contacts between them. There was no way. The working environment of the two was no longer compatible. One worked in the FBI and the other in the local police station. There was really not much direct contact between them. They only called each other on holidays. Hello, Cooper. It's Wayne. Cooper was actually very surprised that Kai would call him. In fact, not many people knew about his work with Kai. Cooper's impression of Kai was also very complicated. After all, anyone who saw that the police officers under his command became superheroes one day would be as confused as him. However, out of caution, Cooper did not tell anyone that he had worked with Kai. In fact, it was not surprising. When Kai was working in Chicago, he was just an ordinary detective. Although Cooper was his superior, he was the superior of his superior. According to the general understanding, there is still a distance between the two. Moreover, Kai became famous in Los Angeles. When he was in Chicago, he was an outstanding detective. Cooper knew him, but he was not familiar with him, which made sense. As for why Cooper did not say it, it was actually very simple: different camps. Politics is very dirty. Cooper's faction belongs to his old classmate, and although Kai has never expressed his political views, although his behavior is more conservative, it is no secret that he has a close relationship with the White House man, so generally speaking, everyone subconsciously classifies him as the White House man's main camp. However, the roots of the Deputy Attorney General are not on the same camp as the White House man at all, and they are even political enemies. It's nothing for Cooper to have a connection with Kai. This is normal. The boss of their faction and the White House man are always arm in arm. But if he publicizes his connection with Kai everywhere, it will be a betrayal of the camp. Private relationships are private relationships, and we should pay attention to the impact. After all, he is not a big shot. It is proper to follow up with your own backers. You say every day how good your relationship with Kai is. Why do you want to rebel? The big guys have the power to openly contact each other. The people under you must show the difference between the camps, otherwise how can everyone be so harmonious? At least Cooper is still an official, not a politician. Unless he leaves the functional department and enters the political arena, he will have the power to express political views. Contact the Red Devil. Cooper was shocked. Few people know that he is the contact person of the Red Devil. This is an internal secret of the FBI. But soon, Cooper gave up the spirit of inquiry. After all, Kai knows too many big guys. If Kai is like him, he can even talk directly with the big guys of their faction. Believe it or not, Kai now picks up the phone and directly calls the big guy's private phone. No matter what the big guy does, he will answer the phone in person and talk to Kai cordially. Kai's position in American politics is very transcendent. He may not be able to make a politician's future better, but he can ruin a politician's reputation. This is the kind of maybe he may not be able to do good things, but he will definitely do bad things. So most of the political leaders are very polite to Kai, and they will not provoke him if they can. Of course, this is also related to Kai's long stay in New York. After all, Kai has been staying in New York, and he is not even interested in the power of the police department, let alone competing with them for power and profit. In this case, everyone just lives in peace. You go find him. What do you think the police are looking for? Wanted criminals? Kai was too lazy to explain so much, just said so. No. Kai, you can't touch the Red Devil. Cooper believed it. After all, with Kai's usual style of doing things, the Red Devil is really in danger if he meets him. So Cooper said immediately. Why? His father is the president? Benjamin never said that he had such an eldest son, Kai said jokingly. No, Cooper had a headache. If Kai killed the Red Devil, Cooper really couldn't do anything to Kai. Red Devil and we have a cooperation, tisk. Cooper, I have known you for so many years. Actually, it was not that long, just a few years. But it did not stop Kai from saying, I remember that you used to be a person who hated evil, but now you have fallen to the point of being involved with a wanted criminal. It's not what you think, Cooper hurriedly explained. Although Kai had not worked with Cooper for a long time, he knew Cooper's reputation all along. He was indeed a good policeman who hated evil. When a criminal kidnapped his family and threatened him, he did not give in. You can imagine what kind of person he is. Kai was also willing to believe him once. What's going on? Okay, I can tell you, but you must promise not to reveal it, otherwise, all the previous efforts will be wasted, Cooper said. We cooperate with Raymond to fight criminals together, puff, Kai sprayed directly. Are you stupid in the FBI? Fighting criminals with a wanted criminal who has committed many crimes? What new jokes are you telling me? Kai did not expect the other party to give such an answer. Cooper, if you really have any difficulties, just tell me. Is your stupid classmate more in cahoots with them than you? Wait, I'm going to Washington now, and I'm going to rebel. Such an outrageous thing can be done openly? Aren't they afraid of being criticized to death? If this matter gets out, everyone involved will be ruined. Kai is not afraid of confronting them at all. Although Kai is not willing to get involved in this kind of power struggle, but Nima, you can't be so outrageous. So even if Kai exposes this matter, no one dares to trouble him because of it. Fuck, you did such an outrageous thing, and you don't let people say it? This is just like Stryker's mutant experiments. The government will provide some conveniences to Stryker, but it will never stand up for Stryker. If you are discovered by others, then I'm sorry, the government will not only not take the blame for you, but will be the first to kill you. This kind of thing is resentful to heaven and people. How can the government, those cunning people, stand up and take the blame? Anyway, politicians find this kind of white gloves very easy to use and throw away. Wait. Kai is not like this. Listen to me, Cooper quickly advised. This matter is not what you think. Raymond took the initiative to find me, Cooper hurriedly told the cause and effect of the matter. It turned out that Raymond had been cooperating with the FBI for 2 or 3 years. 3 years ago, Raymond, who had been wanted, suddenly appeared at the FBI headquarters and took the initiative to surrender. The FBI had never encountered such a thing in 800 years, so naturally they locked Raymond up. As a result, Raymond was not afraid at all, but negotiated with the FBI. Over the years, Raymond has cooperated with too many criminals, many of whom even the FBI does not know. This is exaggerated. These people are all powerful and harmful. It doesn't matter if the FBI doesn't know, but it is impossible to let them go. But the problem is that these people hide so deeply that the FBI has no information at all. But Raymond has information. He can help the FBI arrest those people, provided that the FBI agrees to his conditions. So step by step, Raymond cooperated with the FBI. Not only the FBI, he even cooperated with most intelligence agencies. So now, Raymond has not been locked up, and his business is getting bigger and bigger. Fuck. Are you sure that Red Devil is not using you to eliminate competitors? Of course we know, Cooper and his team are not idiots. They can fool them once or twice. After these years, if they still can't react, they might as well find a piece of tofu to kill themselves. But we have made an assessment, and his existence is more beneficial than harmful to us. Although Raymond used the power of the US government to strengthen himself, no matter what, Raymond has at least been under their surveillance. The US government has many opportunities to deal with Raymond, but those criminals outside, they don't have so many ways. What's more, the US government has also gained a lot of benefits from Raymond in recent years. Although Raymond used the power of the US government to strengthen himself, no matter what, Raymond has at least been under their surveillance. The US government has many opportunities to deal with Raymond, but those criminals outside, they don't have so many ways. What's more, the US government has also gained a lot of benefits from Raymond in recent years. Although Raymond used the power of the US government to strengthen himself, no matter what, Raymond has at least been under their surveillance. The US government has many opportunities to deal with Raymond, but those criminals outside, they don't have so many ways. What's more, the US government has also gained a lot of benefits from Raymond in recent years. In recent years, the influence of the United States has been gradually declining, and its external intelligence capabilities have also been greatly hit. And Raymond's intelligence network is undoubtedly a supplement to them. Don't underestimate the power of these monsters. For example, those countries in South America, as the back garden of the United States, have been exploited by the United States. Don't those countries want to resist? When the United States was in its heyday, there were so many people who followed one after another, let alone now. At this time, Raymond's relationship with those drug lords and criminals in South America has become a good intelligence supplement. In recent years, using Raymond's network of relationships, the United States has killed many anti-American people. Chapter 1604 Raymond. The rise of South American countries still has a long way to go. In short, Reddington's existence is more beneficial than harmful to the United States, so those little faces not important to them. After all, from the perspective of Westerners, face? That thing can only be owned by the winner. For example, the Indians. The United States has obviously massacred tens of millions of Indians, but the United States still licks its face and beautifies itself as a good friend of the Indians in various literary and artistic works, but no one has ever mentioned the existence of the skinning order, and even said that it is not allowed to say it, and it is racial discrimination if it is said, as if they don't say anything, then everything has never happened. These ghosts are shameless, that is really shameless. Let alone cooperating with Reddington, if necessary. They can even directly declare Reddington innocent. Tisk. You really know how to play. Kai only commented on one game, but didn't continue to hold on. Forget it, I won't scare you. I don't mean to trouble him, I just want him to help me find someone. Find who? A killer. Kai didn't have much, after all, it was too troublesome. Why explain so much? Are you really just looking for someone? Cooper was a little worried. Really? I don't need to lie to you. After all, if I really want to touch him, there is no need to lie. Cooper was relieved. Is this killer troublesome? Cooper, who was relieved, immediately had the idea of making a contribution in his heart. Cooper and the FBI have indeed gained a lot of benefits from cooperating with Reddington in the past few years. Especially some cases with particularly serious harm have alarmed several bigwigs in the upper echelons. For example, they caught a criminal. This guy is like a star agent, but the difference is that he is not promoting stars, but politicians. He will spend a lot of time looking for potential targets, such as some young people with clean backgrounds and interesting backgrounds, and then package them and fund them to enter politics and become political stars. Then he will grab their handles and use these politicians to make profits for himself. Even his scope of activities is not limited to the United States, but even the whole world. Especially in Europe, he has deployed many politicians, and he has also mastered many politicians in the United States for their use. When Raymond exposed this guy, the old American politicians were shocked. If that guy continued, there would definitely not be a powerful force in the American political arena. More importantly, these forces were still in the hands of a foreigner. Isn't this equivalent to leaving all the secrets of the United States unprotected against him? Even in the end, he could remotely control the entire trend of American politics from behind. This is terrible. Although there was no disturbance in the public opinion field after this guy was arrested, the upper class praised the FBI and Cooper. After all, no one wants that terrible future to happen. Cooper even got a chance to be promoted. He will soon be promoted to the head of the FBI Washington office. This is the head of the FBI Washington, D.C. He has become a real senior executive in an instant. If he has a good future, he can directly enter the FBI management. At that point, there is much more room for advancement. What? You FBI also want to get involved? Kai asked. When Cooper heard this, he immediately said, No, I'm just curious. He suddenly thought of Kai's style of handling cases. If Kai was really just a policeman, his future would not be very good. Because he is too domineering. He would never allow other people to interfere in the cases he handled. This is also a common problem among grassroots police officers. They have their own case handling habits and hate people interfering. But in this case, how can you get rid of your connections? How to build good relationships? So if Kai didn't have so many weird backgrounds, he would definitely be the leader of a local branch in his life. It would be basically impossible for him to move up. He would not be in the same dust with the light, and would not share the credit. Who would speak for you? Okay, where's the Red Devil? Please help me make an appointment. I am quite curious about this guy. I can let him meet you in New York, but you have to promise that he must not get into trouble in New York. He has been in a lot of trouble recently, Cooper said happily. Reddington has been attacking competitors everywhere recently. Although he is using the FBI, those guys are naturally not fools. They can naturally guess one or two, and they don't need evidence, so there are several very tricky people who want Reddington's life. Even a secret base of their FBI was attacked just to kill Reddington. Reddington almost died. So during this period, the FBI paid great attention to Reddington's safety. Don't worry, this is New York. I can't guess who is so bold as to not give me face here. This is the truth. In recent years, the New York Police Department has been very arrogant and dares to confront anyone. Even the FBI's presence in New York is not strong. Okay then. Cooper put down the phone and his mood calmed down. So he walked out of the office directly. His office is not on the FBI building, but in a black prison in Washington. Black prison. In fact, it is a secret place that the FBI has not registered. Such places are basically throughout the United States. Some of them hold many criminals with sensitive identities, such as terrorists, and people identified by the FBI as endangering national security. As for whether it is true, only God knows. Any black cell is confidential. You won't find any information about these places even if you look through all the FBI files. All the funds for their maintenance are all money that is not on the FBI's books. As for where the money comes from, not many people know. Perhaps only the secret committees of Congress know. Simply put, it is something that cannot be seen in the light. This black cell is in a building in the East District of Washington. The registration of the building says that it is owned by a communications company that undertakes government orders. But in fact, the entire building belongs to the FBI. The team led by Cooper is stationed in the basement of the building. There are 200 FBI secret armed forces to protect it, and there are hundreds of staff members. They are all members of the communications company, but in fact they are FBI personnel. In addition, it is equipped with the best analysts and Cooper leads an elite team of agents. It is very strict. It was already midnight, but the underground facilities were still brightly lit, and many people were busy. There was no way. As I just said, their base was raided before, resulting in a large number of casualties. And even Cooper was shot in the thigh. Everyone was working hard to find the gang. Soon Cooper came to inquire. There were many large screens with all kinds of data everywhere. There were many active drawing boards in front of the screens with many paper documents and photos on them. These were the people who participated in the attack at that time. Now they are trying to find the person behind the scenes through the information of these people. Raymond. Cooper came to Raymond. Raymond miraculously did not suffer any harm in this attack. Only the FBI suffered heavy losses. At this time, Raymond was helping the FBI analyze the possible murderer. There was also an ordinary-looking female agent next to him. Her name was Elizabeth. This woman was the first request Raymond made after being arrested by the FBI. He only talked to this woman. This surprised everyone in the FBI. After all, Elizabeth was just a rookie, a newcomer who had just joined the FBI, and there was no problem with her identity. It was impossible for her to have any connection with Raymond. Many people didn't know why he chose her, but as the cooperation progressed, many people found that Raymond had extraordinary care for Elizabeth. Later, the FBI found out that Raymond had a deep connection with Elizabeth's adoptive father. Of course, the true relationship between them was probably only known to Raymond himself. You need to go to New York, Cooper said directly to Raymond. No, sir, Raymond can't go out, otherwise, Elizabeth and Raymond have also accumulated a lot of trust, which makes her very concerned about each other's safety. You can't refuse this request, and neither can I. Cooper didn't look at Elizabeth, but said directly to Raymond. Raymond raised his eyebrows and said in a charming voice, "Big shot, a very big shot, he needs your help with something," Cooper said. "Can I know who it is?" Raymond didn't feel strange. After all, he was not a big shot, and he couldn't command Cooper. It was even more impossible to let the FBI loose at this juncture. Wayne, as soon as Cooper said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. Cooper didn't hide anything from anyone, so everyone was naturally concerned about what Cooper would say. Is that the Wayne I know? Aram, who was born into an Indian immigrant family, had his eyes light up instantly. He was a computer expert in Cooper's group and also a senior otaku. Are we finally going to be linked with superheroes? Do you think we are making a movie? Elizabeth was very dissatisfied. What qualifications does he have to point fingers at our FBI? Cooper said helplessly. He has. Cooper actually didn't like Elizabeth very much. First of all, she was a rookie. His group only wanted elite, but this rookie's ability can't be said to be a mess, but it's not elite enough. Secondly, this woman seemed to have some problems. She had a naive temperament, and the key was that she had a lot of trouble. Forget about her connection with Raymond, the key was that she had a husband of unknown origin, plus her white left temperament, so she always got into trouble for no reason. If it weren't for Raymond, Cooper would have kicked her out long ago. At this moment, he could only explain, "Can't you bear the news? Kai is very familiar with the president and can enter the White House to meet with the president at any time, so what? This is an FBI matter." "Does the president care?" Elizabeth said frankly. Fortunately, Raymond directly pulled Elizabeth. "You have time to study Kai's information. He is not as simple as he looks." Unexpectedly, Elizabeth's eyes lit up. "Is he also on the blacklist?" Puff. Everyone was shocked by Elizabeth. "What is this? What? You still want to catch him?" Cooper was very angry. "This is. If he can make the decision, he will be the first to kick this idiot out. If he has committed a crime, why not?" Cooper stopped talking and looked directly at Raymond. Unexpectedly, Raymond was not angry at all, but admired her very much. "There is no way. He has lied for her all his life. Even if she is a real idiot, she is also a synonym for innocent and cute in his eyes. Forget it, he is not on the blacklist, and Cooper is right, he is indeed a big shot." "A very big shot, then I want to go too," Elizabeth quickly said. Aram also raised his hand quickly. "I want to go too." Raymond nodded. "It's okay to take her." Cooper was speechless. "No. Elizabeth can go. Aram, forget it. We still have a lot of things to do. Can I go?" At this time, Cooper's assistant Lessler also raised his hand. Lessler is different from Elizabeth, always to relies on relationships. He is a real FBI elite and has participated in many operations to capture Raymond. Of course, none of them succeeded. Lessler almost died this time. He was shot in the abdomen, but was saved by Raymond. Raymond was originally imprisoned in a transparent cell in the black prison with Lessler. It was a very special cell. The entire black prison had only one cell, all made of half-meter thick new material bulletproof glass. Once it was closed, it could not be blown open with a rocket without a password, but in order to save Lessler, Raymond still opened the cell door. Although he escaped danger in the end, Raymond did save him. "Forget it, your injury is not healed yet. Don't move casually." New York. Raymond took Elizabeth to the former Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel used to be the property of Gayote Table, but it was later destroyed by Kai and others. Later, the Waldorf Hotel Group took over here. After all, the location here is good, and the architecture is also very distinctive. It is a triangle. It is in the middle of the intersection. Very peculiar. And the key is safety. After the Waldorf Group took over, it transformed it into a member hotel. Only members of the group can stay. At the same time, the security system is very good and the privacy is sufficient. Ordinary killers can't get in at all. The key is that all the killers here died overnight, causing many criminals to not dare to approach here. So this place has changed from a gathering place for killers to a forbidden place for killers and criminals. It must be said that the Waldorf Group is good at marketing. Raymond chose this place for this reason. Safety. Why choose here? The facilities here are really average, Elizabeth complained. Because it's safe. This is a membership system, and the security is very good, Raymond explained. Raymond is a very tasteful guy, very literary and artistic. He likes art, but he doesn't pursue the so-called art that is currently popular among the mainstream. According to Raymond, those arts are all hyped by capital. He likes the kind of art that is truly artistic, and he sponsors artists all over the world. He likes ballet, and he even has his own ballet company. He likes painting, and he has a lot of niche but exquisite art collections. He likes literature, And he even raised a writer for decades, just to enjoy all the writer's words after the writer's death. He likes music, and he also raised several orchestras. His requirements for life are not luxury, but quality. But this is definitely the most extravagant behavior. That's why Elizabeth thinks this hotel is not good. Later, when I talk to that Kai Wayne, don't make a sound. Although Raymond dotes on Elizabeth, he still reminds her. Is he really that scary? In recent years, Elizabeth has been following Raymond, which has caused her to be a little unacceptable to the outside world. I really hate that Elizabeth, no matter the actress or the character. They are both so stupid. Chapter 1605 Transaction. In the eyes of Elizabeth, a silly girl, justice is the fundamental thing that can overcome everything, and the FBI represents justice. Similarly, she is also just. She thinks so and does so. She often uses her ridiculous sense of right and wrong to define the world, and puts herself and Raymond in danger several times. If Raymond hadn't risked his life, she would have died countless times. Does she know Kai's achievements? Of course she does. But she believes more in her work for the FBI, and she believes more in the power of the people. If Kai commits a crime, he will definitely be punished. As for where her confidence comes from, I don't know. Anyway, that's what she thinks. After all, if Kai really needs to be caught, it's not her turn. She just needs to stand in the back and command. Raymond pulled the corner of his mouth. Although he doted on the girl in front of him, sometimes he also doubted whether his original decision was correct. She was protected too well, never suffered any setbacks, and had always lived in falsehood. This certainly cultivated her kind personality. At the same time, it also made her extremely naive. Raymond was satisfied that his presence would let her learn something, but now it seems, she has learned nothing at all. Why did Raymond have to take her with him when he cooperated with the FBI? Wasn't it just to let her see how deep the evil of this world is and how hypocritical this world is? Of course, he also hoped that she would have the ability to protect herself. Now it seems that she is still far from it. If a person wants to survive in this cruel world, there are too many things he needs to know. Soon they came to the underground bar, which was once the feature of the Continental Hotel. You need a high-table gold coin to enter, because this is the safest place in New York. Here, you can talk about those criminal activities without worrying about it, and no one can eavesdrop on other people's conversations here. So even if it is a little more expensive, many killers like to take orders here. Now of course, there are no killers coming, but its privacy is still used by the hotel and turned into a place for private talks. Give me a martini, Raymond whispered skillfully at the bar. I want one too, Elizabeth also ordered. What does that Kai want you for? It's those things after all. Raymond said that he was emotionally stable. Isn't it all about those things when he is looking for him? Could he be asked to bid for the Olympics? However, it is not impossible. Raymond knows a lot of people, including some powerful people, and he can act as a matchmaker. Not to mention the bid for the Olympics, he can even intervene in the World Cup. You know, this kind of international organization is more greedy than the other. Just as the two were guessing, a man walked in and walked directly to Raymond's side. Soon the two looked over. After all, there are few Americans who don't know this person. Mr. Wayne, Raymond greeted politely. Just when Raymond was about to greet everyone according to the social process, Kai interrupted him directly. To be honest, this is the first time I sit and drink with a wanted criminal. If it were in the past, you would have been arrested by me a long time ago. Of course, it is more likely that you would be shot by me. At this time, Elizabeth stood up and planned to introduce herself. Are you from the FBI? Kai asked directly. Elizabeth was stunned and found that the other party was very rude, but she was at least a little shrewd. Yes, Elizabeth Keene, senior agent of the FBI's counterterrorism office. Kai looked at her and concluded, you should be a rookie. How did you become a senior agent? First of all, Elizabeth looked very young. Secondly, her eyes revealed a clear stupidity, and she was a rookie at first glance. Senior agents are generally senior agents. It's not that there are no young people in this position, but it requires real skills. After all, this is a field position. If some rookies are allowed to take up the position casually, if something goes wrong, a lot of people will have to take the blame. So in this regard, the FBI is still very cautious. But this girl is actually a senior agent. You know, Kai's good friend Booth is still only a special agent in the Washington office. Special agents are lower than senior agents. Elizabeth felt offended. She went through a lot of hardships to be promoted to this position, but she didn't expect this superhero to question her efforts right from the start. This made Elizabeth, who thought she was a modern independent woman, feel that Kai was sexist. Just when she was about to loudly accuse Kai of sexism, Raymond quickly pulled Elizabeth. Ahem, Elizabeth is young, but she is very capable, but Raymond's words made Kai feel even more suspicious. No. You, a wanted criminal of the FBI, speak for an FBI agent. Let's talk business. Raymond didn't want to discuss this issue anymore. Raymond had to drag Elizabeth into his and the FBI's affairs, of course, to allow her to go further. The higher her position in the FBI system, the safer she will be in the future. Otherwise, when she just joined the FBI, she was just a rookie trainee agent, and it was unlikely that she would be assigned to the field department. It would be good if she could be converted to a regular agent in 2 years. As for being promoted to a senior agent, that was pure dreaming. A qualified and formal organization has a set route for promotion. It's not that special promotion is not possible, but it requires merit. If she switched to a civilian job, she could be promoted to the current level within 10 years, and she could even go to the gods to thank them. Only in the field department, in the Cooper team, can she continue to gain merit and then be promoted rapidly. As long as they are high-ranking transnational agents, they can be called mid-level leaders of the FBI. I don't know what Mr. Wayne wants to do to me. Kai didn't bother about the female agent anymore. After all, she had nothing to do with him. Kai didn't care that she was promoted so quickly. Maybe she was the leader's mistress? But Kai was still thinking, that big boss played so many tricks that he actually threw a mistress into the field department. That would really cost someone's life. I want you to help me find someone. You should know him, the master of mimicry. Raymond was stunned. Although it was not unexpected, he did not expect Kai to ask him to find such a person. Master of mimicry, do you have someone to kill too? Elizabeth's eyes lit up as if her radar was activated, and then she pricked up her ears and paid close attention. He's related to a case. Before he could finish his words, Elizabeth hurriedly interrupted him. What case? Does the FBI need to take over? Kai was also stunned by this woman. No. Is she really a senior agent of the FBI? Or has she always been like this? Mr. Wayne, the FBI has the power to intervene in any major case. And it involves Raymond. We have the power and the need to intervene. Raymond sighed. He felt that it was a mistake for him to bring Elizabeth. Kai did not argue with this woman. Instead, he took out the phone directly. Cooper. Why is there an idiot around Raymond? What I asked for is Raymond. As for the idiots in your department, you can discipline them by yourselves. Don't bother me with them. Elizabeth frowned when she heard this, and she planned to argue that this was the scope of the FBI's responsibilities, and she had the right to take over the case. Of course, this was also related to the fact that she and Kai were unhappy at the beginning of the conversation. But she forgot one thing. The things she relied on, to Kai, had no meaning. Then Kai hung up the phone. Before Elizabeth could speak, her phone rang. Elizabeth was dumbfounded. In her impression, Cooper has always been protective of his subordinates. So when Kai called Cooper, she was not panicked at all. She was fearless because she knew Cooper's style of doing things and knew that Cooper would protect her no matter how unhappy he was. At most, she would be scolded by Cooper when she returned, but so what? Could Cooper fire her? Raymond would only talk to her. This was her irreplaceability. After all, the foundation of the entire team was built on her and Raymond. She was afraid of nothing. However, Cooper's call came now. Liz? Go back to Washington now. What? Elizabeth immediately wanted to argue. Unfortunately, Cooper did not give her any chance. This is an order. If you refuse, you will be kicked out of the team. Elizabeth could not imagine Cooper would do this to her. You know, without her, Raymond. As a result, Raymond patted Elizabeth. Go. Raymond can indeed use his influence to help Elizabeth. If the FBI abandons Elizabeth, then their cooperation will be over. For the FBI, there is only one Elizabeth. The value provided by Raymond is much more important than Elizabeth. So the FBI will let Raymond mess around and even promote Elizabeth, just to strengthen the relationship. But compared with the value of Raymond and Kai, what is it? Without Raymond, everyone has contributed a lot, but if Kai gets angry and directly overturns the table for you, how many people can only rely on prison food for food? Raymond knows which is more important. So Elizabeth can only be wronged. Even you. Elizabeth suddenly felt betrayed. Be obedient. Raymond said seriously. He could see that Kai didn't think much of Elizabeth. In fact, Raymond's biggest hope in bringing Elizabeth here is to connect Elizabeth with Kai. If he succeeds, then he doesn't need to worry about Elizabeth's safety. As long as Kai's willing, no one can touch Elizabeth. After all, Elizabeth really knows nothing. Even Raymond knows nothing. He has been pretending that he knows the existence of the singularity, and use it to threaten those people, but Raymond knows very well that he has nothing in his hands. So he has been looking for a way out for Elizabeth. He made a deal with the FBI for this, and the same is true for eliminating competitors, and even bringing Elizabeth with him. It's a pity that Kai didn't have a good impression of Elizabeth from the first time he saw her. Facing Raymond's sudden seriousness, although Elizabeth felt wronged, she still left obediently. Her relationship with you is not ordinary. Kai raised his wine glass and said lightly, "You don't want to pick her up, do you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Raymond laughed quickly. "I've long passed the age of needing love." "Oh, it seems that there is a story between her and you." After hearing this, Raymond's eyes were empty for a while, then he picked up the wine glass, took a sip and planned to talk about the past story. But the next second, "Forget it, I'm not interested in your story." Raymond's face choked. It was too uncomfortable. Raymond did plan to talk about the past story, even if there were some leaks, it didn't matter. After all, Kai was not one of those politicians. He would not be interested in what he had in his hands, and he was not even in the same group with those politicians. Raymond was very sure of this, and he had his own channels. He planned to say something to make Kai sympathize with Elizabeth. Unfortunately, Kai didn't intend to listen. "I want to find a master of imitation." Kai continued to make requests. "So it's a deal, right?" Raymond changed his approach. Since it was a deal, he could make requests. "You can say that," Kai did not deny. "In exchange for me not interfering in the trivial matter between you and the FBI." Raymond's hand holding the wine glass suddenly resisted. Once again, Kai did not follow the rules. "Although I don't know why you want to cooperate with the FBI, I know you must have your purpose, and in a sense, it is you who need the FBI. It's not that the FBI needs you. I guess the FBI guys know this, but they value the benefits you bring to them. That's why they don't care." "Do you really think the FBI is stupid?" "In fact, the FBI knows it very well, but they just don't care. After all, the benefits are real. If you don't help me, then I will directly interrupt your cooperation and arrest you. Believe me, no matter what secrets you hide, as long as you're caught by me, those things will be useless." Do you believe it? Is Raymond a good person? Of course not. This guy has done too many murders and arson. Since he is not a good person, Kai will naturally not be polite to him. He doesn't need to care about such a mess. Deal? Not existing. I am threatening you. If you have the guts, just refuse me. Anyway, knowing the master of mimicry, he has plenty of ways to find him. Raymond is just more convenient, but not necessary. Raymond took a deep breath and then drank the wine in his hand. You are definitely an expert in trading. You don't have to pay anything. You can get what you want. Although it's a bit strange to be praised by a criminal, I still have to say, thank you. Raymond smiled. He didn't have many negative emotions. In this line of work, he didn't know how many times he encountered the black robbing the black, and he was threatened like this countless times. Of course he wouldn't be angry about it. Aren't you curious about why I cooperate with the FBI? No curiosity. It's none of my business. Are you planning to destroy the world? Kai said nonchalantly. As a result, Raymond's mouth twitched. Almost. I can help you, but I hope to get a chance, opportunity? I said, I don't trade with you. No, it's a request. I have a piece of information that you will definitely be interested in. But for now, this information is not valuable. Only when something happens, the value of this information will be revealed. Kai was a little interested. So you can't tell me now. I can't tell you. What do you want to trade? You'll know when the time comes, Raymond said mysteriously. But Kai actually didn't care about it. He didn't think Raymond had any information that he would be interested in. Is there really some idiot who wants to destroy the earth? Chapter 1606 Natasha's past. Just when Kai was about to fish out the Taskmaster was preparing to go to the United States to carry out a mission. His target was Kai's acquaintance Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Tajikistan. This is a country that has no sense of existence in the outside world. If you tell people about Tajikistan, they will even be confused. Although I know that this is a country, after all, Many countries in Central Asia have something called Stan, but if you want him to name 1, 2, 3, that's pure dreaming. The Republic of Tajikistan, referred to as Tajikistan, is located between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan and China. It is the only country in the 5 Central Asian countries whose main ethnic group is not a Turkic ethnic group. It is also the country with the smallest land area among the 5 Central Asian countries. It has a population of 10.01 million and a total of 86 ethnic groups. It was formerly one of the Soviet republics. It became independent on September 9, 1991 and joined the CIS. Tajikistan has a relatively weak economic foundation, a relatively simple structure, and is very dependent on Russia. Tajikistan is an inland country located in the southeast of Central Asia with a land area of 143,100 square kilometers. The territory is mountainous, accounting for about 93% of the land area, and is known as the mountainous country. Mountains and plateaus account for 90% of the territory, and about half of them are above 3,000 meters above sea level. And the imitation master is now in these mountains. On a snowy mountain, in a secret base well hidden by rocks and snow. The imitation master is sitting on a metal bed, with tubes and wires inserted on his head, shoulders and back, and many people around him are working on the instruments on the side. A fat man with glasses is listening to the report of the technician next to him. The image replication technology has been stable so far. In addition, Nia's body functions are also stable at present, and there is no rejection reaction as before. The fat man with the glasses is looking at the imitation master sitting on the iron bed with a tender look. So, when can the smart chip in her body be removed? Can Nia come back to me? Hearing this question, the technician fell silent until the fat man turned his head and looked at him. The technician had to say, "I'm sorry, sir. At present, we have no confidence in removing her smart chip, because according to our observation, her brain waves are active only based on the chip. Once the chip is removed, we are very afraid that she will still fall into brain death." The fat man's face immediately darkened. "That is to say, I have spent so many years and so much money, but still can't save my daughter, General Drekov. We have tried our best, but with our current technology, we really..." The technician was frightened and at a loss when he saw the angry Drekov, but he soon thought of a way to change the subject. "But as far as I know, there is a technology that can help your daughter return to normal." Drekov's attention was immediately attracted. "What technology?" "Life cradle technology." Drekov frowned. He obviously had never heard of it. The technician quickly explained, "That is a brand new technology used by the Stark Group. It is said that it can cure 99% of human diseases. Although we don't know if we can cure the young lady, if we can get this technology, we can make targeted modifications based on the information we collected in the past. In this way, the chances of curing the young lady will be higher." Drekov fell silent. After a long while, he said, "Really?" In order to cure his daughter over the years, Drekov didn't know how many methods he had used. At the beginning, his daughter was affected by the bomb, causing large areas of burns all over her body, damaged internal organs, and even brain death. In order to save her, Drekov tried every possible way. He even stole the Soviet Union's research results on super soldiers. In order to keep her brain from shrinking, Drekov used an unverified study, a super intelligent chip to keep her brain active. Unfortunately, this thing only turned her into a robot. Although she has the ability to think, she has no emotions and memories. In order to treat her body, Drekov injected her with the Soviet version of the super soldier serum. Although this thing did restore her daughter's health, bad things happened soon. The serum quickly caused a serious rejection reaction and almost killed her. For this reason, he had to find a way. Until the appearance of Captain America, the super soldier serum plan has been truly successful so far, only Captain America. For this reason, he had to spend countless thoughts and obtained Captain America's body tissue and blood for research, and finally stabilized his daughter's condition. But her daughter is still just an emotionless robot. In order to make her adapt to the body as soon as possible, Drekov also arranged various trainings. As a result, it was found that his daughter was simply a natural killing machine with an unbelievable physical fitness. So there was the imitation master. It not only exercises the body, but also makes money. There's nothing wrong with it. The technician nodded quickly. "It's almost right, I understand." Drekov made up his mind. "Natasha, it seems that we have to settle the accounts between us." Then he glanced at his daughter who was still doing the test. and then left resolutely. Soon, he came to command room. It was still very busy here. There were many screens in the command room. The screens were showing images from all over the world. When Drekhov entered, everyone stood up. Drekhov, it's time to activate the third generation of Black Widow. The group of people were quiet at first, and then quickly moved. Then countless orders were issued from here, and countless Black Widow candidates lurking around the world began to move. There is only one Black Widow, and the others are consumables. And the condition for becoming a Black Widow this time is the life of the previous generation of Black Widow. After issuing the order, Drekhov looked at the screen in the middle, which showed a photo. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. It's finally time to settle accounts, Natasha. Wait for me. By the way, why are you called Black Widow? Is it an insult for a girl to be called that? Today is ladies' night. All men, get out of here. Natasha, Raven, Pepper and Gwen, 4 women, were chatting together in pajamas in the big house. In fact, ladies' night has always existed. Generally speaking, the fixed team is Natasha, Raven and Pepper. Other uncertain ones include Jessica, the 3 women warriors, and Gwen has only recently joined. In fact, Misty also came before, but she stopped coming after she fell in love. Because Misty's lover is a lawyer. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that this lawyer is a lady. In order to prevent her girlfriend from having wild thoughts and to prevent Natasha and others from having wild thoughts, Misty rarely attends such intimate gatherings now. Gwen is actually a little too young to participate in such gatherings. After all, there are big sisters here, but anyway, everyone is just getting together, and there are no rules. So she joined. Ladies' Night, as the name suggests, is a group of women getting together to chat. In fact, they also have some crazy activities, such as going to bars to get drunk, or going to strip clubs to throw money, or going to ride bullfighting machines. In short, they play very crazy. But today Gwen is here, so she will be more quiet. Of course, a group of women getting together is not very quiet. Just like when men get together, unless they are talking about football, they will definitely go to the lower realms. Women are almost the same, even more restricted than men. Gwen blushed when she heard this. These older sisters are really too unrestrained. While chatting, Pepper suddenly talked about the origin of Natasha's code name. Pepper didn't mean to find out, she just asked when she thought of it. Who stipulates the topic when chatting? Natasha suddenly stopped drinking and was silent. What? Did I ask something I shouldn't? Sorry, Pepper apologized quickly. Even if they are good girlfriends, there are many things that cannot be said casually. It's okay, it's all in the past, there's nothing you can't say. Natasha quickly returned to normal. Black Widow is not the code name given to me by S.H.I.E.L.D., but my own. Natasha slowly talked about the past. In fact, it is uncomfortable to keep some things in your heart, so it is better to say them out to relax yourself. I am not American, you should know that, right? Although Natasha does not have an accent when speaking English, sometimes she still reveals some Russian accents. With her name, it is not difficult to guess where her hometown is. Then Natasha began to tell the past that she rarely talked about with others. Natasha was born in Stalingrad, the former Soviet Union in 1938. Her original name was Natalia Elyanovna Romano. She originally had a happy family. Her father was a soldier and her mother was a ballet dancer. But unfortunately, the happy time was really short. Soon World War II came, and her father soon went to the front line and never came back. Soon, Stalingrad also became a frontline battlefield, where there was a scorched earth and broken buildings on fire everywhere. A Soviet soldier named Ivan Petrovich found a cry for help from a house when he was exploring the camp, and found Natasha during the search and rescue. She was 4 years old that year, and she became an orphan that year. In the days that followed, Ivan, as Natasha's friend, relative, and even father, gave her the greatest help. But soon Ivan Petrovich died of illness after the war due to the injuries he suffered in the war. Natasha, who lost her family again, was selected by the Soviet government as a candidate for the super agent program because of her clean background. She was only 10 years old that year. In fact, before the war, the Soviet government had a super soldier plan. Seeing the ability of Captain America in the war deepened the Soviet Union's determination to create a super soldier. At that time, there were many such projects within the Soviet Union. Among them, Natasha was selected by Black Widow Ops. That is the Black Widow project. The agency trained female orphans to become spies in the secret base Red Room. Female orphans will receive all training, and through genetic modification of super soldier serum, their appearance and age will be younger than normal people. After the modification, their aging speed is greatly slowed down, and their immune system and ability to resist blows are enhanced. With various physical and mental training, they have become like the deadly poisonous spider Black Widow. At the same time, in order to make them loyal to the organization, some fictitious memories will be added. Natasha was implanted with a memory of a ballerina. Gradually, she grew into an excellent spy. After a series of selections, Natasha passed the test and became Black Widow. Natasha became a veritable widow. She accepted the task of breaking into the Western social circle, seducing scientific and technological personnel with her beauty, and stealing technical secrets. This experience lasted until the eve of the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The person in charge of the Red House at that time was named Ivan Drenkov. He was different from those guys. He was a devout believer in the Soviet Union. He didn't want to see his motherland being divided and destroyed, so he became crazy and began to eliminate those dangerous elements who wanted to split the country. The means were cruel and unyielding. This approach is absolutely no problem in the eyes of patriots. But in the eyes of Western countries, Ivan Drenkov is a demon without humanity. He is the executioner who stopped the oil of sesame seeds. And Natasha was tired of being a tool for the people in power to make profits. She felt that the Red House had deteriorated. And as the situation in the Soviet Union became worse and worse, Ivan Drenkov became more and more crazy. He looked at everyone as a traitor, so he made the training methods of the original Red House agents more cruel. After all, it was cruel enough before. This made Natasha more dissatisfied. It was also at this time that she met Nick Fury and Hawkeye. Everyone knows what happened afterwards. She betrayed. And in her eyes, the Red House has become a demon cave. In order to destroy this demon cave and prevent more children from suffering those tragedies, she must kill Ivan Drenkov. Unfortunately, Ivan Drenkov has long known that many traitors want his life. His wife was killed in an assassination. This is also one of the reasons for his madness. So Ivan Drenkov is very careful, and few people know his whereabouts. At least Natasha didn't know. So she used Ivan Drenkov's daughter. In order to locate Ivan Drenkov, she installed a locator on Ivan Drenkov's daughter Antonia Drenkov. Then when the two met, a missile blew him up. Then she destroyed the Red House with SHIELD. After that, I followed Nick Fury back to the United States. You all know what happened after that. Speaking of the past, Natasha actually didn't know what she was. She didn't seem to be loyal to anyone. She was like a ruthless duckweed all her life. She was born in the Soviet Union, but she betrayed the Soviet Union in the end. She was trained in the Red House, but in the end the Red House was destroyed by her. She was recruited by Nick Fury, but she was the one who betrayed Nick Fury in the end. In short, my life is like a nightmare that I will never wake up from. Gwen opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect that Natasha, who looked the most beautiful and charming, could actually be her grandmother. It's totally unrecognizable. Chapter 1607. Once a coincidence. P.S. Okay. I wrote an extra 500 words as a gift. Sorry. What happened to the Red House later? Gwen asked curiously. It should be gone. After all, the group that destroyed the former Soviet Union hated the Red House to the core, Natasha said with a dazed look. Red House? Raven knew for the first time that Natasha was actually from the Red House. Pepper saw that Raven looked different over there, so she asked, Raven, what's wrong with you, Tisk? I just think life is too interesting. What do you mean? I used to work for the Red House. Raven looked at Natasha and showed a slightly teasing smile. Black Widow is not your exclusive title, Natasha. Natasha looked up blankly, as if she was really drunk. But Raven knew very well that she couldn't get drunk. Because she was very clear about the training methods of the Black Widow. I'm also a Black Widow, Raven said suddenly. Now Pepper and Gwen were both dumbfounded. What else were they going to say? Claire Van, as expected, the confused look on Natasha's face disappeared at once, replaced by astonishment, surprise and a little hatred. Davarish, Puleweed, hello, comrade, Natasha stared at her blankly. Don't look at me like that, I did hang out in the Soviet Union for a while. This has to start with Kai's disappearance. At that time, the Soviet Union was in its infancy and was the most vigorous time. At that time, many people were willing to give everything for their dreams. Raven was just a country girl in Belgium and didn't know much about communism. until she came into contact with communism in the UK. At that time, Western countries really needed communism, because under capitalism, many people at the bottom lived worse than slaves. Don't think this is a joke. During the American Civil War, many black people in the South actually lived much better than in the North. After all, because black slaves in the South were the property of their masters, the masters would not destroy their money-making tools at will. Even if the slaves were sick, they would ask doctors to treat them, just like farmers would ask veterinarians to treat livestock. In the North, blacks and lower-class whites were thrown into factories, working day and night until they died with meager salaries, and the average life expectancy was only in their 20s. The capitalists would not pity the workers at all. Anyway, they would recruit them again after they died, and they did not need to pay any cost for it. It is even a joke to say that the Civil War liberated blacks. In fact, the Civil War was caused by political and economic disputes between the North and the South, and had nothing to do with blacks. The North wanted blacks and lower-class whites to go to factories together and be squeezed to death, while the South wanted blacks to stay on plantations. Neither of them was a good thing. After the war, the situation of blacks did not improve at all, and Riven also came from the bottom of society. She also sympathized with the lives of the lower-class people at that time, and communism gave her hope. The idealists at that time were all romantic, especially intellectuals. At that time, Raven came into contact with British communists, and then was slowly absorbed by the Soviet intelligence department. Later, she left Britain and went directly to the Soviet Union. There, she received training and became a member of the Soviet intelligence department. Her code name was Black Widow. At that time, she used the alias Claire Van. Fortunately, just when she was about to suffer, World War II came. After World War II, Raven ran away directly. Although her ideals were great, she would not lose her life. So she ran away decisively. But the Soviet intelligence had already enjoyed the benefits of Black Widow, so they decided to create their own Black Widow. So they got the training method left by Raven at that time and started training a new generation of Black Widow. That was Natasha's class. Now you understand why Natasha's reaction was so complicated when she heard that Raven was Claire Van. One of the assessments of Black Widow at that time was to kill the defected Claire Van, the original Black Widow. Unfortunately, no one could complete this task. After all, Raven has perfect transformation ability, and it is impossible to catch her. Naturally, it was left unresolved. The training materials you left behind harmed a lot of people. Hey. Then don't blame me. How could I know that someone would really train new recruits according to the instructions? Most of the things in it were made up by me. Riven said that she would not take the blame. What? You made up all that? What do you think? Those people regarded me as a traitor at the beginning. I served the Soviet Union for more than 10 years. I can't say they trusted me, but at least I worked hard. As a result, when those people asked me to do something, they said all the good things. After the work was done, they treated me as a prisoner and asked me to hand over the method of how to become stronger. I was angry and made up a set of training methods on the spot, and then I defected directly. They regarded me as a traitor, so I really defected to show them, Riven said indifferently. She really wanted to do something for this world. Natasha's face kept changing. She never thought that this world could be so absurd. A nonsensical training method actually allowed the Soviet Union to help people train something. You know, many girls died because of this training method. Suddenly Natasha felt that those children died. It was really unfair. Gwen and Pepper just felt that their knowledge had been greatly broadened. Their best friends were actually so old. Thinking of this, Gwen suddenly looked at Pepper. Would she also? As a result, Pepper hit her forehead with a knife. What are you thinking about? Of course, the two were more interested in, why don't you two look old at all? Is there any secret, especially Natasha, do you know the details of that genetic technology? Tell me, if we can crack it and make it into medical beauty, we will definitely make a lot of money. In this world, women will do anything to look young and beautiful. For example, in Southeast Asia, it is popular to raise ghosts and cast spells. In East Asia, they like plastic surgery, and inject all kinds of things into their faces crazily, and call it microplastic surgery. Europe and the United States are more direct, they don't hide anything, they just do surgery. Look at those European and American actresses, as long as they are a little older, they are not good looking. Because technology can only work for a short time, not for a lifetime, When you get older, the side effects will show up, and you will be downgraded by N levels, and some people will simply be unbearable to look at. The face is completely deformed, and the body is also deformed and distorted in various ways. For people like Raven and Natasha, staying young and beautiful without any side effects is definitely a miracle among miracles. You know, Natasha is already in her 80s. But her skin is still fair and elastic. Looking through the gap in her pajamas, it is still firm and elastic. Gwen is fine, she is young and doesn't know what old is. But Pepper is in need of it. She is already in her 30s. Women age quickly after they are over 30, especially European and American women. Look at those stars, they are especially stars. Once they are 30, they feel that their muscles are like rubber bands stretched to the extreme and begin to lose their elasticity. Pepper is not good. She has the desperate virus, and her shelf life is longer than others, but she also enters the anxiety period and starts all kinds of maintenance. The maintenance cost spent on her body in a year is simply astronomical. So I am particularly interested. And this is definitely a promising blue ocean. If it is successfully developed, it may be more profitable than new energy. Natasha burst out laughing. Don't think about it. This is impossible. Do you know how difficult this kind of genetic modification is? I have seen those who failed the transformation, their bodies were festering, and they died in pain. Some even turned into monsters, and some may have no problems with their appearance, but their internal organs are all diseased. The cost of genetic modification is also very high. At that time, we had national support and a huge amount of funds every year to support the experiment. So, not to mention the side effects, even if it is just a simple investment, few people can afford it. The birth of the Black Widow was full of blood from the beginning, just like its name. From the beginning, the Soviet Union's method was to fill in a large base, betting on the success rate. It was World War II, and there were orphans everywhere at that time. The Soviet Union could collect thousands of suitable orphans from the battlefield. The Black Widow project had tens of thousands of participants at the beginning, and half of them were eliminated in the initial screening. These people were lucky and would not be in any danger of life. They were just sent directly to the orphanage. In the second round, the bloody elimination process began. Natasha didn't know how many people died in the end. Anyway, in the end, there were only a dozen candidates for the Black Widow. How can this technology be promoted? Killing thousands of people for medical beauty? The Stark Group will also go bankrupt. Pepper was very disappointed. Although she felt that her boyfriend should be able to deal with these drawbacks, she thought about it and decided to forget it. So she looked at Raven with expectation. Unexpectedly, Raven directly transformed into her true form, the blue one. In fact, everyone else had seen it, except Gwen. Gwen was shocked. But Raven said that she was emotionally stable. After all, she was used to it, and it was enough that Kai and the children didn't hate her. Especially Kai, he liked her very much. Because having Raven is equivalent to having beautiful women all over the world, from ancient times to the present. A few days ago, Raven was still wearing the appearance of Audrey Hepburn with a better figure. Kai was so upset. I am the eternal youth brought by my mutant ability. There is nothing I can do about it. Pepper was extremely disappointed. Seeing Pepper so disappointed, Natasha suddenly thought of it. In Norse mythology, isn't it said that eating golden apples can keep you young? Why don't you ask Thor for some? This immediately aroused Pepper's interest. Golden apples. This thing is not only in Norse mythology, but also in many myths. The most typical one is Greek mythology. There are similar settings. Just when a group of women were talking nonsense about eternal youth, a group of women also began to take action. In a small city in Kennebec County, Maine in the northeastern United States, a woman was walking out of her nursery and was about to go home. Her name is Melina Vosikov, a Russian immigrant. In the early days of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, she was placed in this small city under the arrangement of the U.S. government. She used the intelligence in her hands to exchange for a comfortable life. Over the years, Melina has been living in this small town as a gardener. Although her income is not particularly high, it is actually quite good in a small place. She also cultivates flowers and some garden crops by herself and buys them at the farmer's market, so her income is enough. Although Melina is not young anymore, she still looks beautiful. People often pursue her, and she is happy to accept these pursuits, but she is a firm non-marriageist. So she has been single for all these years. Her greatest pleasure is to cultivate various flowers in her greenhouse. Today was originally a normal day, preparing soil, taking care of flowers, and preparing flowers to buy at the market tomorrow. Then she can go back to her house, drink a cup of coffee, eat something and sleep. But just as she was about to enter the house, suddenly Melina bent down. Pew! A very subtle sound came, and then a hole appeared in the locked door in front of her. Someone is shooting. The gardener rolled over and suddenly came to a flower bed in front of the house. He kicked the flower bed open, and a gun and several grenades appeared below. She quickly picked up the gun and started shooting in the direction of the trajectory, while biting off the pull ring of the grenade and quickly adjusted it. Boom! After a burst of strong light and smoke, she disappeared. Then I saw that the lights in her house suddenly turned off. Home. She ran to her home. After Melina turned off all the lights in the house, she immediately turned around and ran to the fireplace. This is New England, and the temperature is very cold. So every household has a fireplace. She kicked the upper edge of the fireplace, and then the handles fell down one by one, and then she pulled the handles hard. With a crash, the wall next to the fireplace opened directly. Various weapons were neatly placed inside. Melina was a defected agent. There were many such people in that period. When a giant fell, countless vultures would immediately go up to find food. Melina was one of them. She betrayed the entire KGB, and even the most powerful agent in the entire Soviet Union, Black Widow. Otherwise, do you think that a powerful agent like Natasha can be easily found by Nick Fury and Hawkeye? Don't be funny. What about fighting each other and cherishing each other? Nonsense. At that time, when the agents of the two countries met, the biggest possibility was to fight each other. Especially for an agent of Black Widow's level, her hands are stained with the blood of American agents. How many times have American intelligence agencies been defeated by Black Widow? If Black Widow was so easy to be caught, she would have died 800 times. Is it still Nick Fury and Hawkeye's turn to find her? Melina is the key. Melina is actually a member of the Black Widow project. She is not Black Widow, not even a candidate. She is just a loser. She went through 4 rounds of screening for the Black Widow project and was eliminated in the penultimate round. Fortunately, she survived. She did not die. Her training was not completed, so there are some defects, such as the unsuccessful genetic modification. When she participated in the plan, she was already a teenager, too old, and not so plastic. Later, she was absorbed by the Red Room and became a logistics member of Black Widow. That is, a cover member. She even pretended to be Natasha's mother in her youth. She lived under the shadow of Black Widow all her life, which changed her mentality very early, until the situation in the Soviet Union became worse and worse. She was shaken, and finally, was bought. She is Natasha's close comrade in arms and knows Natasha well. The same is true for the Red House. So under her betrayal, Black Widow will continue to entangle with Hawkeye in action. It was also she who betrayed all the changes in Black Widow's mentality to SHIELD. That's why Nick Fury was able to grasp Natasha's weaknesses so accurately and finally succeed in inciting a rebellion. After everything was over, it was also she who stole the confidential information of the Red House, which led to the complete destruction of the Red House. At the moment of her betrayal, she knew that one day she would pay the price for it, so don't look at her living an honest life, but in fact, she has been preparing in secret. Prepare for those ghosts to come back for revenge. Chapter 1608 Ghost Revenge. Melina put on her equipment that had been sealed for years at the fastest speed, then reached out and pulled down a closed-circuit television from the side. She clicked on the screen a few times, and the picture immediately turned black and white. It was actually thermal imaging. She carefully observed the screen, trying to find the attacker. Melina has always believed over the years that there must be ghosts left over from the Red Empire. After all, the Soviet Union may have taken the wrong path, but she knows that the ideal is right. How many people fought for that ideal back then? People can be killed, countries can be destroyed, but ideals will never die. No matter what happened back then, the ideal is right. When the empire collapsed, there were always people who missed it and continued with its ideals. So even though Melina has lived a peaceful life for so many years, she is still on guard against the red ghosts reckoning with her at all times. Now, it worked. If she hadn't been vigilant all the time, she might have been killed long ago. Thinking of this, Melina's eyes turned cold, and she pressed herself a few times, followed by a hissing sound, and then a set of armor unfolded on her body. Melina's code name is Iron Lady, which comes from the soft metal armor she wears. It is made by Melina herself and is her exclusive weapon. Although she failed the screening, she was lucky to have no side effects, so the Black Widow project recruited her and trained her to be a logistics agent. Later, she became the chief scientist in the Red House. For example, she is like DRQ in the 007 movie. She serves the Black Widow and provides her with high-tech equipment and various support. She became a nanny. Although she hates such a role, she has to admit that the Red House has taught her a lot. For example, this high-tech armor. Even over the years, she has been upgrading this armor to give her stronger strength, endurance and anti-attack ability. She is confident that no matter who comes, she can rely on this armor and the various mechanisms in the house to make the visitor return empty-handed. However, soon, her confidence disappeared. Because she saw in the thermal imaging image that a large group of red light was approaching her house at a rapid speed. Suka, she immediately pressed the buttons on the screen. "Do you want to start the fake death plan?" An electronic voice came. "Start immediately," Melina shouted. Then, on the other side of the house, a mechanism was opened, and a fresh corpse was released. The body shape and hair color of the corpse were exactly the same as Melina's. This is not over yet. At the moment the corpse appeared, a hole appeared under her feet, and she fell directly into it. Then there was a bang. Her house exploded directly. It's not over yet. After an explosion, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 more flames flew in the sky. Boom boom boom. Melina's house was razed to the ground. The wreckage of the house was burning. A woman wearing a mask and a tights appeared on the ruins of the house. Ignoring the flames around her, the woman quickly searched for something on the ground. Then she found a charred female corpse in the ruins. Some destroyed weapons were scattered around the female corpse. The woman quickly pulled out the female corpse, then pulled out a wire from the personal terminal computer on her arm and inserted it directly into the body. Soon, a photo of Melina when she was young appeared on the personal terminal computer. The woman immediately turned on her communicator. The traitor Iron Lady has been eliminated. Wait for the next plan, soon a figure came from her headset. To confirm your identity, leave the scene as soon as possible. The police have arrived. Next, go to New York to perform the final test, understood? Soon the woman left directly. The police came and could only clean up the mess. However, what everyone didn't know was that Melina broke out of the water in a small lake a few kilometers away from the house. She ran out. She threw away her diving equipment and went directly to a small house by the lake. That was her safe house. Although it looked like an ordinary small house on the surface, it was actually, well, it was an ordinary small house. There were only some emergency supplies inside. At most, there was a portable closed-circuit television. It was connected to a hidden camera not far from the house. Soon she saw the woman who appeared in the surveillance. Although the picture quality was very bad, Melina still saw where the woman came from. The Red House. This organization has not disappeared. That was the product of the Black Widow project. Although it might be difficult for outsiders to see anything from it, as a product of the Black Widow project, and having worked hard in the Red House for so many years, she could smell the smell with her eyes closed. Not to mention seeing the real thing. Nick Fury. You bastard. Melina's first reaction was that Nick Fury had deceived them. Including Natasha. The Red House was not cleared at all. As for the Red House escaping the pursuit of Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D., that's impossible. After all, the Red House is a complete organization, and it is not so easy to rebuild it. The Soviet Union invested a lot of energy in the establishment of the Red House. Perhaps it is difficult for people nowadays to imagine how great the Red Empire was. His strength even made the whole world tremble at one time, otherwise those Western countries would not have been so obsessed with cutting it off. If the core power of the Red House was destroyed and wanted to be rebuilt, it would only be Russia that did it. But Russia will not do this. After all, the two are not in the same camp at all. Maybe he has this intention, but Yeltsin cannot do this, because Yeltsin and the Red House are mortal enemies. The separatists betrayed the interests of the Soviet Union the most. But without Russia, there is no country in the world that has the will and the strength to rebuild the Red House. Then there is only one possibility. The Red House was not destroyed at the beginning, and even most of its power was preserved. Then what Nick Fury told them is probably false. Well, in fact, Nick Fury did not lie at the beginning. In fact, it was because he didn't know. Don't forget that it was actually Hydra that was in power at the time. Hydra was eager to expand its power, so they adopted a policy of appeasement towards the Red House. The price was the Soviet Union's research results on super soldier serum and a gift, Winter Soldier. Hydra doesn't serve the interests of the United States. Why don't they agree to such a deal? So the Red House was magically preserved. Nick Fury also thought that the Red House was destroyed. He really didn't fool them on this point, but he himself didn't know the truth. Melina realized that the Red House was back, and her first thought was to find a backer. S.H.I.E.L.D. No, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not trustworthy. Melina could only think of one person. That was her former friend, Natasha. Coincidentally, she knew where Natasha was. She looked up and saw a newspaper with a photo of Pepper speaking. And in the corner of the photo, half of her face was accidentally photographed. Natasha. Black Widow. At the same time, some people around the world were secretly executed. They were all traitors who betrayed the interests of the Red House and the Soviet Union. Among them was the old Jet who sounded the death knell for the Red Empire. They were all assassinated at the same time. But the magical thing is that this incident did not cause any waves in any mainstream media. Because these people are basically people of the past, many of them have not appeared in the media for many years. But Natasha still noticed it very keenly. She found Raven, look at this, several local newspapers from all over the world. They're all obituaries. Raven didn't react at first. What's so strange about obituaries? It would be strange if there were no deaths in the world. But soon she saw familiar faces in these obituaries. Most of them were related to the Soviet Union. In fact, the Soviet Union has collapsed for so many years. Many people involved are dead, and there are really not many who can survive. They are all from the former Soviet Union. What's going on? Is someone calling for the souls of the former Soviet Union? No. It's more like revenge, Natasha said a little uneasily. I know all these people. They are all people who profited by selling out the interests of the Soviet Union to Western countries. Natasha worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, and it was not easy for her to get access to these materials. Yes, that's right, there were many people who betrayed the Soviet Union at the time. Indeed, at that time, there were a lot of monsters and demons in the Soviet Union, and each of them tried hard to dig into the Soviet Union. If you really count, all the leaders of the countries that split from the Soviet Union were traitors, and none of them were clean. A large part of the reason for the collapse of the Soviet Union was that these people ate both ends in the middle. They grabbed a lot of benefits from the Soviet Union while flirting with the West. No, these are not the point. Look at this, Natasha found a photo of Melina from a pile of obituaries. Do you know her? Raven took a look and she really knew her. Although Raven had already run away when Melina joined the Black Widow project, don't forget that Melina worked for many intelligence agencies at the time. She also fought with the Soviet intelligence department in turn, and even she and Natasha had fought, but the two sides didn't know each other at the time. Iron Lady? Wow, I haven't seen her for many years. I thought she was dead back then, but I didn't expect her to live so many years. Melina retired from the stage very early. In their line of work, very few people can retire decently. After all, the world back then was not the world now. The world was generally peaceful. Although there were still many spies, most of them had a tacit understanding that you arrested my people and I arrested your people. Don't put it on the table, and solve it privately. If you arrest an important person of mine, then I will exchange with you. There are many in the other prison. In the bipolar era, the two sides were on the verge of a war, and the brutality of the intelligence war was no less than that of the battlefield. So once caught, even if you betrayed, you would not be safe. In order to ensure that intelligence was not leaked, both sides killed their own people. The Soviet Union killed traitors, and the United States did it too. It was just that the United States won in the end, so no one talked about those dirty things. So it was like a dream for an active intelligence officer on the front line to retire peacefully. In that circle back then, if a person disappeared, then he was probably screwed. The best ones were locked up in a black prison and never came out until they died. The worst ones died directly. That's why our Raven said that. I thought she was dead, Natasha said with a strange look on her face. She used to be my partner. We worked together for decades and knew each other very well. And in my memory, she was cleared out by the Red Room. I was sad for a long time because of this. This matter is a bit complicated. At the beginning, Natasha was entangled with Hawkeye, and gradually had the idea of defecting. But once, she was secretly in contact with Hawkeye and was discovered. It was Melina who took the initiative to stand up and shoulder the responsibility. After that, Melina was eliminated. A car bomb. It was also the same. Natasha finally made up her mind to defect. It can be said that although Melina was not the reason for Natasha's final defection, she was also an important catalyst. But now, this woman actually died now. Then back then. This made Natasha a little unacceptable. Then what? Raven didn't know what Natasha wanted to say. This kind of thing was very normal in that era. In fact, in the spy circle, betrayal is the norm. There are many reasons, because there are all kinds of reasons. There are also spies who feel that their salary is not enough to spend, so they defect. I think this matter is not simple. Of course I know it's not simple. After all, the deaths of these people are obviously planned. Raven still didn't know what she wanted to say. I have a hunch. My old friends are coming to see me. This is what Natasha wanted to say. No. I want to ask, hey. What are you going to do? Raven was dumbfounded. Natasha came inexplicably and left inexplicably. I'm going to find Hawkeye, then he ran away. Not you. Raven felt that Natasha was in a bad mood. She was not like her usual self at all. She wanted to catch up with her and ask her clearly, but she didn't know how to say it. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. If she really ran into trouble, Natasha was not the type to fight alone. She was very good at using her advantages. With so many helpers, why would she be a lone hero? Hawkeye had been not so good recently. Except for the disappearance of his old friend Phil, he had no worries. Hawkeye certainly wanted to save Phil. But the problem was that Phil was too desperate. He was actually involved with Nick Fury at this time. More importantly, he helped Nick Fury escape, and he confessed it himself. This made it difficult for Hawkeye to rescue him. In fact, Hawkeye also knew that he could not save him. After all, Hawkeye was also a remnant. If it were not for Director Hill's guarantee, he would probably be eliminated. This sensitive identity made it impossible for him to say much, especially about things related to Nick Fury. So he could only miss her. He hoped Phil was doing well in some dark prison. Hello? Natasha, how come you have time to look for me? What? Now, what happened? Okay, I'll be there right away. Hawkeye hung up the phone with a strange look on his face. What happened to Natasha that made her so anxious to see him? Hawkeye left his residence directly, intending to meet Natasha. However, just as he was driving, a strangely dressed woman appeared in the middle of the road, wearing a black tights that outlined her hot body, a black mask, red hair, a big braid, and a strangely shaped gun in her hand. Bang! A disc shot out. Then the disc chased Hawkeye's car at a high speed, and stuck to the bottom of his car with a ding. Chapter 1609 Laura. Hawkeye's first reaction was to open the car door and prepare to jump out of the car. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Just as his hand grabbed the handle of the car door, he heard a beep, and then boom. He only felt that his butt was kicked hard by an elephant, and then his body flew up and hit the roof of the car, and then bounced back, but soon the seat under his butt kicked him away again, and the car turned in the air. I don't know how many degrees, anyway, it turned many times. Hawkeye turned into a little hamster that fell into a drum washing machine, rolling and jumping inside without any resistance. Finally, when the car landed with flames, the display screen in Hawkeye's pupils kept flashing red warnings. Those were the nanorbits that Nick Fury injected into them. This thing not only allowed him and Natasha to change into various appearances, but also repaired various injuries in their bodies. But this time, the nanorbits in Hawkeye's body were a little too busy. The injury was too serious. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. The heroic and valiant woman threw away the gun in her hand, pulled out a pistol from behind her buttocks, and walked directly to the Chevrolet Suburban that was blown away. Because this attack was different from the previous estimate, according to the original plan, the magnetic bomb should be able to blow the whole car into pieces, including Hawkeye inside, but unexpectedly, the car was so strong that it didn't fall apart. On the contrary, even the car glass didn't break. This is a car specially equipped by SHIELD for senior agents. It has first-class defense. Even the chassis adopts military bulletproof standards. The car glass is a new type of bulletproof material. Compared with ordinary bulletproof glass, this bulletproof material is more resilient, difficult to break, and more resistant to impact. In order to complete the task, the woman had to take action again and strive to solve the target. Hawkeye was lying on the roof in an extremely awkward posture, yes, on the roof, because the car itself had turned upside down. Hawkeye unbuckled his seatbelt with his hand, and said to the onboard computer, "Start the enemy response program. Sorry, the onboard weapons system has been damaged and cannot be ejected, then call for help quickly." At the same time, Hawkeye pressed the microcommunicator on his ear. "Natasha. I can't seem to make it to the appointment. I have a small problem here." Natasha was driving. What happened? Before she finished speaking, she heard several gunshots. It was the female killer, squatting in front of the car, shooting at the front windshield. Unfortunately, except for a few tiny white dots on the windshield, it had no effect. "What's going on? Why are there gunshots?" Natasha asked immediately. "Shield shouldn't have so many enemies? There were in the past, but the current shield is no longer comparable to the past. The previous shield was considered an international organization, with branches in NATO countries and even law enforcement powers in most Western countries, so there were naturally many people offended. But after a series of events, all countries lifted the law enforcement power of shield. Later, after Nick Fury's incident broke out, no, it should be earlier, after shield's Insight system broke out, all countries not only lifted shield's law enforcement power, Kai expelled shield. And even their local employees were subject to strict review. After all, the impact was too bad, except for the United States and Canada. In fact, Canada also wanted to cancel it, but the United States disagreed. Canada is right next to the United States and is a well-known weak chicken. Originally, according to Nick Fury's idea, his ultimate goal was to build shield into a super union that was above all countries. Of course, this goal is now gone. In the past, it was because of Nick Fury's ambition that many countries actually hated shield. After all, no one wants an organization to be above themselves, and also blatantly trample on their judicial power. This is equivalent to being above their national sovereignty. Anyone with a little national sentiment cannot accept such an approach. But shield and Nick Fury always take it for granted, even condescendingly, as if they trampled on their national sovereignty and came to be the savior to help the poor. Who can tolerate this? Trampling on their national sentiments, and still acting like you've made a profit. Don't be ungrateful. Who can like them? Now it's all right. In fact, the reason why CIA is hated by so many people is also because of this. Fortunately, SHIELD has returned to its rightful position. It has completely become a government department of the United States. Therefore, there are not as many enemies as before. Coupled with a series of changes, SHIELD is no longer as active as before, and has been very low-key recently. There shouldn't be anyone who will trouble them in broad daylight, right? Where is your location? I'll be there soon. Hawkeye is naturally not the type of lone hero, and he immediately sent his location. In fact, agents rarely have the style of American lone heroes. That's not awesome, that's stupid. Hawkeye looked at the female killer who was working hard against the glass outside and smiled. In his current condition, he was not sure about going out to fight the female killer. After all, his legs were broken and his hands seemed to have problems. Was he going out to die? So he had better wait quietly for rescue. Anyway, this place was not far from SHIELD, and someone would come soon. The female killer obviously understood this truth. After she had used up all the magazines, she changed the magazines and put away her gun. Give up now, Hawkeye teased. He didn't care whether the other party could hear him or not. Of course, the other party obviously had no intention of giving up. She took out another magnetic bomb from behind her butt. Fuck. You have no martial ethics. The other party was obviously not in the mood to discuss the role of martial ethics with Hawkeye, but instead placed a magnetic bomb on the chassis that had been blown to pieces. It can't be penetrated in one blow. I'll blow it again. The other party immediately distanced herself. She planned to run away immediately once the target was killed. Can we block this explosion? Hawkeye asked the computer quickly. The chassis has structural damage. There is a 67% chance that it will be completely scrapped in the next explosion. It is recommended that you escape from the explosion range immediately. Fuck. Next time I will definitely ask the Bureau for an armored vehicle. No. A tank. Prepare for ejection. Eject me. He is now a cripple. Although the nanorbits will repair his injuries, it is a fracture. It will take 100 days to heal the broken bones. Even if it does not take 100 days, he will not be able to walk briskly in a short period of time, so he still has to rely on technology. Otherwise, he will be shot down just after running out. What is the difference between that and being killed by a bomb? Sir, I must remind you that in your current position, being ejected may cause accidents at any time. Please think about it seriously, the artificial idiot said so. No. Don't think about it. Think about it again. I'm done, then I wish you good luck. Then there was a beeping sound, and Hawkeye quickly fastened his seatbelt again. Fortunately, the ejection system is still good. In fact, Hawkeye always thought that the guy who installed the ejection system in the car was definitely an idiot. What's the use of this thing? He even suspected that the guys in the logistics department had received kickbacks from the modification factory. How could such an outrageous design be approved? Now he had to rely on this idiot design. I hope he won't be ejected under the wheels. That way of death is more shameful than being shot or exploded. Bang! There was a bang. A magical thing happened. Hawkeye was not ejected from the roof or the bottom of the car, but from the side. This design is quite humane. This was Hawkeye's last thought before he was ejected. Then he flew out from the viaduct. By the way, this place is at least 30 meters above the ground. Another point is that this is not an airplane ejection, so, no, parachute. Fuck. Hawkeye once again confirmed that the guy who designed the ejection was an idiot. Remember, never drive a car with an ejection system in the future. This is my last instruction to you. Write it on my epitaph. At this moment, a red shadow suddenly passed by. Hawkeye's magical hairstyle. I seem to be saved. It's a red convertible. Lola. It's really you. Hawkeye excitedly stroked the shiny red paint on the car body. He was so excited that he cursed. You should thank me more. This idiot. Natasha wore sunglasses and had a cool expression on her face. I really should thank you. You saved me and my family. To be honest, Laura has been a little tired of me recently. I'm really afraid that after I die, she will find a new man. In fact, in the movie, Hawkeye made a lot of money. His wife is 5 years younger than him for no reason. Then you should thank Laura. I don't want Laura to chase me and make her lose the opportunity to choose again for no reason. Hey, Laura, it's a car. A classic Chevrolet Corvette, C1. It is the first generation of Corvette sports cars produced by Chevrolet. It was introduced in 1953 and was produced until 1962. This generation is often called the solid axle generation because independent rear suspension did not appear until the 1963 Stingray model. By the way, Lola is also a 1953 generation car. Only 300 Corvette C1s were produced that year, which was also the year with the lowest production of Corvettes. These cars were basically hand-built, and technology continued to develop during the production cycle, so each 1953 Corvette was slightly different. All 1953 models were polo white exterior, red interior, and black canvas soft top. These two are the colors that the owner directly found the manufacturer to change. The collection value is off the charts. And the red body was also very bold at the time. Later, in 1954, the car series was selected to have a sportsman red body. By the way, only 3,640 units of this series were produced in 1954. The engine of this car is a 3.85-liter inline six-cylinder engine, similar to the 235 engine of all other Chevrolet models, but with a higher compression ratio, 3 Carter side draft carburetors, mechanical tappets and a higher lift camshaft. The output power is 150 horsepower. Since Chevrolet currently has no manual transmission, in order to cope with this 150 horsepower engine, a 2-speed power glide automatic transmission is used. The acceleration time from 0 to 100 kilometers is 11.5 seconds. It has always been a legend of American large displacement sports cars. However, what makes countless car friends heartbroken is that these two legendary cars have been modified beyond recognition. Its iconic power glide automatic transmission and 3.85-liter inline six-cylinder engine are all gone. Even except for the body, all the parts inside have been basically replaced. Even the tires have not been spared. And it is not original. This greatly reduces the collection value of this car. But don't worry about the value of this car. Because, it can fly. This is so much better than those useless ones. This car originally belonged to Phil Kelson's collection. Later, he took it out and gave it to SHIELD for modification. All 4 tires have jet engines built into them. It has the ability to take off and land vertically and fly at low altitude. It also has a flamethrower in the world's first global positioning system. Kelson likes it very much and gave it a female name, Laura. This can also be regarded as evidence that Nick Fury abused his power for personal gain. After all, SHIELD actually doesn't need a flying car at all. Although the original ownership of the car belongs to Phil, don't forget that his collection now only has a car shell. The rest are the property of SHIELD, so the ownership naturally changed. When Congress audited the entire SHIELD, it was directly taken back by the government. Then there are only two outcomes for this car: either it will be dismantled or auctioned. Of course, the possibility of being auctioned is extremely low. After all, this thing is too high-tech. Nick Fury and Phil were so excited at the time that they actually turned a car into a flying car. How idle are they? Of course, Phil doesn't want his beloved car to be dismantled. So he had to use his connections. He found Natasha. Natasha found Kai. So Kai made some arrangements and directly digested it internally. The U.S. Law Enforcement Department is very good at this kind of thing. Many judicial auction items will actually be screened within the law enforcement agency first, and then sold to internal personnel at the starting price. It can be regarded as a hidden benefit. Of course, the level must be high enough. Otherwise, why? As for Laura, it would not be auctioned originally. Is this important? So Kai bought it and gave it to Natasha. Natasha originally wanted to send it back to Phil. Phil was also very tempted, but his condition was not very good at the time. He planned to keep a low profile and take Laura back when he was stable. Of course, he didn't plan to pay even the starting price. Natasha didn't plan to ask this poor guy for money. Not counting Natasha's private income, the annual salary given to her by the Stark Group alone is Phil's income for hundreds of years. Small money. Then Phil went to jail. And the car had to fall into Natasha's hands. Fortunately, this car is really not bad, so it became Natasha's private car. Hawkeye said that he was attacked at the time. Natasha flew over from the highway immediately. That's good, no need to worry about traffic jams. Even better, Laura doesn't need a flight permit, because she can fly at ultra-low altitude. It doesn't reach the level that requires a flight permit. With this calculation, this car is simply amazing. Do you know who wants to kill you? I don't know. But the killer has a great figure. Hawkeye is itching all over now. That's because the nanorbits are repairing his body. So he must find something to divert his attention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1610 Lies. When they returned, the killer had disappeared. Nonsense. Seeing that the support had arrived, she was not stupid, so why would she stay there? Moreover, the killer must have made a detailed plan in advance, and the route of retreat was chosen very well. Not only did he avoid the SHIELD agents who came to support him, but he also avoided all the surveillance. He disappeared without a trace. The scene was blocked by SHIELD. Natasha did not join in the fun, but sent Hawkeye to the hospital directly. Soon Hawkeye's wife and Director Hill came together. How is Clint? Compared with Director Hill, Hawkeye's wife Laura seemed much more uneasy. This is also human nature, after all, he is someone else's husband. The doctor is examining him. When he was admitted to the hospital, he was still awake and had no fatal injuries. He should be fine, Natasha said a little embarrassedly. Speaking of which, Hawkeye was attacked because she asked Hawkeye to go to the appointment. Moreover, it was embarrassing for her to make an appointment with Hawkeye without telling Hawkeye's wife. Fortunately, Laura is not an ordinary woman, and she has known Natasha for a long time. So she didn't doubt anything. That's good, that's good. Laura was relieved to hear that Hawkeye was not in danger. But Hill needed to know why Natasha made an appointment with Hawkeye. What do you want to see Hawkeye about? After all, Natasha once betrayed SHIELD. Although there were reasons at that time, Natasha did not choose to return to SHIELD in the end, which made Hill a little uncomfortable. Now that this kind of thing has happened again, she certainly needs to ask clearly. Natasha took a breath. Originally, she didn't want to deal with SHIELD, but now, she had to say it. I need to ask Hawkeye about something before. As she said that, she took out a folded newspaper from her chest. She has big breasts and can hide a lot of things. Do you know her? Natasha pointed to Melina in the photo and asked Hill. Hill was confused when he saw this woman. Natasha's betrayal happened in 1990. At that time, Hill had not yet joined SYNOPSIS, so she naturally didn't know her. Natasha didn't hide it either. She was my partner when I was working for the Soviet Union. I saw her being sent into the sky by a car bomb, and today I found her obituary. She had been living in the United States until she died yesterday in a gas explosion. Hill seemed to understand something. These are things of the past. You have been separated from Sulin for a long time. Why are you looking for her now? Although he didn't know what happened specifically. But Hill was not stupid. This woman was obviously Natasha's partner in the Soviet Union. She should have died, but she lived well in the United States until recently. Hill didn't believe that there was no trick in this. I need to know some truth, Natasha said firmly. Of course, she was not just for this matter. In addition, just today, many places have published obituaries, many of whom are people who defected from there. Obviously, someone has planned to purge them. Hill also understood what was going on. But she would not discuss these things with Natasha. After all, Natasha is no longer a member of SHIELD. I understand. You can leave now. Hawkeye is from S.H.I.E.L.D. There are some things he won't tell anyone outside S.H.I.E.L.D. He has signed a confidentiality agreement, but how could Natasha leave? What if I must stay? I'm sorry. Natasha, you've been to S.H.I.E.L.D. before, you know the rules. I don't want us to have a bad relationship. Rules. Natasha laughed. Believe it or not, I'll call my dear directly to see if your rules work in front of him. That smile was so arrogant, so arrogant. Hill's face immediately turned pale. Just like Natasha said, some rules don't work for some people. For example, Kai? Seeing Hill like this, Natasha restrained her smile. I don't want to complicate things, I just want to know the truth. After all, I'm the person involved. Hill stopped talking. What to say? Saying anything would only bring humiliation. This is why Hill has always hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D. can return to the era of Nick Fury. If Nick Fury was in power, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be as strong as it can be. But it's not possible now. But Hill couldn't do a 180-degree turn, so he just kept silent with a sullen face, which was considered as tacit agreement. Natasha was such a smart woman, and after seeing this, she stopped saying anything provocative. Laura also hurriedly pulled Natasha over, and the two of them didn't have anything serious to talk about, so they just chatted. You and the children should come to New York and live with me. It's safer. As she spoke, Natasha became concerned about the safety of Laura and the children. Is it unnecessary? Laura and the children lived outside the city, a little far from New York. They had a small farm there, which Laura usually took care of. The children went to school in the town. Although it was not as prosperous as the big city, it was safer. The public security in the small place was very good. Be careful. This time the assassin went directly to Clint, and there is no guarantee that he would not go to you and the children. Natasha felt that this assassination was not that simple. This is nonsense. How can things be simple after the assassination? But Laura was still worried about the children. The children still had to go to school. This sudden move would have a very bad impact on the children. Hill finally spoke at this time. Natasha is right. The safety of you and the children is more important. You can move to a place. We have a special safe house here at S.H.I.E.L.D., and we will also arrange people to protect you. Hill certainly had to speak. Hawkeye was a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of the few good hands that Hill trusted. Although Natasha did this with good intentions, in Hill's opinion, this matter was NTR in person. That is our S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Why are you so worried? What? Want to steal someone's corner? Who wants to kill Clinton? He is a good man. Although Laura is not a housewife who knows nothing, in her opinion, Hawkeye is a good man, a good father. Although his job is a little special, he doesn't need to kill people. This made Hill and Natasha speechless. First of all, they didn't know who wanted to kill Hawkeye. After all, in their line of work, especially Hawkeye's a field agent, specializing in killing people, the enemies are too numerous to count, not to mention all over the world. Hawkeye may not even know some of his enemies. After all, Hawkeye has killed thousands of people in his life, but 800 is definitely enough. Who among those killed doesn't have a few relatives and friends? If you count them, there are too many people who want to kill him. Add to that the organizations that have suffered losses because of Hawkeye, and you think that there are even more. Secondly, woman. You know what your man does, don't you really have no idea? Soon the doctor came out. It was almost as expected. Hawkeye was fine. The original broken hands and feet were okay after being reconnected. If it was left in the Chinese orthopedics department, it would be fixed in 3 minutes. Western medicine would be a little more troublesome. Fortunately, with the help of Norbits, it was not that troublesome. At most, he would just have to stay in bed for a while. His brain was fine, and he didn't even have a concussion. So he could meet the visitor. Facing Natasha's question, Hawkeye grinned and didn't know what to say. Back then, it was indeed Melina who cooperated with us, which allowed me to get so much information about you. Even her fake death was also planned by us. Unfortunately, Hawkeye was already in front of him. Could he still lie with his eyes open? But I really don't know where she is. After Nick Fury sent her to the United States, the senior management took over. After that, I guess Nick knew where she was arranged. I never saw her again. In other words, everything is fake. Your encounter with me, the things you told me, and even my disappointment in the Red Room, were actually arranged by you. Hawkeye wanted to say that it was all true. But fake is fake. Although his relationship with Natasha is true, but... I'm sorry, Natasha, but you are also an agent, you should know. I know. Well, I'm naive. Natasha shook her head and said, that's right, how can people like us really have feelings, Natasha? Please believe me, I have always regarded you as my best friend. I swear on this. Natasha smiled and said nothing. How could she believe this now? Laura was there too, and Natasha didn't avoid her. She quickly grabbed Natasha and said, Natasha, I know Clinton did something too much, but he really trusts you. You are the only one who has been to our house. Even Nick Fury has never been to my house. I believe he has always regarded you as his best friend and the person he trusts the most. This is the truth. Hawkeye has always been very concerned about protecting his family and will never let his family be exposed to some unnecessary sight. Nick Fury has never been a guest at his house. Only Natasha has lived in her house and has eaten with her family. Natasha shook her head and turned away. Laura was about to chase her. But Hawkeye held her back. It's okay, Natasha just can't accept it for a while, but she will soon figure it out. I was doing it for her own good. Even now, Hawkeye really doesn't think there's anything wrong with what he did. The Soviet Union is an evil country. Staying there will only make Natasha unhappy. In fact, the public opinion in the United States about the Soviet Union has never been normal. This is natural, including the entire West. In their view, that country is useless, full of oppression and dictatorship. Even though that country has disappeared for 20 years, Western countries still avoid it like a snake and scorpion, desperately throwing dirty water on it, for fear that someone will revive it. It is also this day-to-day dirty water that makes the Soviet Union's reputation simply stinking. But it works. At least people who grew up in that era hate the Soviet Union to the core. Including Clint. Natasha is indeed a little uncomfortable. She betrayed her country, and she has always believed that her choice is correct. But until now, she found out all this stems from lies. Natasha grew up in that country, and it is undeniable that the Soviet Union is not perfect. Is the United States a paradise? How many things has she done for S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years? Those things must be right? Now looking back, she suddenly found that what she did at S.H.I.E.L.D. and what she did in the Red Room, what is the essential difference? No. Not at all. The difference is that the United States won. It is the only superpower in the world. This is the only one. Natasha just felt that she was ridiculous. She even thought that she was really on the side of justice. Now it seems that she has never escaped. With such a complicated mood, Natasha returned to her residence. My apartment, one of the best private apartments in Manhattan, has no disadvantages except that it is expensive. It has a superior geographical location, surrounded by many famous institutions and companies, and convenient transportation. It is only 3 blocks away from the Stark building, which is very convenient for work, and you don't even need to drive. Natasha lives on the 51st floor, which is a duplex apartment. It is not expensive, only $1.5 million. Natasha pushed the door open and walked in, and immediately felt something was wrong. There was someone in the room. And it was an old hand. There was no sign of the hair she placed on the lock moving. This is her habit. Natasha has always lacked a sense of security. In fact, she didn't like Mima's apartment very much, not because of the environment, but it was not safe enough. Although the building claimed to have a complete security system, that thing was a joke in Natasha's eyes. If Natasha really followed her idea, she would prefer to live in a safe house several dozen meters deep underground, preferably surrounded by strong guns. No patrols. The agent knows better than anyone that the most unreliable thing in the world is people. But there is no way. This place is rented to her by the company. The treatment is so good. So in order to ensure safety, she made a little modification to the house. As for the small trick of placing the hair, it is completely a habit, and she will do it everywhere. Natasha immediately pulled out the pistol from her thigh, without turning on the light, carefully feeling where the enemy is hiding. Soon she found the person. Breathing sound. For ordinary people, it is difficult to hear other people's breathing unless they are panting, but for a super elite like her, it is not too easy to find a strange breathing sound in a quiet and soundproof house. But soon, Natasha felt confused. The breathing sound was not hidden. This is not a mistake that an old hand would make. Snap. The lights suddenly lit up. Long time no see. Natasha, a woman, sat on the sofa in the living room. She had no ill intentions. Because she placed all her weapons on the coffee table in front of her. Melina, Natasha did not put down the gun in her hand, still pointing at the newcomer. You are not dead. I have no ill intentions. Melina raised her hands. She showed a familiar smile to Natasha. Chapter 1611 Deception. I watched the news. Is Clint okay? Melina didn't care about Natasha's gun. If she wanted to kill herself, she would have shot before the lights came on, and there was no need to wait until now. Clint. You really know Hawkeye? Natasha didn't know what to say. Her former best friend and current best friend teamed up to deceive her. They were really deliberate. It was just a deal. I don't want to live in your shadow anymore, and you want to escape from there, so I made a deal with them. Facts have proved that everyone got what they wanted. Melina was not panicked at all about Natasha's implicit accusations. After all, if Natasha's mentality had not been shaken, who could have made her defect? No matter what the Soviet Union was like, Natasha was the most powerful agent in the entire Soviet system. Even if the Soviet Union collapsed later, she could still thrive in any country in the CIS. At least Russia would never treat her badly. After all, Putin was also from the KGB system. For someone like her who was inside the system, Putin would value her more. No matter what Melina did at the beginning, it did not affect Natasha's final decision. Her appearance only catalyzed and accelerated the process. Natasha was actually very clear that her loyalty to the country had been exhausted in one mission after another. She did too many things she didn't want to do. Who would be willing to sell their body all day? She was actually tired of seduction and killing, and thought she could get rid of them, but she didn't expect Nick Fury to let her do those things after he turned her against him, of course, wrapped it in a more beautiful shell. But now this shell has been punctured. You are not dead. Why don't you go back to SHIELD? What do you want to find me for? Natasha didn't want to continue this embarrassing topic, but changed the subject. Melina would come to her, which was indeed something Natasha never expected. Could it be that the people who eliminated them actually came from SHIELD? For example, they wanted to save money. After all, SHIELD needs to pay money to place these agents. They all received subsidies from SHIELD, which was why they rebelled at the beginning. If there was no benefit, who would rebel? Those agents who defected had basically nothing else to do except for the favorable material conditions. So strictly speaking, that was a sum of money. In this way, it is not unacceptable that SHIELD really intends to eliminate these people because of financial constraints. After all, the US-Soviet hegemony has ended, and most people have actually lost their role. It is a waste of money to keep them. But Natasha knows very well that this is just her nonsensical imagination. No matter how miserable SHIELD is, it will not steal this money, and strictly speaking, this money does not need to be paid by SHIELD. These agents are no longer employees of SHIELD in the strict sense. They belong to the federal system. Their wages or retirement wages are actually paid by the federal system. SHIELD is not a private workshop. The employees' retirement pensions need to be paid by themselves. They are not even qualified to pass the hand. It is completely managed by the federal government. Even if they kill them, it will not save money for SHIELD itself. Moreover, doing so will have a bad reputation. Of course, there are many cases of killing the donkey after it has done its job. Don't think that those intelligence agencies are all righteous characters. They are good at cheating the cheaters, breaking their promises, and lying with open eyes. But so many years have passed, and everyone has faded. If they continue to do this, it will be a bit of a loss. How can you get back the benefits you gave after killing those people? There is no benefit at all, and you will get into trouble. Who would do such a thing? So she didn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. would do this from the beginning. No, S.H.I.E.L.D. has not taken care of us for a long time. After all, you know, we are useless, especially after our colleague took office. Well, because of some well-known reasons, the relationship between the Russians and the West, those who understand will understand. Due to the new international situation, those guys who originally rebelled have lost their role. Since they are useless, who will care? Do you think Americans run charity? A group of useless old guys, they naturally won't spend the energy to take care of them. So S.H.I.E.L.D. was very slow to deal with the victims of those people. After all, they are not important. Whether they live or die, that's all. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs resources to find out the truth. Then why are you looking for me? Natasha felt a little ridiculous. If she didn't know the truth, Natasha might really help Melina, but after knowing the truth, it would be strange for Natasha to care about her. Maybe what Melina said makes sense. But that's not a reason for Melina to betray her and fool her. Of course, Melina was very confident. We are best friends. How? Natasha laughed sarcastically. Best friends? But you betrayed me. Melina stopped talking. After all, no matter what, she couldn't avoid this fact. It was she who betrayed Natasha. So it was all a scheme from the beginning, right? Natasha actually knew the answer, but she couldn't help asking. After all, Natasha had known each other for more than half a century, and they had been together longer than anyone else. It can be said that they are the closest people. No matter what, Natasha still wanted to hear Melina explain it in person. Melina knew that she couldn't avoid this matter when she came to see Natasha. Yes. I was discovered by Nick Fury during a mission. He caught me. Were you forced to do it? Natasha hoped so, because it would be better. At least she saved her friend's life. Unexpectedly, Melina smiled at Natasha. No. Natasha's body stiffened for a moment. But her face did not change at all. That was, Nick Fury is really powerful. He tracked me for a long time. During that time, I was really embarrassed. But in fact, if I just asked you in the headquarters for help, I would probably be able to get rid of him. Moreover, if I didn't want to be caught, I could still commit suicide. But I was still caught. The bald guy thought that he really caught me, but in fact, what he didn't know was that I spent a lot of effort to prevent you from finding out that I was caught. Although Melina failed to complete the final training, her ability was not comparable to that of Nick Fury, a little karami. After all, Nick Fury was only a latecomer. He was a soldier first and then joined SHIELD. But what about Melina? She has been working on the front line of the Secret Service for more than half a century and has never failed. Nick Fury wanted to catch her without anyone noticing. It was almost like a dream. Did you let him catch you on purpose? I guess. Melina could hardly recall what she was thinking at the time. Why? Natasha still didn't understand. Maybe, jealousy. Melina's eyes were empty. I'm actually very jealous of you, Natasha. Jealous of me? Natasha was a little confused. What was the difference between them? They were not the same in working for others. When I first entered the Red House, do you remember that I was the oldest among us? You were still very young at that time. I have always been the big sister, and I have been the first in all my projects. I have always taken care of you. I also always thought that I was the one who stood out. But I didn't expect that in the end, I was eliminated because I began to grow and the potential for genetic modification was gone, so I was eliminated. And you stood out. Then, you took away all the light, and I could only hide behind you and become your support. Just because of this, Natasha felt incredible. Just because of this? What else? Melina certainly knew that this was ridiculous, but sometimes people are just so ridiculous. Then Melina didn't want to talk about this anymore. After all, so many years have passed. She looked back at herself and felt that it was a bit nonsensical. But things have already happened, and it is meaningless to talk about her anymore. They are back. Natasha looked confused. The topic jumped too quickly. The Red House is back. Natasha's face changed immediately. Impossible. They were destroyed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. After all, Natasha was also the driving force behind the scenes. We were all deceived. Melina was also a witness, because like Natasha, she helped a lot in there. She sold all the information she knew about the Red House. Although Melina was not the Black Widow, she had worked in the Red House for decades. She was a veteran among veterans. Even Dreykov might not know as much as Melina. After all, the leaders of the Red House were ordinary people, and they would naturally age and change generations. By the time of Drekhov, the leaders of the Red House had changed for 5 generations. And Melina had always been there. There was a 5-generation veteran. Do you think she knew a lot? How much harm she did to the Red House, no one could tell. Add Natasha. It can be said that the Red House had no chance of surviving at all. I saw a new generation of Black Widow candidates, Melina said calmly. You should know that we have all been trained and we can all see it. Melina was eliminated at the last minute and was considered a semi-finished product. Her words were very credible. What's more, Melina took out a video. Natasha was silent. The training methods of Black Widow are based on the nonsensical training methods left by Raven. Although it is nonsensical, the Soviet Union relied on its spirit of flying bricks to come up with it. Speaking of this, sometimes you really have to admire the Soviets. They can always break people's imagination. At the beginning, during the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union firmly believed that as long as the fighter plane flew high enough and fast enough, it would not be shot down. Based on this theory, in 1956, the United States developed the B-58 bomber with a speed of Mach 2, and began to prepare to develop the XB-70 Valkyrie bomber and SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. Even the Soviet Union was a little helpless when facing supersonic fighters. Ordinary fighter planes could not catch up with them, let alone shoot them down. The U.S. military aircraft could even blatantly invade Soviet airspace and then leave in a swagger. This scared the Soviet Union at the time. Faced with this situation, the Soviet Union developed the MiG-25 fighter in 1964. When the Victorian Design Bureau was developing the MiG-25 fighter, the Soviet high-level officials emphasized a requirement, that is, it must fly fast. To this end, the engineers of the Victorian Design Bureau used a lot of high-temperature resistant and lightweight stainless steel to build the fuselage of the MiG-25. In terms of aerodynamic layout, the MiG-25 adopted a medium-swept upper wing, 2-sided air intake, twin engines, and twin vertical tail layout for the first time, and the shape is different from previous MiG fighters. What really determines the flight speed of the MiG-25 is the two R-15B300 engines. Without considering other things, it relies on the high thrust to directly make the speed of the MiG-25 fighter break through Mach 3, which is a veritable powerful brick flying. What really made Western countries realize the horror of the MiG-25 fighter was that in the Fourth Middle East War in 1971, the Israeli Air Force used the F-4 Phantom fighter to launch the Sidewinder air-to-air missile at the MiG-25. Unexpectedly, the MiG-25 directly accelerated and left the battlefield, and the missiles couldn't catch up. At that time, Israeli pilots thought they had encountered a ghost. After investigation, Israel found that the flight speed of the MiG-25 at that time actually reached Mach 3.2. After this incident, the United States was also shocked, thinking that the Soviet Union had come up with some black technology, and began to find ways to obtain the secrets of the MiG-25 fighter. Later, it really got it, and the United States was shocked, as if it saw a car made of shoelaces by the neighbor's children next door. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated. After all, the Soviet Union was still very strong. Many people mentioned the stainless steel fuselage of the MiG-25, as if it could be made in their own wash basin factory. However, this kind of stainless steel on the 25 was specially developed. At that time, it was really black technology. There was no corresponding number for the stainless steel at all. The stainless steel of the MiG-25 is a high-nickel high-temperature resistant martensitic steel and high molybdenum high-nitrogen austenitic stainless steel developed by the Soviet Union for aerospace. It is not ordinary stainless steel, and its technical content is much higher than that of titanium alloy. But even so, the Soviet Union's spirit of miracles still exists. The training method of the Black Widow is the same, and the main focus is on a fantasy turning into reality. That was all Raven's nonsense. Her skills actually all come from her mutant abilities. How could an ordinary person train them? But those guys in the Soviet Union, who were able to achieve miracles with great effort, turned magic into reality with all kinds of patches. Natasha is the best product. Although she can't compare to Raven, she succeeded, right? It is also because of this spirit of achieving miracles with great effort that the training of Black Widow is very special, especially for them, which can be seen at a glance. Impossible, Natasha still couldn't believe it. After all, Nick Fury. Well, she seemed to have found the reason. But Natasha still picked up the phone. Director Hill, this is Natasha. I have a question and I urgently need to know the answer. Hill was very upset. Who are you? You used to be my subordinate, and now you are just a mistress. What's your position? How dare you talk to me like that? But, everything is afraid of but. Hill is now just a small, pitiful, director of SHIELD. Tell me, what's going on in the Red Room? Chapter 1612 Pain. The Red House is back. Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. once told me that they destroyed the Red House, but now, the people who killed those people are from the Red House. Natasha didn't know whether Hill really didn't know or was pretending not to know, so she just kept talking. Hill immediately became alert. After all, so many people were killed, many of whom were former Soviet agents and dignitaries who defected to them. Their killing was indeed not a major problem, but the impact was not good. In fact, just now, the higher-ups called Hill and needed S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate. Unexpectedly, Natasha sent her the information at this moment. Wait for me. Hill quickly logged into the S.H.I.E.L.D. intranet and retrieved all the information about the Red House with his director's authority. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. This was a role similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. under the Soviet Union, and it had been fighting with S.H.I.E.L.D. The intelligence I see now shows that the last stronghold of the Red House was destroyed before December 1991. Hill did not lie to Natasha, because the data did show that. By the way, let me add one more thing. On December 26, 1991, the Soviet Union officially collapsed. Did you make a mistake? Hill said. No. I think I know what's going on. Natasha calmed down now. She remembered that in the 1990s, Nick Fury had not yet come to power. At that time, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Alexander Pierce. That was also the era when S.H.I.E.L.D. developed most rapidly. The collapse of the Soviet Union accelerated the expansion of S.H.I.E.L.D. In this matter, S.H.I.E.L.D. did a lot. The director at that time was Alexander Pierce. I would not be surprised by anything Hydra did. It seems that the Red House and Hydra have some collusion, Natasha said calmly. Hill shut up all of a sudden. Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury are known as the two generations of pit kings of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is so pitted. In fact, there are some small differences of opinion within S.H.I.E.L.D. about the pit king. It's not to reverse the case for these two bastards, but they think they need to add one more person, Ms. Carter. After she regained her youth, the first thing she did was to backstab S.H.I.E.L.D. Many people believe that with her prestige, if she returns to S.H.I.E.L.D., she will definitely play a stabilizing role. At least for her and Captain America's sake, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never become so miserable. In short, these three people are people that S.H.I.E.L.D. is reluctant to mention, but has to mention. S.H.I.E.L.D. should check the remnants of the Red Room. After hanging up the phone, Melina said jokingly, it seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't even figured out who its enemies are, right? Tell me. Why did you come to me? Natasha said impatiently. Of course it's to save my own life. Didn't you fake your death and escape? No. I won't have peace for a day until the Red House is destroyed. The same goes for you, Black Widow. Natasha pursed her lips, then said disdainfully, oh, then do you think they can do it? Although it seems a bit mean to say this, I have a bigger backer now. Yes. This is also the reason why I came to you, but do you think this scene is familiar? What? This crazy way of revenge? Does it remind you of an old friend? Melina was still confident. No, Natasha refused to admit, it can't be him. Come on, Natasha, your reaction is enough to prove that you guessed it, it's him. What era is it now? Who would avenge the long-fallen empire? Who would be so crazy? Only him. Ivan Dracov. Only the crazy patriot would avenge us traitors for the motherland that no longer exists. Impossible. He died a long time ago. I saw it with my own eyes. Natasha shook her head frantically. Melina knew why Natasha was like this. Because that was Natasha's psychological shadow. You're still regretting it, right? For Nia, Natasha turned her head suddenly and looked at Melina. There was a hint of madness in her eyes. But Melina smiled. Let me tell you a secret. I was the one who told Nick Fury about Antonia's situation. I know that I can find Ivan by following her. Natasha couldn't hold it anymore. She pulled out her pistol and pressed Melina's neck, with the muzzle against Melina's forehead. Don't say it, huh? It's really strange that the famous Black Widow would show such a weak side. Don't forget, you put the tracker on Nia yourself. You also notified SHIELD and asked them to launch the missile. Why do you feel guilty now? Or, are you pretending? Natasha returned to normal the next second. You're annoying, huh? I knew it. How could you feel guilty for a little girl? You've killed a lot of kids over the years, whatever you say. Natasha, do you really think it was Dreykov? It must be him. If it was anyone else, the Red House would have fallen apart long ago. Indeed, the reason why the Red House was able to stand firm and never waver was because Dreykov was in charge. If you were not a person who experienced it at that time, you could not imagine how turbulent the society was at that time. The social trend at that time was very turbulent, with all kinds of opinions, and people were panicking. Many people were fence-sitters, and people who stood firm like Dreykov were a minority. In the political arena, the minority is always a heretic. On the one hand, he is very capable, and this reason is the biggest original sin for a heretic. After all, you are in the way. In order to get rid of Dreykov, it's not that no one used administrative means to get rid of him, but Dreykov was unmoved and steady. While trying not to let people catch his flaws, he also got rid of many enemies. But the more this happened, the more Dreykov became a thorn in the eyes of those people. In short, after using various methods, Dreykov still firmly controlled the Red House. Of course, a Red House is nothing big, and if you really want to ignore it, just ignore it, but Dreykov is unwilling to do so. He even hopes to change the situation and use the power in his hands to kill those key enemies to save the situation. Those people have tried coercion, inducement, and other methods, but it doesn't work. The willpower shown by Dreykov makes those people helpless against him. So, in the end, a group of people can only make up their minds and use the last resort since they can't win over, then humanely destroy them. Assassination is not a bright method. After all, if you do this, it also means that the other party will not follow the rules. If everyone assassinates here and there, they won't have a life, so no matter where, assassination has always been considered a very disgraceful and self-injurious method. But Dreykov is too troublesome, and he can only be humanely destroyed in the end. Nick Fury persuaded Natasha for a long time before she finally made up her mind. Melina didn't stay with Natasha in the end, because she knew that Natasha was definitely the target of Dreykov's revenge. Whether it was her defection or her using Dreykov's daughter to assassinate him, Dreykov would never let her go. It was a bit dangerous to stay with Natasha. She found a safe house by herself. After Melina left, Natasha relaxed all of a sudden. She lay on the sofa and threw the pistol aside. She was actually pretending just now. As a top agent, it is impossible to reveal her true emotions in front of anyone. At the beginning, she trusted Melina too much, so she was easily betrayed. In fact, after Melina, Natasha never revealed her emotions to anyone. Maybe she actually noticed something in her heart at the beginning, but she deceived herself and suppressed those doubts in her heart. As if nothing had happened. Just like Kai was actually not sure what was going on between Natasha and him. According to Kai's previous concept, they should be considered good friends, but Natasha gave him the feeling that they were not like that, more like a couple, but not simply that. It was hard to define. She was always so distant that it was completely unpredictable. Kai sometimes wondered if he had met a scumbag and she was keeping him as a backup. At first Kai was a little unhappy. After all, everyone who met a scumbag would have this reaction. But Kai immediately realized that he was not a good person either. Natasha was just a backup, and he also had several girlfriends. Everyone was equally divided, so no one should say anything. So he stopped tangling. It's not a romance novel, it's a matter of life and death. Everyone is willing, so let it be. In short, Natasha was indeed pretending just now, at least part of it, such as pretending to be calm and indifferent. The rest was real. Just a little bit to go, she almost killed Melina. It is true that Natasha is not a good person. In fact, when you try to distinguish an agent as good or evil, it means you are an idiot. Agents do not distinguish between good and evil, but only between positions. Position is everything. Good and evil? That kind of personal morality is not worth mentioning in the face of national interests. It's like the famous trolley problem. It seems that everyone will fall into a difficult choice because of it, but for agents, if that guy will seriously think about this problem, then he is not a qualified agent. For them, it is not a choice between crushing one person to death or crushing 5 people to death. If it is better to die on that side, then die on that side. This is the way of thinking of agents. Natasha has done a lot of so-called evil things. Maybe when doing those things, Natasha does feel a little uncomfortable, but it will pass quickly. It's not a big problem. The kind of person who wants to kill someone can't be an agent at all. But agents are also human beings, and it is impossible to really eliminate humanity. For example, Nia. In fact, Nia and Natasha are very familiar. Drekhov was not so harsh to Natasha. He even admired Natasha, a meritorious agent who had served the motherland for decades. He even thought that Natasha and he were natural allies. After all, Drekhov didn't want to believe that Natasha would betray the Soviet Union. So for a while, when Drekhov was in the worst stage, Drekhov even asked Natasha to take care of his only weakness, which was Antonia, his daughter. Antonia's mother died a long time ago and dedicated herself to the scientific research of the Soviet Union. Although Drekhov was sad about this, he was full of pride. Just like his parents, his father was a Soviet hero who died for his country. His mother was the same, a staunch patriot. This kind of background made Drekhov always regard dying for his country as the highest honor. But he was worried about his only daughter. How can a man not be a man if he loves his child? In order to better serve the country and to fight against those traitors who betrayed the country with all his heart, he had to carefully protect Antonia. Under the circumstances at that time, it was hard to guarantee that those people would not make a fuss about his daughter. He didn't know what he would do if that happened. So he simply didn't let it happen. He asked Natasha to protect his daughter. Antonia stayed with Natasha for a whole year. Natasha was infertile. In fact, almost all the candidates for the Black Widow were infertile. It was not intentional by the Red House. Instead, a large number of genetic modifications caused some minor changes in the genes of all trainees, which made their eggs unable to conceive. After all, even a minor change in genes can cause very serious consequences. The Soviet Union really didn't think that this consequence would occur. After all, if a super agent can give birth to a child, the child's talent. The Soviet Union also thought that the Black Widow could leave a little widow, so how could it deliberately set up such a crazy thing? And if they had children, wouldn't it be easier to control? Why make them infertile? This is a complaint about the setting of Black Widow. Marvel has made Big Mao completely devoid of humanity. The key is that many people still think that such a setting is very reasonable. I have to say that after so many years of criticizing Big Mao, Western European and American countries really have something. I guess in a few years, no one really knows what Big Mao was like back then. I am not a Soviet idiot, but I just think that we must look at this country objectively. People, the more they lack something, the more they desire it. The same is true for Natasha. Because she cannot have children, Natasha likes Nia, the child who has been with her the longest. But in the end, when Natasha sent Nia to see Drekhov, she firmly believed that what she did was destined for more innocent children. Although she was heartbroken and guilty before, she could at least deceive herself. But when everything was exposed, she even lost this last fig leaf. She is not a monster, she is a human being, the kind with humanity. She killed the child with her own hands and betrayed Drekhov and Antonia, who trusted her very much. So when Melina talked about Nia, she almost lost control. This is very rare. 134 mission targets worldwide, another 130 targets completed, and 4 targets failed. The losers are eliminated. Send nearby candidates to eliminate the remaining targets and losers, and then all gather in New York to prepare for the final trial. What do you mean, unlimited? We only need one Black Widow. What? That loss doesn't matter. Anyway, they are all children of sinners. They are born guilty. Chapter 1613 Prison. P.S. Okay. The extra 600 words are for free. Refresh. Go. 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 Beat him. Alexia, kill him. In a secret prison in Siberia, a popular sport is taking place, free fighting. This is the oldest sport in this prison. It is said that this prison was secretly born since the Great Purge. Most of those sent here are dangerous elements with special skills. Therefore, this is also one of the few prisons in the world where the number of prison guards is several times that of prisoners. It is said that the entire prison is guarded by 2,000 fully armed prison guards. In addition, there is a Siberian division stationed not far from the prison. Once there is a problem in the prison, fully armed soldiers can arrive within 10 minutes. The entire prison is placed on a cliff, surrounded by steep cliffs of nearly 90 degrees. There is only one entrance and exit on the entire cliff, a mountain road less than 2 meters wide and 40 meters long, with deep valleys on both sides. The depth can reach 300 meters, and with the constant wind and snow, it is almost impossible to escape from here. No prisoner who enters here can escape. So many people are locked up in this prison, and there is no entertainment, so naturally the emotional problems of the prisoners need to be considered. Apart from anything else, if these guys riot every now and then, the prison can't stand it. So I don't know which warden suddenly had a whim. Since they are energetic, let's have a fighting competition. In this way, everyone has entertainment, and those troublemakers can vent their excess energy. Because this prison is very secretive, the scale is much more relaxed than that of ordinary prisons. There are also many deaths every year. Even if a few people are beaten to death, no one cares. As long as they don't die too many at once, the higher-ups won't say anything. So the sport has been passed down, and now it actually has the intention of promoting it. At the beginning, it was just the prison guards and prisoners in the prison who had fun, and everyone bet on a few cigarettes and a small bet for fun. But later, more and more people knew about it, so the fighting competition changed. It became more and more exciting and bloody. After all, few people who come to watch this thing want to watch a fair sports competition. So the fighting competition that originally had rules has become a bloody competition without rules. Even with the development of the internet, it has now become one of the most famous competitions in the underground dark web. Every time a fighting competition starts, there will be tens of millions of bets. They even have a new name, called the Ultimate Warrior. Fortunately, the prison administrators did not completely lose their minds and have always limited the market to the Russian scope. If they were exposed, the Russians would probably be scolded again. Today is another competition day. Both sides are hardcore ruthless people. One is Yuri Boyka, the all-Russian prison boxing champion. This is a super ruthless person. He was a boxer for the money he went to prison. Because he killed someone in the ring, he was deprived of the right to enter the regular ring and could not participate in the competition for the rest of his life. He can only fight in the black boxing, but unfortunately this guy is stubborn and killed someone again. Originally, the death of a black boxing person is nothing. The organizers will take care of it, but outside the venue, the brother of the boxer who was beaten to death came to him for revenge, and he ended up beating someone to death again. The organizers will not take the blame for this. So he went to jail. After being in jail, he did not change his ways and always got into trouble. Finally, he went to several prisons and was finally selected by the Ultimate Warrior to defend the ring. Because he was going to the ring, he naturally had to have a title, so he got the title of the All-Russian Prison Boxing Champion. In fact, this title appears every year in the Ultimate Warrior competition. It was collected by the organizers everywhere. The other one was fat, with a beard and filth all over his body. He looked like an alcoholic middle-aged man that could be seen everywhere on the streets of Moscow. He was a senior prisoner in this prison. His name was Alexei Shostakov. He was an unlucky guy. He was thrown into prison before the disintegration of the Russians on the grounds of treason. But just after he came in, the big Russians were gone. Logically speaking, the big Russians were gone, and he naturally had no treason. But the magical thing was that the new government had no intention of releasing him at all. The charge was still treason. He was called the most unlucky prisoner. But this guy was extremely strong and was the most difficult to deal with among the prisoners. In this prison, prisoners were divided into two categories. One was naturally the dangerous elements, and the other was the old-timers. There were many kinds of dangerous elements, but most of them were alone. The real kings in the prison were the old-timers. The old-timers were Russian specialties. Russia had been an agricultural country for a long time, especially during the Tsarist period. The vast territory provided the Russians with an agricultural foundation, even if only the territory in Europe was counted. But just like in ancient China, there were bandits who occupied the mountains and became kings. Russia never lacked bandits. At that time, the Russian land was full of old-timers, and one by one, Russia was established later, so these old-timers were sent to the Gulag to be imprisoned, and Russia's social security did improve. However, what is unexpected is that the number of Gulag veterans is more than 10 times that of the military and police who manage them. Not only did the veterans not eliminate themselves, but they began to exchange experiences with each other, and the phenomenon of veteran upgrades appeared. This group of veterans not only formed gangs in the Gulag and thrived, but also created a famous product in the history of Russian veterans, legal thieves. What is a legal thief? This is a group of people who are proud of being bad people and doing bad things, and ashamed of doing good people and good things. They do nothing every day and are determined to be criminals. If the traditional veterans only regard breaking the law and committing crimes as a sideline and a means of generating income, then this group of legal thieves obviously regard breaking the law and committing crimes as their lifelong goal. The biggest goal of this group of idiots every day is to figure out how to not follow the right path. Others do not follow the right path for a while, but they do not follow the right path for a lifetime. From birth to death, they only do one thing: how to commit crimes quickly, well and cheaply. There is no doubt that the old guns have completed their evolution from criminals to antisocial elements. They have begun to engage in antisocial actions with great determination, and refuse all opportunities to reform and compromise with the government. For this reason, these legal thieves not only have to abandon their families and relatives, but also cannot do any normal work, and all their income can only come from crime. All legal thieves must unconditionally help new criminals, and take the initiative to take the blame for other criminals so that their accomplices can escape. In short, these legal thieves are thorough antisocial elements, and there are countless such legal thieves in Gulag. The legal thieves are extremely hostile to prisoners who cooperate with the government and think they are traitors. At that time, during World War II, many prisoners went to the front line to make meritorious contributions and reduce their sentences. When these old guns who came down from the battlefield returned to Gulag, the famous Suka War even broke out in Gulag, and the legal thieves and those prisoners who were willing to cooperate with the Mao government started fighting. But unfortunately, how could the legal thieves be better than those old guns who were trained on the battlefield? During that time, the legal thieves were dealt with badly. So the lawyer thieves were quiet for a while. But after the dramatic changes, the Gulag was abolished, and the lawyer thieves came into society. These guys immediately branched out and became a scourge. And now in this prison are the most violent lawyers. After all, the lawyer thieves are not in line with social development at first glance. Who is sick and doesn't make money to go against society? Only this group of fundamentalists were thrown here. This group of people is suitable for prison. So, the most powerful people in this prison are these lawyer thieves. Even the guards are not willing to provoke them easily. They are also happy to be relaxed. So generally speaking, the lawyer thieves will not go to the ring. This thing is not only dangerous, but also looks like a monkey. The lawyer thieves are not willing to embarrass themselves. The key is that this is not to give in to the prison. Alexei Shostakov is not actually a veteran. But the two governments played him like that, which led to a serious rebellious psychology. So naturally mixed with the lawyer thieves in prison. So in the past 20 years, he has never been on the ring. Until recently. Alexei Shostakov seemed to have a fierce conflict with the prison guards, which led to him killing several guards with his own hands. Originally, he was going to be shot. But he decided to participate in the Ultimate Fighter. Because this is the only way to avoid the death penalty in this prison. This made the lawyers furious. After all, death is okay. But participating in the ultimate fight is not okay. So Alexei Shostakov was fired by the lawyers, and the boss of the lawyers said that even if he survived the ring match, he would be cleared. This is no joke. And now, it is the fighting scene. Countless people are venting wildly across the barbed wire. They don't really care who wins. All they can bet on is a few cigarettes. As for gambling, sorry, there is not even a canteen in this prison, and no one can contact their relatives and friends. The prison will not pay for their labor. So there is no money, and money is useless. They don't care who wins, as long as it is bloody and violent enough. Alexei Shostakov was beaten in the whole fight, and he was passive all the time, looking like a big stupid bear being played with. Ms. Yelinka, this is not what we want to see. Next game. Next game, we will definitely arrange a wonderful fight. We promise not to disappoint you. A bald fat man was apologizing to a gorgeous blonde lady with sweat on his face. He is the warden of the prison, and the lady in front of him is the promoter responsible for promoting the Ultimate Fighter. She is the white glove of a powerful person, and this time she came here just to promote the Ultimate Fighter event. They plan to cooperate with the prison to promote the Ultimate Fighter. This will bring a lot of wealth to the warden and the people behind him. Today, they originally planned to show the promoter how exciting the Ultimate Fighter is, but they didn't expect Alexei Shostakov to. This fat guy used to be fierce, but he became a weak shrimp after entering the ring. This made the warden very embarrassed. Today is the first live broadcast, Mr. Warden. This will make the ratings look bad. You know, our audiences all pay to watch. If it looks too bad, do you know how many users we will lose? The warden actually didn't know where these people came from, he just knew that they were very professional. You know, the ultimate fighter has been growing wildly until now. In the final analysis, it's just ordinary people messing around, and the scale can't be big. If it really gets big, a bunch of people will be in trouble. But this also limits their profit level. Now that a professional and background partner has finally appeared, he naturally has to treat it well. Sorry. The next game will definitely change. No, Mr. Warden, you don't understand internet users. They don't have the patience to wait for the next game. For them, the first impression is very important. If we can't catch them at the beginning, they will abandon us immediately. So, we can't wait for the next game. Right now, we must catch their attention. Don't forget, in addition to paid viewing, there is also betting. If we can't catch them, they will be immediately snatched away by other entertainment. Today's society is so cruel. Competition is everywhere, so, what do you mean? Group fights. Unlimited group fighting, the entire stadium is dyed red with blood. Death, blood, is the theme. Who else will watch it? Don't worry, we will broadcast it on the underground dark web, and no one will leak it out. And, don't forget who we are. Even if someone really takes the video of this thing to report it, we can say it is making a movie. You know, some movie plots are much bloodier than ours, but if there is trouble, oh my god, Mr. Warden, don't forget what kind of society this is. Now it's a money society. These are just a bunch of scum. They are pests of society, who will pity them? We are not unlucky Europe and America here. Not so idiotic. As long as you give money, those above you will be blind. Think about our benefits, you will naturally find that the things you worry about are all small problems. Did you see that the number of people online is decreasing? Think about our strategy. According to what this woman said at the beginning, they must first accumulate enough popularity online, and then open betting, and then paying to watch is a sum of money. Betting is another sum of money, plus being able to manipulate the game, that's another sum of money. It's definitely a huge profit. The warden immediately made up his mind. Such a huge profit, do it. So the warden immediately drove a group of contestants in survival competition. But at the moment when the cage was opened, Alexei Shostakov, who had been beaten, suddenly jumped up and killed the guard at the door, and then all the prisoners became excited. So the riot began. The prisoners were all going crazy. If they had the chance, they would be happy to make some trouble. Quick! Suppress them all. The warden saw the chaos coming and immediately gave orders, go protect the photographers. There were several film crews near the ring. They were all brought by the lady. Then he turned around and planned to tell the lady not to panic, the chaos would be suppressed soon. No need. This is exactly what I want. Unexpectedly, the woman turned around and raised a gun, and shot several times, killing the other people in the office, and finally pointed the gun at the warden. Thank you for your cooperation, bang. The warden also died. Then the woman picked up the intercom. Is everything done? The monitoring room has been controlled, the communication room has also been controlled. External communication has been cut off, the gate has also been controlled, that's good. Then the woman did nothing, just quietly watched the fight below. The prisoners had the upper hand, they snatched the guards' weapons, and started to exchange fire with the guards who came. And Alexei Shostakov was like a beast, killing crazily. More and more prisoners and guards joined in, and the prison instantly turned into a blizzard villa, with the inside and outside isolated, and the killing was going on inside. Soon the killing infected everyone, whether prisoners or guards, they were fighting desperately. And Alexei Shostakov, who caused all this, came to the blonde lady at some point. Hello, Alexei Shostakov, I thought you would continue to play down there, humph. I'm just venting. If it's a little later, the military camp will probably react, then can we leave? The blonde asked. Of course. By the way, who did you say you belong to? The Red House, Tisk. That bastard Drekov is still alive. It sounds like Alexei Shostakov knows Drekov. The general is still alive, then why is he looking for me? Alexei Shostakov sneered. He and I are not friends, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have a common enemy, who? Black Widow. Chapter 1614 Magic. On the helicopter, Alexei Shostakov took off his prison uniform and put on a long-lost uniform, a set of red high-tech, not really high-tech. 20 years ago, This red tight combat uniform was considered high-tech, but with a rapid development of technology today, the technological content of this set of things is just average. But Alexei Shostakov did not dislike it. After putting it on, he touched the uniform on his body. I thought, I would never be able to wear it again in my life. I really miss it. But the irony is that the country it represents has disappeared. I am clearly on its land, but I can never see it again. The red color of this uniform is the brightest red. It represents the first country established by the proletariat in the world, and it contains the dreams of so many people. But now, yes, we have always missed it. The blonde lady next to him also looked nostalgic. She didn't look very old. Hearing this, Alexei Shostakov turned his head and looked at the woman. Dark Star. Lilia Petrovna, I didn't expect that I could still see you alive. I always thought you were dead, so am I. The woman named Lilia also laughed. It's just, I didn't expect that you, who are known as a national hero, would be abandoned one day. You know, among all of us, only you can wear the colors representing the country. You are the symbol of the country by them. Yes, I didn't expect it myself. Alexei Shostakov smiled bitterly. Alexei Shostakov, he is not an ordinary person. Decades ago, he was called a national miracle. Because he is a scientific miracle created by the great Mao with 100% independent intellectual property rights. He is the Red Guardian. This was an absolutely great title at the time. During World War II, during the Great Patriotic War, a man named Vasily Karpov picked up a baby in the ruins of Leningrad and named him Alexei. He gave him his dead wife's maiden name, so his name was Alexei Shostakov. Vasily Karpov was not just an officer, but also an excellent scientist. After the war, he returned to his scientific research position and even participated in the experiment of the Winter Soldier. Alexei also grew up under the care of Vasily Karpov and became an excellent pilot. He became a test pilot for the most secret and dangerous flight tests in the Soviet Union. For this, Alexei was awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. At that time, the research on super soldier serum had reached a bottleneck, and Vasily Karpov was even a little obsessed. He was desperate to complete the experiment, but the upper management and his colleagues felt that the research had reached a dead end, and they should not waste time. This is not a joke. They created the Winter Soldier and developed the Black Widow, but in fact they did not meet expectations. They had obvious defects compared to Captain America. For example, Winter Soldier, do you think there is only one Bucky? No. Winter Soldier is not Bucky's exclusive title. In fact, Winter Soldier is just the name of the plan. Bucky is the most stable one. All other test subjects have obvious defects. For example, they have obvious violent tendencies and may go crazy at any time, or their bodies are obviously mutated and they can't live long at all. As for Black Widow, to be honest, they never thought that they could delay aging. At the beginning, they planned to give them superhuman powers, which was completely the opposite. In short, the effect is there, but it is not obvious. After years of huge investment, there is no corresponding output. Even a state machine like Russia can't stand it. They are not afraid of investment, but they are afraid that the investment will not pay off. At least they can't see the possibility of producing a super soldier army. So in order to go all out, Vasily Karpov decided to develop the last serum against the orders of his superiors. In order to support his adoptive father, Alexei, who became a national hero, stood up without hesitation and became a volunteer. The result was very successful, but not very successful. The success was that the last serum worked on Alexei, and the unsuccessful was because except Alexei, all others failed. But anyway, it's a good start, isn't it? So Alexei suddenly became a treasure. After all, this is a complete super soldier without any defects after Captain America. But unfortunately, this thing is like a curse, it will always kill its creator. Not long after Alexei succeeded, his adoptive father and the laboratory where his adoptive father was were attacked by a bomb. The entire laboratory and the people inside were blown to pieces. Obviously, this was an assassination from the United States. Basically, don't think about it. It must be the Americans. So Alexei became the only one left. But unfortunately, the biggest difference between him and Captain America is that Captain America has been a frozen salted fish for decades, while he is alive. Captain America became a frozen salted fish, so he was deified. But he didn't have such great achievements, and he was still alive, so his status was very different from Captain America. In the end, He became a prisoner. What about you? I remember you and your brother. He's dead, Lelia said coldly. Well, that's a pity. Shut up. I know you don't like him, Pudgy. Sorry, I can't help it, Alexei Shostakov burst out laughing. Lelia Petrovna, codenamed Dark Star. She used to belong to a mutant team called the Winter Guard, which was under the KGB, the Russian intelligence department. Alexei didn't like mutants because of his adoptive father, because his adoptive father believed that mutants were not scientific at all, and being unscientific meant being uncontrollable, and being uncontrollable was naturally an unstable factor. Well, it was actually pure discrimination. He didn't like mutants, and so did Alexei. So he and the people in the Winter Guard had always been at odds, and Lilia's brother Nikolai Krylenko was the one he was most at odds with. The interesting thing is that although Lilia and Nikolai are siblings, they have different surnames, which makes Alexei always laugh at them. Lilia is a mutant. Her ability is a bit like telekinesis. Once she uses her ability, a group of black energy will appear around her, so she is called Dark Star. She can control this energy to attack, fly and teleport. As for Nikolai, Alexei called him a rebounder. He can prop up an energy field around him and rebound any attack on him. So Alexei called him a rebounder. Nikolai was very jealous of Alexei's title of Red Guardian and wanted to win this title very much, because he thought he was stronger and better than Alexei. Unfortunately, he has never succeeded. This made the relationship between the two very tense. So when Alexei heard that Nikolai was dead, he couldn't help laughing, but he couldn't laugh anymore. No matter how much he hated Nikolai at the beginning, it is undeniable that they both loved their motherland. It can be seen from the fact that they have been competing for the Red Guardian. But now, the motherland is gone, and even the competitors who have always been there are gone. This title seems to have become worthless. This means that their original confrontation was actually meaningless. It's like a child fighting for candy. It all became a joke. So he started to cry while laughing. How did Nikolai die? He never called Nikolai by his name before, but always called him the rebounder. Even though Nikolai had his own code name, Pioneer. Nikolai always liked to be at the front. Old man dead, Lilia said unhappily. She used to hate Alexei because he had a foul mouth and was racist. He was very angry about the upheaval, but he was old and no one took him seriously. Later, the new government wanted to win him over, but he refused and scolded those people severely. As a result, those people actually cancelled all of Alexei's benefits and drove him out of his house like a beggar. Because it was government property, and he was not a government retiree. Those people were so despicable. At this point, Lilia sighed. In fact, Nikolai is not short of money. Even if he was driven away, he could still live a peaceful life. Unfortunately, Nikolai started to drink like crazy, and finally froze to death on the streets of Moscow one winter, a typical Russian way of dying. It is said that every year in Moscow, many middle-aged and elderly people freeze to death on the streets because of drunkenness. But the tradition of alcoholism in this country still does not change. At this moment, Alexei understood Nikolai very well. He knew why. Faith collapsed. What else can you do if you don't drink? It's like Alexei actually went to hang out with the thieves. This is much more depraved than alcoholism. What about you? Alexei asked in a hoarse voice. Me? I'm smarter than Nikolai. I joined those bastards. I even thought that they could really make the country better. After all, those bastards in the later period made a mess of the country. Perhaps women are a little more rational than men in this regard. After the general situation was over, although Lilia was also very sad, she did not go against a general situation. She surrendered. At least there is still the Russian country, right? It's a pity that I underestimated them. I forgot that although the motherland is gone, the people sitting on top are still those people, and the new group of people who joined are not even as good as the previous group. They are all bad to the core. They don't have a country at all. They only have themselves. After they tore the country apart, they began to devour the legacy left by the country, eating themselves up. But what about the country? I regret it. In fact, what Lilia didn't say was, she was actually in chaos at the time, and didn't know what she should do or what she could do. Like most people, she chose to accept it passively. Perhaps, it's not bad to live in a muddle. Until the news of her brother's death came. She knew better than anyone how much her brother loved this country. What he regarded as faith, is gone. No one knows the pain in his heart. Every day, he read those articles that slandered his country and those indifferent people, and he even had the urge to destroy everything. In the end, he drank and froze to death. Maybe it was a relief? It was after seeing Nicholas's end that Lelia made up her mind to do something. She couldn't restore this broken country, but she could avenge it. Maybe this is what Nicholas wanted to do the most, but she dared not do the most. But she was different. She was not rational at all. She was even crazier. So, I planned to do something. Revenge, maybe a good way. Alexei, you heard too many things from her voice. Yet, what else can we abandoned guys do? Except revenge. The two were silent for a long time. It was Lelia who broke the silence first. By the way, what did Black Widow do to you? You don't know, Alexei said in surprise. You don't know anything. Why do you come to me? I just heard that you have a grudge against her, but I don't know the details. After all, whether it is Black Widow or Alexei, they are all top special agents of the Russians. Everything about them is confidential, and no one knows what happened to these two people. Of course, if you don't say it, I have no objection. After all, it is your private matter. As long as you still want to take revenge on her, then we can cooperate. She is my wife, Alexei said. Huh? This is something Lelia never knew. After all, how could these two people? Surprised, right? Alexei asked with a smile. When I found out, I was even more surprised than you. It turned out that Alexei had indeed had a relationship with a Black Widow, but at that time she was not called Natasha, and he didn't even know she was the Black Widow. The wife I know is named Natalia Elyanovna Romanova, a ballerina from the Maya Ballet in Moscow. She is not a big actress, just a small supporting role, with a gentle personality and cute freckles. She likes cooking, but her cooking is terrible. After saying that, Alexei shrugged at Lelia. It's amazing, right? I didn't even know that she had never worked in the Maya Ballet in Moscow. But she really knows ballet. What's even more amazing is that we have a child. Her name is Yelena Belova Shostakov. Daughter? Are you crazy? The Black Widow can't be pregnant. Otherwise, with her style and age, she would have a row of children. The Black Widow's reputation for being a playboy is really famous in their circle. At least everyone has heard something about it. For a beautiful agent, the most powerful weapon is always her beauty. It's normal for something to happen between her and her target, so no one would say anything. But it's also no secret that Black Widows can't have children. How could they have a daughter? It's amazing, isn't it? The hospital's certificate is complete. Impeccable. Wait. Are they the people above? Yes. Chapter 1615 Red Avenger. Alexei is the type who has a hot temper and doesn't like to play tricks, so many people worry that he will lose control. This is the fate of the outliers. Even though most people know that Alexei will not betray the country. But what does this have to do with those upper-class people? They are only worried that Alexei will be used against them. So monitoring Alexei became an inevitable measure. But the problem is that Alexei is a super soldier and has undergone complete agent training. It is really difficult to monitor him in the traditional way. So someone came up with a way. Let Black Widow meet Alexei. So Natasha successfully married Alexei, although according to the perspective at the time, Alexei got a big bargain. He is much older than Natasha. In order to facilitate Natasha, the Red House also arranged a very useful identity for her, a member of the Moscow Maya Ballet. As we all know, in addition to the world-famous Bolshoi Ballet and Kirov Ballet, there are more than 100 ballet companies with different levels and names in Russia. However, the name of Russian Imperial Ballet is not only a symbol of honor, but also contains the connotation of artistic level. Because in today's world, the term royal, which is both ancient and commonly used by modern people, should definitely reflect the top level of form, scale and art. In 1994, in order to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Maya Persitskaya's stage performance, the Moscow Maya Ballet was jointly initiated by Gitaminister Randa and the theater manager Nikolai Anokhin, and officially renamed the Maya Ballet to the Russian Imperial Ballet. During the Great Russian period, the Maya Ballet was even more popular all over the world, and Maya Persitskaya was even called the Queen of Ballet. This made the Maya Ballet's performances always full, not only in the territory of the old Russians at that time, but also in other member states. This undoubtedly gave Natasha many excuses to do other things. As long as there is a task, just say there is a performance task. In short, Alexei didn't know that the woman he had finally fallen in love with was actually a spy from beginning to end, and even to better control him. Natasha and the people behind her even fabricated a daughter for Alexei. This is of course fake. But Alexei didn't know that from pregnancy to childbirth, everything was fake. The key is that Alexei never doubted it. After all, no one would think that his wife was fake. Until later, Natasha defected. In order to give the biggest blow to the Big Mao, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only wanted to destroy the Red House, but Alexei, the red symbol, naturally could not continue to let it go. After all, he's a well-known hardliner. It is impossible to betray the country. So Natasha pitted Alexei when she was escaping. With the help of a group of people, Alexei was imprisoned with conclusive evidence. At first, Alexei really didn't know what happened. Until one of his friends finally revealed the truth. It turned out that his wife reported him and gave all kinds of evidence of treason. Of course, all this evidence is nonsense. Many people know it, but so what? They just need an excuse. Is it true or not? Does it matter to them? At the same time, his friend also told him the true identity of his wife. Black Widow. The daughter is also fake. I don't know where she got the baby girl from. This blow almost drove Alexei crazy. He has been worried about them, especially his daughter, who is only 8 years old. He has been married to that woman for 10 years, although both of them are busy most of the time. But they will try their best to take time to accompany their daughter. Of course, Natasha is busier most of the time. After all, the ballet company is almost open all year round, so Alexei and his daughter spend more time together. This makes Alexei invest more feelings in the child. What's worse is, I never knew that I couldn't reproduce. This is a side effect of the experiment. I will never be able to have my own offspring. My friend originally planned to use this to comfort me. After all, if it could not be my biological daughter, I might feel better, but he didn't know at all. This is not important at all. I was also adopted by my father. Although my father is very strict, he loves me very much. He gave me my mother's surname and treated me as his own. For me, blood relationship is not important at all. Alexei rubbed his face with his hands and said in a muffled voice. Lilia looked at the man in front of her pitifully. Compared with her brother, the experience of this man in front of her was too pitiful. Everything is fake. The country he protected cheated on him, his own wife cheated on him, and even his daughter is not his. Actually, I don't hate the Black Widow for betraying me. I'm a man. I still have this bit of broad-mindedness. After all, I didn't suffer any loss. When saying this, Lilia couldn't help rolling her eyes. Well, she forgot that this guy is actually a male chauvinist. He would never think that he suffered any loss in this relationship. Even if he doesn't think so in his heart, he will bite the bullet and say so. But I can't forgive her. She abandoned Yelena Belovashostikov, Alexei's daughter. Let's just say that. I asked my friend to find out where Yelena is. The Black Widow didn't take her away, she just threw her away. That may not be her daughter, but she lived with us for 9 years. 9 years. She has no heart. Lilia coughed twice and said, "Excuse me, this is normal, right?" After all, Natasha used the child as a tool from the beginning, so naturally she couldn't have any feelings. I know. But the child disappeared. Because she abandoned it casually, she didn't even bother to find a foster family for the child. I asked my friends to look for the child for so many years, but there is no news about the child. My poor Yelena. In fact, this is what Alexei hates most about Natasha. She lost his daughter, and she doesn't know whether she is dead or alive. But she lives a life of drunkenness and dreams in the United States with peace of mind, Alexei imagined, and his poor Yelena doesn't know whether she is dead or alive. Whenever he thinks of Yelena's lovely face, he is so heartbroken that he can't breathe. He was crushed by betrayal and even degenerated into associating with criminals. But he was awakened by despair again. After receiving disappointing news from his friends again and again, he was completely desperate. In the years when the upheaval occurred, the whole society was in turmoil. You can't imagine how a child survived in that period. In despair, he decided to take revenge. This is the only thing he can do for Yelena. I'm sorry, Lilia apologized. It's okay. After all, in that era, this kind of thing is normal, isn't it? Yes, tragedies happened every day at that time. The two stopped talking. In fact, if you really want to talk about hardship, that period is just a small matter. They're all not young. The reason why they can still look so young is entirely because of their extraordinary talents. Alexei became a super soldier because of genetic modification, so his cells age very slowly. Even though they are all old now, Their bodies are still very young. Lilia has mutant abilities. Her mutant abilities look like magic and have many incredible effects, so she also looks very young. Her brother is not good. He is like a normal person, gradually aging, and finally becomes an old man, and then dies drunk on the street. They had actually seen the war period. Alexei might not have much impression. He was still a baby at that time. At most, he could remember the decline of the country a few years after the war ended, but that period passed quickly. But Lilia was older than her and had some impression of the war. Compared with the war period, the era of upheaval was chaotic, but it was better than the war years. But that was only on the material level, and on the spiritual level, it was completely different. During the war, everyone could die at any time, but their spirit was positive. They firmly believed that they could save the motherland and defeat the invaders. They knew that they could win, even if they would sacrifice their lives for it, because they had ideals and beliefs. Tell me, who are you hanging out with now? After a long silence, Alexei asked. They had all experienced a glorious era, when they were the light of mankind and the future of the world. So after the fusion, they were so painful. So it was particularly difficult for them to look back on those memories, too painful. But those movements shaped them. So they could only mention them as little as possible. The Red Room, Tisk. Alexei, you did not forget that it was the Red Room that sent the Black Widow to him. Weren't they betrayed by that woman and then destroyed? They are still alive, that's why we can be together, right? You know Drekhov, right? I know. You know, there was an unlucky guy who was sent to prison by Drekhov among my roommates before, but after the upheaval, that unlucky guy immediately left the prison and turned into a big shot. Oh, and then he came back and was sent back by that guy now. Alexei pointed upwards. He was sent back. Don't tell me, when I saw him again, his expression was so funny. To be honest, when I saw this old friend, I began to like him. He did do some things, but don't forget, he is always a traitor, so no matter how he wants to evoke people's memories of our era, I will not have anything to do with him. Lilia pouted, obviously disdaining that guy. Alexei burst into laughter. You are still the same, petty and vengeful, humph. Don't talk about me. Can you be any better? Otherwise you would have been out long ago, and I wouldn't have needed to save you at all. Okay. I really can't forget what he did. By the way, where were we talking about? Yes, Drekhov. That guy is not dead yet. To be honest, Alexei didn't know Drekhov. Although they were all considered intelligence systems, the intelligence system of Russia was very large at the time. Many people would never meet each other in their lifetime, not to mention that those who work in intelligence don't need so much social interaction. So Alexei had heard of Drekhov, but had never seen him. He didn't have much contact with the Red House. But he had heard of him. After all, this circle was so small. He didn't die. Not only did he not die, the entire Red House didn't suffer any damage in that catastrophe. How is that possible? Drekhov is much more hated than me. I can still be locked up, at least my life is saved, but is he also a traitor? He would rather die than cooperate with traitors, otherwise why would he stay in prison? Of course not. Do you know Hydra? Ho ha ha ha. I know it too well. The whole world likes to laugh at the jokes of the Americans, and the Russians like it the most. Hydra gave the Americans an SHIELD a few big slaps, and provided a lot of jokes for the young and old men in the prison. Even the lawyers don't like the Americans. Everyone has a strong consensus on this point, whether it is the prison guards or the prisoners. What's more, during World War II, Hydra caused them a lot of trouble. At that time, SHIELD was controlled by Hydra, and Drekhov reached an agreement with them. In exchange for the survival of the Red Room, it was actually this decision that allowed many people like us to escape the purge of the era of upheaval. Many people owed Drekhov a favor in this regard. What did Drekhov sell out? But Alexei was still a little hesitant. Winter Soldier. Drekhov handed over the Winter Soldier and the results of the Winter Soldier's research. Asshole, Alexei, you didn't really like Winter Soldier. But don't forget, that thing was the hard work of his adoptive father. Don't be angry, the situation in the Red Room was very bad at the time. Drekhov was seriously injured, and was still being hit by SHIELD. If he didn't hand it over, SHIELD would still be able to get it after his death. If SHIELD got it, Hydra would also get it, Lilia said calmly. Although Alexei was still very angry, but, as Lilia said, if he didn't hand it over, what would happen? Besides, Hydra and SHIELD are both finished. Alexei felt much more comfortable when he said this. Okay. By the way, Do you know what Trikov is going to do? Revenge, revenge. Yes, look at us. Lilia pointed at herself and Alexei. Besides revenge, what other goals do you have? To whom? Those bastards who betrayed us and the country. Within the scope. Although Alexei you also wanted to do this, he didn't dare to touch some people, such as the one in power now. If he was killed, it might not be these old people who were happy, but those bastards in the West. Of course I won't take him with me. Trikov is not crazy yet. But there are always those useless bastards, right? They betrayed the country and did so many evil things. They don't deserve to live. Our target is them. That's good. That's good. Who is the first one? We have cleared a group of them, and there is only one target left at this stage. Lilia looked at him with interest. Black Widow. Alexei put away his smile. That's right. Let's become the Red Avengers. Devarishi. Alexei raised his lips when he heard this familiar name, of course. Devarishi. Chapter 1616 Warm Time. Really don't tell your lover. Melina followed Natasha into the house. With Melina's eyesight, she easily found several surveillance points. In Melina's eyes, those guys who were monitoring here were obviously rookies. They even exposed the reflection of the camera. This clearly told others that they were there. Bad review. Which one? Natasha walked in front and said without looking back. Melina felt a little bored. Who else? Of course it's Kai Wayne. Natasha did have many lovers. This woman's belt was as loose as toilet paper. The comics are even more exaggerated. I wish all the male superheroes in the comics had an affair with her. There were also 4 people who had an ambiguous relationship with her in the movie, but Natasha never took this kind of thing seriously. After all, it was her most powerful weapon. Making good use of her own advantages is the philosophy that Natasha has always implemented. No need. I can handle it myself. Natasha didn't tell Kai, not because she was afraid that Kai would know her past. After all, even her past in S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't much better. She just wanted to solve it herself. If the Red House really still exists, then, this matter is probably a personal grudge. In fact, this is very unlike Black Widow. According to Natasha's previous style of doing things, she would find Kai as soon as possible, and then bring all the people to directly overturn the Red House. Because this is the simplest and clearest, and the success rate is also higher. But this time, Natasha didn't. She chose to end the matter herself in a very unusual way. Arriving at the door of the house, Natasha rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Laura, Clint's wife. Natasha. Why are you here? Did you know that Clint is back? That's right, Clint went home after staying in the hospital for a day. Although this kind of injury is not a serious injury to Hawkeye, who has nanorbits in his body, it is normal to stay in the hospital for a month, but Clint still went home. For him, it would be more comfortable to go home and recuperate than to face the white beds and the choking disinfectant in the hospital. Clint is a man who attaches great importance to family. As long as he has time, he would rather stay with his family than be alone outside. In addition, Laura used to be a nurse with 10 years of senior nursing experience. A nurse of this level can actually be used as half a doctor. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. will provide the necessary equipment, so there is actually no difference between staying at home or staying in the hospital. I know that bastard, he won't stay in the hospital honestly. By the way, this house is nice. Laura was very happy about Natasha's visit. She knew Clint and knew that he and Natasha would not have anything shameful. Come in, this is all arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. Actually, I prefer my small farm. It's quieter there. I don't like the city at all. Clint's farm is located in a river valley. The environment is very good. Except for being a little far from the town, there's nothing wrong with it. The environment is good, the temperature is not high, there is a water source, a valley, and a large forest in the valley. It is very private and comfortable. You can play in the river in summer and play in the snow in the valley in winter. It's so comfortable. That's the retirement place Hawkeye chose for himself a long time ago. Who is she? Only then did Laura have time to ask the new guest. In fact, Laura noticed her at the beginning, but Laura couldn't ask who she was right away, that would be impolite. Now that the guest was let in, it was just right to ask. Oh, Clint and I knew each other a long time ago. We haven't seen each other for many years. This time I heard that he was injured and came to visit him, Melina said with a smile. Natasha nodded, confirming her words. Although Laura was very curious, why did Clint know friends that she had never met? Although she had indeed not met many of Clint's friends, At least Clint had told her about them, but this one. Although she had doubts, Laura still took the two to the ward. Recently, Clint and Laura have been sleeping in separate beds. There is no other way. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. She can't sleep with Clint now. It will only make her anxious and there is no benefit. Just approaching the room. There was cheering in the room. Laura said a little helplessly, "The children are pestering Clint, so, Clint is undoubtedly not a perfect father. After all, he is often not at home, and it is impossible for him to participate in the children's activities at school, let alone take the children to play everywhere. This is the disadvantage of his special job, but it is undeniable that he is a good father. As long as he has time, he will stay with the children with the greatest enthusiasm, listen to them, and play with them. So although he often has no time to accompany his children, he still shows the greatest sincerity in the limited time. Don't think that children know nothing. In fact, they are more sensitive than adults. They can tell whether you are perfunctory or serious. So children love Clint very much? Clint and Laura have 3 children, Lila, Cooper and Nathaniel. 1 girl and 2 boys. All 3 children have inherited some of Clint's characteristics, such as being active. So they like to pester Clint to play games. But Clint is injured now and can't play such intense games, so the 4 of them play the game of throwing pencils in the room. It's the kind that you say a wish and then throw the pencil into a cup or other container in the distance. If it reads in, your wish can come true. If it doesn't, I will definitely become a racing driver in the future, Clint's second son Cooper shouted, and then threw a pen. The pen was inserted into the cup accurately, but it bounced out the next second. Cooper fell to the ground exaggeratedly, holding his chest as if he had been shot. It's my turn, Nathaniel, the youngest son, said. I will definitely go on a date with Alice this Christmas. The pen hit the rim of the cup, jumped, and finally fell in. Yet, by the way, Nathaniel is only 5 years old. Clint is obviously not the kind of old-fashioned father. He said to his youngest son very happily, if you really want it, then do it. You see, you can definitely succeed. The 3 women outside the room all smiled like ants. They also stood outside the door at the same time, but did not push the door to enter. Obviously, they didn't want to break this wonderful time. Lila, it's your turn. Don't stand there, Clint reminded his eldest daughter. Lila's face was sour, because she had failed 3 rounds in a row since the beginning. It was nothing, but all her wishes were gone. I want the latest laptop. Hey, Lila. You just made this wish, Cooper shouted. Huh? Dad didn't say you can't make the same wish again. Lila shouted to her brother in dissatisfaction. Then she turned her head to look at her father and asked pitifully, Dad, is it okay? Of course, Clint had actually seen through his eldest daughter's thoughts a long time ago. She really wanted a new notebook. Of course, it was nothing. Lila threw her pen excitedly, but Clint knew the moment she threw it that this kid's wish would be in vain. Don't underestimate the eyesight of a shooter. He makes a living by this. Thinking that Lila had missed 3 rounds in a row, if she missed again this time, she would definitely cry. So he secretly ejected a small bead that he had pulled from the hairpin on Lila's head. The bead hit the pen, and the pen fell steadily into the cup in a very strange arc. Yet, I hit it. The 2 younger brothers curled their lips wildly. They were just children, not fools. They could see the obvious strange arc clearly, which made it clear that their father helped her cheat. In fact, Lila probably knew it very well, but who cared? Dad, I want an alien computer. Clint was stunned. This request was a bit too much. That thing is contraband. Lila. Dad can't break the law for this request, right? Although Clint has violated the law many times, he can't do it in front of his children. So he can only look at his precious daughter with a bitter face. Dad, you are too out of date. Alien computer. Not that alien. That alien computer, Clint didn't understand. Finally, he had to let his son come forward. He did hear that it was not what he thought, but he still didn't know what an alien computer was. After Cooper's explanation, Clint finally knew what his daughter was talking about. Lila was talking about the Alienware brand computer. Alienware is a famous North American computer manufacturer. Alienware's products all use the current most high-end and top-level configurations. They are synonymous with high-end and high quality in the industry. In addition, the avant-garde chassis makes Alienware's products extremely popular with DIY. Speaking of Alienware's alien shape, for those game enthusiasts, They may have heard of its name a long time ago. In 2006, Alienware was acquired by Dell, and the Alienware brand continued to operate as a sub-brand of Dell. For those game enthusiasts, the word Alienware may have heard of its name a long time ago, but for ordinary consumers, Alienware is a little unfamiliar. Its gaming PC is a well-known super PC, home computer, and has won unanimous praise from the industry. In terms of gaming, it has also launched a mousepad dedicated to CS. The most gratifying thing is that Alienware has gained the support of the U.S. Navy, Army, Air Force and the New York Counterterrorism Force Procurement Department with its good reputation. Alienware is a North American computer company that specializes in manufacturing some super enthusiastic PCs regardless of cost. Of course, even in North America, such companies are rare. Its product line includes high-end gaming desktops, gaming laptops, workstations, media centers and professional design PCs. The company has always maintained the concept of designing your dream PC to design products, and has won the recognition of the industry and many game enthusiasts. Their products are full of one word from beginning to end: cool. They use the hardware that you can only see in the media or even when manufacturers promote them, regardless of cost, and then match it with superb design and appearance. Such a brand of PC is what every gamer dreams of. Of course, because of this, its price is also very cool. Lila is not actually a game enthusiast, let alone a hardware enthusiast. She wants to buy that just to show off. Why do you want such a good laptop? Lila is only in the 6th grade now. She doesn't need to use a computer at all, except for watching My Little Pony or soap operas. But the laptop at home is enough. I want it. Beyoncé has it. Who? The one who married Jay-Z, my classmate. This is Cooper who added, or her mortal enemy. They all want to compete for the cheerleading captain. Stop talking. At this time, Laura outside the door finally couldn't help but push the door in. It's not a good thing for children to show off too much. And that alien laptop is useless. It's just something to make money from these kids who don't know anything. Children. Dad's friend is here to see him. Stop pestering Dad and come out. She wanted to educate Lila. After all, Clint was always away from home, so Laura had to play the role of strict father. Otherwise, Clint was not at home and was so strict, and his relationship with the children would be ruined sooner or later. When he saw Natasha, Clint was fine until he found Melina. Clint's reaction was too obvious. Not to mention Laura, even the children could see that something was wrong. Dear, Laura looked at Clint and asked. If something was wrong, call the police immediately. Nothing, Laura, take the children out. By the way, don't let them eavesdrop, Clint said with a serious face. Their family education was still good, and soon Laura took the children away. You're not dead, Hawkeye looked at Melina and asked in surprise. It's obvious, isn't it? What? You look a little disappointed. You wish I were dead. Clint shook his head and said nothing more. After all, he and Melina didn't have much friendship. If I really hope she dies, it's not unfair. If she dies, then many things will disappear. I need information about the Red Room, Clint. Natasha went straight to the point. The Red Room? Wasn't that thing destroyed? Were you personally involved? Natasha asked. That's not the case. After all, my mission was completed after you joined us. Clint did not continue to participate in the subsequent tasks, Director. I mean Nick Fury, who came back with me at the time. We didn't participate in the subsequent tasks. In Clint's view, they had completed the most difficult task and got the greatest credit. The subsequent things were simple, and they had to share some of the credit with others, right? It seems that Hill didn't tell you. After Natasha said something that Clint didn't understand, she immediately said, SHIELD was controlled by Hydra at the time. So the Red Room was not destroyed, although this seems illogical, there is actually logic in it. Hydra? Yes. How could I forget? The Red Room was not destroyed. This kind of thing seems a bit ridiculous. Their boss is dead, and there is no leader. The strongest agent was turned against him, and countless intelligence was leaked. How could he not die? This was definitely a joke. But what if it was Hydra? They did everything except good things. So Clint accepted this statement almost immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1617, Widow's Bite. If they do, it's entirely possible, in Clint's opinion, the Hydra gang would do anything except good things. It's not a big deal to let the Red House go. After all, the interests of Hydra and the US government have never been consistent. It's not that the US government is so good. After all, two real bad guys can't really play together. Hydra wants to rule the world, doesn't the US government want to? No, the Americans have always thought so and have done so. It can even be said that the two are direct opponents. When two thieves put their hands into the same pocket, what do you think will happen? Smile at each other, shake hands and make peace? No, the biggest possibility is that they punch each other. Because the other party took their share. The collapse of the big pair is actually not in the interests of Hydra at all. They hope that the two supers will confront each other more than anyone else, and it's best to go to war directly. After all, chaos is the ladder of progress, especially for Hydra. Only war and chaos can make them come to the fore. Unfortunately, the big pair didn't hold on. That involved many aspects. It wasn't that there was a problem in one aspect, but that there were problems in all aspects, and finally the result of the drastic changes was born. Hydra was powerless to do anything about it. Their power was not strong enough to control two superpowers. Tisk, why me? I and the Red House, well, we have some grievances, but there are many people who have grievances with the Red House. Why did they target me? Hawkeye said, suddenly depressed. Although he kidnapped Natasha, it was nothing to Hawkeye. After all, there were many people who did this kind of thing at the beginning. At that time, Western countries went to Russia to recruit people. Many valuable people were lured. Hawkeye was not the only one who did this. On the contrary, Hawkeye was not a professional at this. He mainly killed people. Recruiting people, this job was not done much. Because of me, Natasha said, they hate me, the enemy is not hateful. This principle is circulated all over the world. After all, they are enemies. If you meet them, just kill them. It's superfluous to hate them. The real unforgettable hatred is the betrayer. Hawkeye shut up immediately. Natasha is the symbol of the Red House, and Black Widow is the Red House. This is not a joke. Although she is not the leader of the Red Room, she is a solid spiritual leader. Believe it or not, go back to the past, grab a member of the Red Room, tell him that Natasha will betray, and see how they behave. They will definitely laugh, saying that this guy is completely crazy. Yes, the Red Room asked Natasha to kill people. But Natasha is an agent. Don't intelligence agencies around the world do this? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. let Natasha kill people after she came to S.H.I.E.L.D.? But other than that, the Red Room gave Natasha the greatest trust. To be honest, the Red Room has never done any harm to Natasha personally. As for those caused by training, that was training, which was full of dangers. No one would use their power to oppress Natasha. No one would be so stupid. The entire Red Room will serve Natasha. No one believes, and no one thought that Natasha would betray. So too, Natasha's betrayal is even more hateful. And anyone who has anything to do with her will become a target. Especially Hawkeye, it was he who bewitched Natasha. But our actions are just... Look at what the Red House has done. Hawkeye immediately became righteous. He never thought he did anything wrong. Defeating the evil empire is the most correct thing for the United States besides defeating the Nazis. As for the reason, I have already said it before, so I won't repeat it. Melina curled her lips in response. Natasha had a blank expression. Hawkeye took one look and immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Did I say something wrong? Melina and Natasha actually knew very well whether that country was evil or not. They knew the difference better than Hawkeye. Nothing. Anyway, you just stay quiet. I will take care of this matter, Natasha said. Well, then why are you looking for me? I need intelligence. I need to know where the Red House has been hiding all these years, and what it does for a living. You know, it takes a lot of money to maintain the Red House. Information. Hawkeye was a little surprised. Go find it yourself. Okay, I forgot. You are not in S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. So you are. That's right. I want you to give me your permission key. I want to enter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network and directly retrieve intelligence. What? Hawkeye was shocked. Since being infiltrated by Hydra and turned into a sieve, the newly appointed director Hill has invested all his experience in the cause of confidentiality. Not only did she spend a long time investigating the traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D., she also changed all the confidentiality measures, and even spent a lot of effort to rectify the intranet from beginning to end. This is also the reason why Natasha needs Hawkeye's key. Because all her previous backup plans are useless. Of course, for a long time, Natasha has always felt that she doesn't need those things. She is living a good life now. She has been working in the Stark Group, doing legal and public relations affairs. Because she has a good relationship with the group's leaders, she doesn't have much work, but the salary is very high. There is no need for intrigue, and there is no need to sell her body and smile. It's very easy. Of course, for Natasha, if you really let her do nothing and do nothing every day, she will not be happy. After all, she is the Black Widow. She has been doing spy work all her life. If you really let her retire, she will feel uncomfortable. So she often does things with Raven just to relax herself. You know, Director Hill will be very unhappy. Hawkeye hesitated. Hill's situation is not good, at least it is far worse than Nick Fury. Nick Fury used to be a one-man show and a devil. He dared to do anything and didn't report anything. No one knew what he was doing. But because of his betrayal, Hill's situation has become worse. She needs to report everything and ask for instructions on everything, and her autonomy has been greatly reduced. Hill needs to change this situation, and it will take a long time to improve. So now she can't make mistakes. Hawkeye certainly wants to help Natasha, but he can't cheat Hill. To be honest, Hill is really good to Hawkeye. As Nick Fury's confidant, Hawkeye didn't get into trouble because of Hill's mediation. Later, Hawkeye was able to return to his job and even got a promotion opportunity, which was also promoted by Hill. In addition, Director Hill is in a bad condition now. If Hawkeye cheats her again, he will feel bad. Actually, you can cooperate with SHIELD. I think Hill will agree. Hawkeye quickly thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. I know the limits. I just need some intelligence now. I need to judge some things. Natasha did not answer directly. Hawkeye hesitated for a while, but finally handed over the key. He and Natasha are true friends, even if there are some factors at the beginning, but that is business. In private life, he rarely finds such a compatible partner. If Natasha had no love at all, maybe he would marry Natasha. Of course, this is a personal choice, there is nothing to say. Laura is very good, at least in Hawkeye's eyes, she is the best. After all, no one can make Black Widow really fall in love with him. Kai can't, and Hawkeye's even worse. Of course, friendship exists. Natasha, looking at Hawkeye who turned around and was about to leave, he finally couldn't help it. Lila's birthday is coming soon, I hope you can attend. Natasha turned around and showed the brightest smile of her life, of course, then she took Melina away. After Natasha left, Hawkeye's smile disappeared immediately. Laura walked in, she could see that Hawkeye had a problem with his mood. Dear, what's more, she knew that Lila's birthday had passed long ago, and if she had to wait until her next birthday, she would have to wait until next year, not right away. Laura. Natasha lead. Laura grabbed Hawkeye's arm. What are you talking about? She won't come to Lila's birthday. Hawkeye was really frustrated. Why is Natasha and I good friends? Laura really didn't know this, but she knew that Hawkeye was not waiting for her answer at this time. He just wanted to talk. Because I can always know if Natasha is lying. It's really amazing. When we first met, I could tell if she was lying. I never have this ability. To be honest, I can't even tell a phone scam. I'm not a person who is good at seeing through lies, but when I saw Natasha for the first time, I could see through her. She is a master of lying. Hawkeye looked at Laura and said, there was a time when you were always suspicious, thinking that there would be something between Natasha and me. As a result, Laura punched him. Hawkeye grimaced in pain. It was not fake. After all, he was really injured. Actually, there's no need to do that. She won't lie with me. After all, she's used to lying. Having someone who can always see through her lies will make her feel uncomfortable. We can be friends, but if we're lovers, that's hell. But Hawkeye immediately became depressed again. I failed Natasha. I deceived her. It was because of my deception that she became a traitor. I guess she regrets it now. Why do you say that? Isn't her life good now? Laura seemed to be questioning, but she was actually persuading. No, you don't understand. Natasha wants to atone for her sins. What do you mean, she? Hawkeye opened his mouth, but he was not sure. Laura looked at her husband. What's the matter? No. I can't let her die. Hawkeye immediately struggled to get the phone on the bedside. Laura hurried to help. What happened? What do you mean by going to die? What happened? Hawkeye took the phone, hesitated for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. It's all our fault. We lied to take Natasha away. She killed her little daughter, and at the same time, made her abandon a child. This has always been the biggest pain in her heart. I thought time would smooth everything out, but now. No, I have to inform Kai. He dialed the phone. On the other side, Natasha left Hawkeye's house with a key. Tisk. The little brats of S.H.I.E.L.D. are getting worse and worse. After Melina and Natasha got on the car, they suddenly found that the surveillance points around them had not changed at all. Natasha said casually, "You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. has not been abolished yet. It is very lucky. A large number of agents have been purged, and with funding restrictions, they cannot add more talents. It's good to have these few people." Suddenly Natasha grabbed Melina's head and lowered herself at the same time. Bang! The car window and windshield were shot directly through. This time she didn't drive Lola. After all, it was too cool. She didn't want to affect Hawkeye's family. Melina is also an old agent. She immediately figured out that the shooting came from those monitoring points. Fuck. SHIELD is really in trouble now. They didn't even know they were approached. Press the accelerator. Let's leave first, Natasha said to Melina. Melina immediately pressed the accelerator with her brave hand, and the car immediately sped away. Natasha put down the seat, and the whole person came to the back seat in a very soft posture. She used the knife in her shoe to open the back seat and took out a bag from it. There were weapons inside. She immediately put on 2 large bracelets, Widow's Bite. This bracelet was originally the latest technology of SHIELD at the time. Because of the joining of Black Widow, SHIELD gave this bracelet to the strongest agent, Black Widow. The Widow's bracelet at that time may be relatively simple, but because it is the weapon that Black Widow usually uses, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been upgrading Black Widow's bracelet while the technology is constantly improving. After joining Stark Group, it is even more so. The technological content of Widow's Bite is already extremely rich. First of all, the most commonly used function is to release a strong current, which can instantly knock down the opponent. This is also one of the most commonly used means of Black Widow. There is also a hook rope that allows Black Widow to fly over the eaves and walls. After all, Black Widow is just an ordinary human being, and this method is still quite useful. Another very powerful function is to launch micro-bombs, which are as lethal as the small missiles hidden in Iron Man's armor. In addition, Black Widow's bracelet also comes with some communication functions, positioning functions and medical functions, which facilitates S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to communicate with Black Widow, locate Black Widow's position and detect Black Widow's vital signs. It can be said that although the Sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Some people say that Black Widow's baton is the iconic weapon, but it is not. Black Widow's baton is the standard configuration of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and Hawkeye also often uses it. Why don't I have this thing? Melina looked at the weapons in her bag and felt that she was being treated differently. They were all ordinary guns. Personalized customization, Natasha replied casually, first smashing the rear window with a punch, and then activating the smart aiming system of the bracelet. Whoosh! With a scream like a sky-high monkey, a small missile was fired. Chapter 1618 The hunt begins. Boom! A monitoring point was blown away directly, and at the same time, the red dot representing the enemy's vital signs disappeared in the aiming system of the Widow's Bite. Fuck. Can't you make this thing quieter? I almost went deaf. Melina put on her armor and transformed into an Iron Lady. She immediately stood up and controlled the car to prevent the car from crashing into the creek beside the road. I found that you complained more when I met you again. Natasha ignored her. This thing was not something she could control. Such a small bracelet could actually launch missiles. It was already very cool. It was normal to have some side effects. Tony said that he would improve this problem when he had time. But Natasha didn't care much. Although this Widow's Bite was originally positioned for assassination, after all, it used rockets. It didn't seem to make much difference whether it was assassinated or not. So this shortcoming was nothing. Come on. I'm not you. I've lived well at home for more than 20 years. Now I can only grow flowers, Melina retorted. In fact, this is how friends get along. Shut up. I don't want to be best friends with an old woman. Can Natasha tolerate this? Fuck. You vicious woman. Because it is a semi-finished product, Melina's cell aging speed is still a little slower than that of the decent Black Widow. She now looks like a middle-aged woman. Although you can see that she was once gorgeous, She is in the sunset and can only catch the most beautiful tail. This is actually the point that Melina is most unhappy with Natasha. Why do everyone undergo transformation together, but you are alone in glory, while I can only watch my face age? Maybe Natasha's rocket scared those who were chasing them, and those people stopped shooting. But Natasha still hurried to notify Hawkeye. Clint, take Laura and the kids and hide. I heard it. Laura and the kids are already in the underground safe house. Be careful. I've called for backup. Hawkeye is now half disabled and can't even protect himself, so he didn't come out to join in the fun. When he heard the explosion and gunshots, he immediately took his wife and children to hide in the safe house. It was a safe house made of 30-centimeter steel plates. It had no other disadvantages except that it was a bit stuffy. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be here soon, so there's nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Natasha saw several black shadows rushing out from several houses nearby, a row of tight black-dressed girls with great figures. If there hadn't been a gunfight, people nearby would have come out to watch the scene. There's no way. Although you can't see their faces, tall, long-legged girls with great figures are scarce resources no matter where they are. Of course, the girls all had weapons in their hands, which was a bit of a downer. Some of them rushed forward in the traffic, some spun and jumped on the roof. The speed was so fast, and from time to time they shot at Melina and her car. The bullets hit the car body, leaving countless bullet holes immediately. I told you not to act with me, and you got me into trouble. Melina stretched out her hand through the rearview mirror and shot, complaining non-stop. Of course, the hit rate is very high. In fact, the chance of hitting someone with this method is about the same as the chance of winning the lottery. She didn't expect to hit anyone, but just delayed the enemy. Give Natasha behind her room to shoot. Shut up. You're like a housewife now. What's wrong with being a housewife? Housewives eat your rice. In fact, Melina's mentality has indeed changed a lot. Her favorite thing is to make tea and gossip with old girlfriends nearby. She is almost the president of the Women's Association in the nearby community. Shut up, Natasha aimed and shot. Unfortunately, she missed. Fuck. Where did Drekhov find so many children? As a Black Widow, she knew too well how much human lives the Black Widow project cost. The reason why her Black Widow had so many backup candidates was entirely because of the war. There were too many orphans, and there were a lot of them if you just looked for them. At that time, production had not yet resumed, and a series of means of production needed to be supplied to the army. Many children could not eat. If they could join the Black Widow project, they would have food to eat and would not have to worry about starving to death. Naturally, they had no scruples. But where did the Red House get such great strength now? After all, it was supported by the country at that time, so everything was a small matter. But now, just finding people is a big problem. After all, if a region loses a large area of children, it will definitely cause a big uproar. Well, where does the Red House get its human resources? What's more, in addition to these, genetic modification is not something that can be solved by just mixing some potions and injecting them with a syringe. On the contrary, each dose of genetic medicine needs to be specially customized according to each person's situation. There is no such thing as a universal one. It is equivalent to personal customization for each person, and even after the injection of the drug, it is not all right. Many high-tech equipment is needed to monitor the changes of each person and make timely adjustments. In other words, even the beds that are still sleeping have to be specially customized. In addition to training equipment and other messy things, a huge amount of resources are needed. These are not easy to solve. Otherwise, the Red House would not have adopted a cruel elimination system. It is not that it cannot continue, but that the resources are really limited, even with the support of the country. But now these female killers. Each of them is worth the same weight of gold. No, it is more expensive than that. Where does the Red House get so many resources? Did they fall from the sky? As for Hydra, Natasha did suspect at first that the Red House and Hydra had merged. But this speculation was quickly overturned. After all, no matter how rich Hydra is, it is impossible to throw all the funds into it. At this moment, Melina and Natasha both heard a ding from under the car body. The two looked at each other, immediately opened the car door, and the two jumped out of the speeding car. Sure enough, after the car drove a few meters, it exploded with a bang. The two rolled on the ground for who knows how many times before finally stopping. At this time, the female killers in black also caught up with them. Run separately, Natasha said this and ran away immediately. Melina was stunned for a moment. Natasha, you are really amazing. After saying that, she ignored this bastard who betrayed his teammates. She got up and ran away. The black-clad killers immediately split into two teams and chased after them quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Natasha ran from Hawkeye's safe house to the downtown area in one breath. After she came to a crowded place, she immediately walked into a clothing store. In less than 5 seconds, she disappeared. The black-clad men also ran over, but they didn't see anyone. Look! She changed her appearance. A leading black-clad man immediately gave orders to the others. Then the group of black-clad men also dispersed. The magical thing is that they are so conspicuous. After all, few people would wear black tights on the street. It's not a cosplay scene. Who would not wear anything? You know, many street-shot clothes are actually worn by few people in daily life. Not to mention such entities. It would be strange if they were not conspicuous. In fact, many people have already noticed them. But unexpectedly, once they dispersed, no one noticed them anymore. If you want to find them again, you can't even see ghosts. It's amazing. At this time, Natasha has entered the subway. It is noon now, and there are a lot of people wandering around. In addition, it is a very good place to get rid of the enemy because it is well connected. The only disadvantage is that this place, the environment is really not very good. The subway in Washington is the same as the subways in other major cities in the United States. It is broken and smelly. First of all, because the United States has not paid attention to infrastructure for many years. In recent years, frequent infrastructure accidents in various parts of the United States have become a common problem. Bridge collapses, road flooding, water pipe bursts and other incidents have occurred continuously, which have had a huge impact on the American society and economy. But the impact is the impact, but the Americans still don't pay attention to it. The important reason is that there is no money. The public finances of the United States have been in a deficit state, and the government cannot achieve large-scale infrastructure investment by increasing debt. In addition, the United States is highly capitalized, and even public construction is the same. They are used to leaving everything to the market. But the problem is that capital is not willing to engage in infrastructure. Because it doesn't make money, isn't the return rate high for so much money in finance? If it doesn't work, just do something. It's faster than infrastructure. The second is political factors. At present, the total infrastructure funding gap in the United States has reached $2.6 trillion. The most important problem is that they are unwilling to invest more funds in the construction of infrastructure projects. The efficiency of this type of project is very low, and it is difficult to reap the cost. Especially in the case of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party in the United States, it is impossible to reach a consensus. There are also conflicts of interest among all parties, which is very exhausting. Take the famous Interstate 95 as an example. This highway is 3,090 kilometers long and passes through 16 states. It can be said to be a very large project, but this highway was actually built for 61 years before it was open to traffic. What is the concept of 61 years? In China, if you find a county-level engineering team, it can be built for you in 61 years. But the United States took 61 years. Moreover, after the completion of the construction of this highway, due to inadequate maintenance, traffic accidents often occur. It is now one of the roads with the highest traffic accident rate in the United States, and this is also a typical highway in the United States. There are still other highways with similar problems. From this phenomenon, it is obvious that the United States is not so concerned about highway construction. Why is this happening? One of the main reasons is that such projects do not have more economic income. The Interstate 95 mentioned here is a free highway, and after the construction of this highway, it will affect the income of other toll highways. Therefore, under the demand for interests, the speed of construction of this highway has become very slow. The same is true for the subway in Washington. It is not that there is no money, but that they are not willing to spend the money. Anyway, they can continue to make do. In addition, labor in the United States is relatively expensive, and no one comes here to clean, so you can always see garbage thrown in a corner of the subway, and the smell is very bad. In addition to the poor management and some so-called politically correct reasons, many homeless people like to stay in subway stations. After all, there is a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and people will not freeze to death in winter. No one would come to chase them away, So this place became a gathering place for homeless people. Homeless people can be seen everywhere. It's daytime now, so it's not too bad, at least there's no danger. And Natasha was sitting in a corner of the subway, but from an outsider's perspective, you would only see a dark and old homeless man sitting there, begging with a cardboard. Of course, if you have extraordinary eyesight, you will find that this homeless man's eyes are not like those of other homeless people, with no spirit and only numbness, but very smart, and he is quickly scanning those who enter the subway. She is waiting for those people to come. Natasha is not just running away. In the crowd, that is her chance. Sure enough, she soon found a target. A woman wearing a mask, wearing a black sweatshirt with a hood, and her hands in her pockets. However, it is obvious that she did not change her pants, and her tights still exposed her. In addition, although she lowered her head, she was actually very alert when she was walking. She was still scanning the surroundings while walking, but the amplitude was not large, so it was not noticeable. In addition, she pressed her ear from time to time to say a few words, and it seemed that she was holding the earphone to call someone. This was very common, and no one paid attention to it. The subway entered the station. Natasha, disguised as a homeless person, stood up tremblingly, holding a cardboard and a baseball cap on the ground to hold money, and walked towards the boarding point step by step. The woman saw the train coming and followed the crowd to the subway. The subway entered the station. The friction between the wheels and the rails and the bustling voices around made people's senses drop to the lowest. It was also at this time that Natasha came behind the woman. Swish! It was the sound of the subway stopping and opening the door. The crowd began to rush towards the subway door. At this time, swish! The woman's throat was cut, and at the same time, a pair of hands touched her all over. The intercom and weapons on her body were wiped away. Soon the crowd squeezed into the subway. When the crowd dispersed, people found a woman standing there, holding her neck tightly with both hands, but unfortunately she still couldn't stop the surge of the phenomenon. As she lost blood, her eyes began to blur. She wanted to ask for help, but the knife was too cruel and cut her vocal cords directly. With a blockage of blood, every time she tried to speak, more blood would flow out of her mouth in vain. A scream broke the daily routine of the subway station. The woman fell to the ground, and the people around her also found her. Unfortunately, the subway was also open. Many people rushed over, apparently intending to help. Well, Washingtonians are still a bit humane. If it were in New York, the people around would just dodge immediately and take out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos. And Natasha, who had done all this, had changed her clothes at some point and turned into a sports girl wearing a sweatshirt and a hood. She put the communicator she had just found on her ear. The hunt began. Chapter 1619 Death of the Widow. Number 1. Where are you? Soon a voice came over the communication. Natasha felt that it sounded familiar. But she didn't pay much attention to it. The Red House was her old employer, and there were too many acquaintances there. Who knew which one she met? Soon a voice revealed her location. No target was found. I will continue to go deeper, but I suspect that the target took the subway and ran away. At this time, a voice interrupted. This is number 5. I didn't find the target. But I saw number 6. Number 6. Where are you? In the subway station. I saw number 7 get on the train. Number 7, the voice asked. Still on the subway. Just now a black guy wanted to harass me, so I spent some time. Number 7 spoke after a while. By the way, I saw number 3 before, but I didn't see number 3 get on the train. Natasha frowned. There was actually one person on the subway, but with so many people, it was not easy to be discovered. Number 3 has died. I saw her body. At this time, number 6 continued to report. What? The target must be on the subway, the woman who spoke first said. Number 6. You continue to track down on the subway. Except for those who are still at the subway station, don't leave, lest she makes a surprise attack. Everyone else, follow me to the next station. Understood? There were 3 voices. That is to say, at least 6 people are chasing her. They are going to stop the subway. Otherwise, those people will not block her at the next station. It is not difficult to stop the subway, it can be stopped very easily. After figuring this out, Natasha immediately walked to the end of the subway. Fortunately, she chose the car at the back, so it didn't take much trouble to get to the end of the car. As for the locked door, it was of no use to her. This kind of lock, She can open it with instant noodles. Soon she climbed onto the roof of the subway. Then she laid down and waited for the subway coming from the other direction. Fortunately, when two subways meet, both subways will slow down, which makes changing trains a relatively easy thing. Soon, another subway came from the depths of the dark subway. When the two cars met, Natasha jumped to the other car with a light jump, and the whole process was surprisingly quiet. Soon Natasha sat on the subway back like nothing happened. After getting off the train, Natasha immediately found another killer in the subway station. She did not approach her murdered companion, but held her mobile phone in the subway like nothing happened. Unfortunately, she still did not have time to change her pants, and it was not difficult for Natasha to find her. Natasha did not rush to act, but quickly looked for another killer who had spoken in the communication. Natasha could not tell who was number 7 and who was number 6, but it didn't matter. It was enough to kill them all. Soon, she found the target. The killer seemed to have just come out of the toilet. I don't know if he was looking for Natasha's trace in the toilet, or just going to the toilet. Don't think that agents don't need to go to the toilet. After all, they are still human beings, not RoboCop. It's not a lurking ambush that requires you to stay still. It's normal to go to the toilet. Then she walked into the crowd, and when she approached the female killer, her clothes changed again, and she became a woman in a tight dress, wearing a hat that she didn't know where she came from. She quickly approached the target. This time she was not so bloody. Instead, she used a tube of poison, which was also taken from number 3. She knew that other killers would not approach the body casually. That would expose them. Before they could determine Natasha's location, they would not do anything that might expose them. Unfortunately, they thought well, but they forgot one thing. That is experience. Natasha has been engaged in spy work since World War II. Not to mention seeing with her eyes, she can smell the same kind of smell just by smelling with her nose. This kind of experience cannot be made up by training. This is more than half a century of experience. Ordinary people can't imagine how deep Natasha's understanding of this line is. So they are doomed to be in vain. The female killer who came out of the toilet had just taken 2 steps when she was bumped by someone. The female killer was very alert. After all, they were trained, and it was impossible for ordinary people to accidentally bump into them. Unless it was intentional. After all, she did dodge just now, but she didn't get out of the way, so she immediately grabbed the person who bumped into her. However, before she could twist the other person's arm, she was counterattacked, then her mouth was covered, and then a syringe pierced her neck, and then the communicator on her body was taken away, and then the whole person fell to the ground powerlessly. A scream. Soon someone found that a woman was lying on the ground, twitching all over, and foaming at the mouth. Another killer also noticed this side. But just when she was about to do something, a tingling sensation appeared in her waist, and before she could react, she fainted. Then I saw a man taking care of his drunk girlfriend and walking out of the subway station. On the way, the couple bumped into an old man. The man apologized politely and told his girlfriend about the embarrassing thing that happened because she had too much fun and got drunk. The old man shook his head and felt that the world was going downhill. He was drunk like this in broad daylight. Of course, it is more likely that the man was not the woman's boyfriend at all, but just took advantage of her after drinking too much. This kind of thing is very common, like in nightclubs and bars, where people go to pick up corpses every night. The best ones are at most taken advantage of, while the worst ones lose both their money and their lives. Not only are they raped, but all the things they had on their bodies are also scraped away. The worst ones, it's like a criminal show, with people who have disappeared or even died. There are so many of them. But the damn thing is that those young people don't take it seriously at all. Oh. The world is going downhill. Soon, Natasha found a dusty car in the parking lot. It looked like no one had driven it for at least half a month. After throwing the person into the car, Natasha immediately woke up the killer. It seemed to have no effect. The killer was still in a coma. However, just when Natasha was about to check the effect, the killer suddenly jumped up and scraped Natasha's throat with a claw knife, but Natasha grabbed her arm halfway and twisted it. Snap! Natasha broke her arm. After the female killer's arm was twisted off, the claw knife fell off helplessly. Natasha kicked the female killer in the chest and kicked her away. Then she grabbed the claw knife with her backhand and stabbed it into the female killer's shoulder socket. And twisted it hard. The claw knife immediately cut the muscles and nerves connecting the arm, and the killer's other arm was useless. Natasha quickly pulled out the seat belt from the passenger seat, wrapped it around her neck, then wrapped one hand around the seat belt, kicked the female killer's chest with one foot, stepped on her hard on the car door, and pulled the seat belt hard. The female killer really couldn't move now. "Tell me. Who ordered you to come? Ha ha ha. Do you think I can tell?" Natalia Alyanovna Romanova, the female killer, was so stubborn. She was screwed like this, but she didn't say a word, and she could even laugh out loud. "We all came to the same place and received the same training. Do you think this kind of torture will work on me?" The Black Widow's training was cruel beyond imagination, including torture training. This training is not just about teaching you to torture others, but also about being tortured by others. Natasha still clearly remembers the scene of the training. She and the others were in pairs. The elimination system was adopted. Everyone had 3 days to torture each other. The tortured person would be disliked you if he answered a riddle given by the instructor. As for the torturer, if the tortured person died or had a reversible disability, he would also be eliminated. Rotation every 3 days. Then, there were no requirements. Any punishment you could think of could be used, no matter how cruel it was. This training was to release the greatest malice in human nature. There was no doubt that Natasha won. And she won many times. After all, this kind of torture training was not just once. On the contrary, this kind of torture training has been throughout the entire Black Widow training plan. Until Natasha finally stood out. It would not end. So the Black Widow, no, even if it was just a candidate to become the Black Widow, had at least gone through the most brutal training, and this kind of torture was simply child's play. Traitors will not die well. Natasha. You will die with me. Not only that, the female killer also laughed, and suddenly she stretched out her legs and wrapped them around Natasha. Of course, this could not hurt Natasha, but soon, several female killers appeared outside the car. Die with me. The woman became more and more crazy, not like a normal person at all. Her legs became more and more powerful. Natasha desperately attacked her, but it had no effect at all. Even if she pulled out the claw knife and directly inserted it into the woman's thigh, it had no effect at all. At this time, a blonde woman came over. It seemed that she was the leader. But Natasha didn't have time to pay attention to her. The woman looked at Natasha with a complicated expression. Her eyes were full of hatred and nostalgia. "Kill them," the woman ordered. So all the female killers took out bombs from their waists, and threw them directly at the car without any hesitation. Then they evacuated as quickly as possible. Only the blonde woman turned her head and looked at Natasha, who was struggling desperately in the car. Then she left without looking back. Boom. Not only the car, but also the entire parking lot was destroyed by this explosion. Mission accomplished. In Tajikistan, in a command room, everyone was nervously watching the big screen. After seeing the explosion, almost everyone jumped up at this moment and hugged the people around them crazily. The scene was very similar to the scene of the successful launch of the NSA rocket. It was extremely exciting and joyful. If you look closely, you will magically find that the people here are not young. The youngest is in his 30s or 40s, and the older ones are in their 50s or 60s. Finally, this traitor has been eliminated. A bald man hugged another man, repeating what he had just said, and even tears came out. They were all from the Red House. In the year of the upheaval, they all tried their best for their motherland, but a rebellion they had never thought of made everything they had come to nothing. The motherland was gone, and many people even became foreigners. But this was not the most terrible thing. What followed was the Great Purge. All of them were stained with the blood of the separatists, and those people would not let them go. At that time, Drekhov was seriously injured and in a coma. The Red House was leaderless for a while, and everyone was in chaos and could not make any effective decisions. So many people lost their relatives and friends in this purge. Fortunately, Drekhov woke up from the coma in time and took the Red House to hide. Most people were saved, but unfortunately, Drekhov's coma still caused the members of the Red House to lose too much. So everyone here, there is no one who doesn't hate Natasha. So when they saw Natasha exploded, everyone was like celebrating the new year. Only Drekhov sat in the deepest part of the command room, holding a glass of vodka with a sense of loss, worried about gains and losses. At this time, an aunt walked in. Her family Catherine. Since that empress, many Russians like to give their daughters this name. It is difficult to explain this practice. After all, It is difficult to imagine giving your daughter a name like Wu Zixin in China. Maybe the Russians are more envious of the strong. Ekaterina used to be very beautiful, a typical girl, with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, but once a girl's shelf life expires, she immediately becomes an old lady with shoulder pain and a bear fight. Ekaterina is no exception. Now she has become a super old lady weighing nearly 250 kilograms. But she is still Drekov's secretary. What's wrong? Ivan, why do you look unhappy? After saying that, Ekaterina glanced at the mimic master standing not far from Drekov. No. Drekov found it difficult to describe his mood at this moment. Happy, of course happy. But I always feel. It's hard to describe. Maybe I should capture her alive and bring her here. No, Ivan. This is good, Yekaterina said very straightforwardly. We all know the Black Widow. No one in the world knows her better than us. If you want to kill Natasha, you should do it like that, don't give her any chance. As long as you give her a little chance, she will make us pay an unimaginable price. This is good. This is good, Drekov laughed. Yes, that's right. I thought too much? But I always feel that she got it cheap. She made us lose too much, but she died so happily. Compared with their suffering, her end is really too cheap for her. Yekaterina could certainly understand Drekov, but compared to torturing Natasha, she would rather see the current situation. They succeeded in revenge, but the loss was small. I've made so many preparations for her. Drekov was still worried. Also, Alexei and the others were just planning to go to the United States, but I can't see them meet. Don't think about the past. We should look forward. Revenge has just begun, and there are still so many bastards who need us to collect debts. We can't stop here, Ekaterina immediately said to Drekov. Don't forget our dreams. We will eventually rebuild our country. Our career has just begun, Drekov laughed. Yes. That's right. There are still so many bastards and so many things to do. We still have a long way to go. Natasha is not worth occupying too much of our thoughts. You are right. Thanks to you, Katyusha. In Russian custom, Katyusha is a nickname for the female name Ekaterina. Chapter 1620 Destined to be Cruel. After the psychological preparation, Drekov came to the center of the command room again. Comrades, I know everyone is very happy. Perhaps, this is even one of the happiest days of your life, but I still have to interrupt your celebration here. We have more important things to do. At this time, everyone raised their cups and bottles and shouted, Black Widow! Black Widow! Black Widow! Black Widow! Seeing that his people were so motivated, even Drekov, who was known for his seriousness and harshness, couldn't help but smile. That's right. Our shame is gone, which means that a new Black Widow is about to be born. Everyone cheered again. Some people said that they were betrayed by the Black Widow, so why do they care so much about this title? Shouldn't they hate this title? Of course, it stands to reason that it is true. But they didn't consider the growth environment of these people. What was the original intention of the Red House when it was first established? It was the Black Widow Project. They were established to produce and train Black Widow. It can be said that every aspect of them is closely related to Black Widow. Even after Natasha became Black Widow, Red House changed from a training and scientific research institution to an intelligence agency and began to carry out external tasks. Red House has been serving Black Widow since its establishment. Without Black Widow, there would be no them. Black Widow has a very special meaning to Red House. That's right. The original shame was wiped out by our own hands. Now, we fulfill our duties and let the real Black Widow appear again. With the voice of Drekov, everyone raised their arms again. But I decided to leave the birth of Black Widow to tomorrow, so today, you have a day off, you can have fun, but tomorrow you must give me the best mental state to meet new challenges. Who doesn't like to take a holiday? Especially at this time, the long-cherished wish has finally come true, and everyone must celebrate. After that, he raised the water of life in his hand and took a big sip. Such wild behavior is really rare in Drekov's limited life. Back then, he didn't even have a happy wedding. With Drekov's example, everyone started to party. Fortunately, the Russians' party methods were relatively poor, without so many messy things, just drinking. I thought you would send everyone back to work. Ekaterina looked at Drekov, who came out with a red face, and said jokingly. They and I have been holding back for too long. We all carry national hatred and family hatred. Those hatreds have made us breathless. Sometimes, I can't hold on myself. let alone them. It's time to relax. I'm afraid they will be crushed. Drekhov doesn't like to drink. As for the reason, it's simply that his alcohol tolerance is really poor. Moreover, since the attack, a quarter of his liver was cut off in the subsequent operation, which made him not drink for many years. Today is the most indulgent moment in my life. Ekaterina seemed to have thought of something, and her expression was a little hesitant. My Katyusha, what do you want to say? You can say whatever you want to me at any time. No, Ivan, it's not my business. I just think those girls. Drekhov knew what Ekaterina wanted to say. He was not angry. After all, he and Ekaterina had known each other for more than 30 years. They were like family members. He knew her too well. I don't want to repeat this question. But this is their fate, isn't it? From the moment we found them, they must accept this fate. This is the debt owed by their fathers. The Black Widow Project requires a lot of children of the right age, which is why the Black Widow Project was stopped after only one phase. Back then, after the war, there was scorched earth everywhere, and there were many orphans. These orphans had no ability to resist risks, and many of them might starve to death. So the Black Widow Project had oil to carry out. But after the war, the country recovered quickly and people's lives began to improve. At that time, it was impossible for the Black Widow Project to gather so many children. No one will hand over their children to them. Don't imagine the Russians as demons. Although they have problems, they are also a normal regime and cannot do such inhumane things. So the Black Widow Project was forced to stop. This is why there has only been Natasha and the Black Widow for so many years. The development of the Red House Intelligence Department is also inseparable from this. After all, there are no children for them to train. If they don't find a way out, they will have to close down. All organizations will intentionally or unintentionally develop and strengthen themselves, and the Red House is a typical example. Let's get back to the point. With the dramatic changes, the Red House suffered a heavy blow and had to hide. Fortunately, Drekhov is an excellent leader. His position is firm, but it does not mean that he has not found a way out. As early as the turbulent tide, Drekhov began to look for a way out. Even if the worst happened, Drekhov needed to preserve the strength of the Red House. At that time, Drekhov was still dreaming of restoring his country. He felt that the country would need the power of the Red House. So long before the turbulent tide, Tajikistan was secretly selected, and a deal was reached with local leaders and various factions here. The reason for choosing this place is, of course, because it has a low sense of presence. Not only in the world, but even in the Soviet system, Tajikistan is a small transparent place among the small transparent ones. Because of the geographical environment of the country, it is actually very closed, and it is also a corner of the world map. There are no eye-catching resources, and the strategic location is not outstanding. It belongs to the existence that no one is willing to take a second look at it. There used to be many places used for secret research during the Soviet period. Drekhov's level can access such secrets, so Drekhov used his resources, whether coercion or cooperation, to let local leaders help him expand several secret bases and began to secretly transfer some assets of the Red House. All of this was done in secret. In order to ensure that these secret bases would not be discovered by later generations, Drekhov also used his authority to delete the traces of the existence of those secret bases. Even if later generations accept a legacy of the Soviet Union, they will not discover the secrets here. Afterwards, a dramatic change still occurred, and Drekhov was seriously injured and fell into coma. Perhaps it was luck that Drekhov's coma happened to allow him to avoid a most turbulent moment. At that time, if he was still alive, he would have to do something. At that time, it would be difficult for him to hide himself. But as he fell into coma, the Red House was leaderless and accomplished nothing. Everyone subconsciously thought that Drekhov was really dead. This actually saved him from disaster. After waking up, Drekhov despaired and found that everything was over and there was no way to save it. So he decisively traded with Hydra, and then took the Red House directly into the mountains of Tajikistan. In order to ensure the operation of the organization, in addition to secretly controlling the country of Tajikistan, he also needed more external funds. It is not difficult to control this country. Anyway, this country has no sense of existence. As long as he does not commit suicide, no one will pay attention to him. In politics, Drekhov took a laissez-faire approach and had no sense of existence. He also secretly absorbed funds through this country. As for external funds, he chose the most despised approach. That is to run into the dark world. Become a criminal. Don't think it's nothing. You know, Drekhov and everyone in the Red House received the most formal education. Their living environment and education made them have no good feelings towards criminals. But for survival, everything is a small problem. It just so happened that Eastern Europe was still in chaos at that time. This gave Drekhov many opportunities. For example, fishing in troubled waters, making a lot of money, and human trafficking. Yes, human trafficking. The most important of them is to target those bastards who betrayed the country. Don't think that those people will definitely have a good end. After all, the power struggle is very cruel. The formation of a new political structure means a big reshuffle. There's only so much power. You have more, I have less, and those politicians who have not really experienced the so-called Western democracy are actually difficult to adapt to the rules of the game. This also led to the fact that after the initial upheaval, the rules of the game are gone. All kinds of monsters and ghosts, all kinds of ghost operations emerge in an endless stream. The political game was originally a game, but many regions turned the game into a fight, and even further developed it into a bloody game. The new rules were not formed, and the old rules were abandoned. Then disorderly competition became the most handy way. What happened in the meantime can't be written in several books. And Drekhov fanned the flames, and at the same time, he added insult to injury to those criminals, destroyed their bodies, and took away their daughters. Of course, Drekhov was not so obedient. Not only the blood of those criminals, but also the children of ordinary people who couldn't survive. So don't think Drekhov is a good person. Of course, Drekhov also had reasons to convince himself, that is, these people betrayed the country. After all, if they didn't betray, the drastic changes would not have happened. This is a bit crazy. But the entire Red House basically accepted such a setting smoothly. On the one hand, people will always find a reasonable reason for their behavior, at least it looks reasonable. No matter how weird the logic is, as long as it is self-consistent in themselves, it's fine. On the other hand, many people in the Red House actually think so. After all, they didn't betray the country. In their eyes, all the guys who accept the status quo are traitors. It's a bit crazy. Drastic changes are not what ordinary people want at all. You should know that in the last referendum, more than 70% of the people in all member states did not agree with drastic changes. But it was useless. Their opinions were quietly ignored. So these people are a little bit sick. I know, but I think it's too. Ekaterina knew that this matter must be carried out. Cultivating a new Black Widow to clean the last stain of the Red House is what everyone dreams of, including her. So she originally planned to say it was too cruel, but she felt that it was inappropriate to say so she changed it to, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Each of these candidates has cost us so much resources and effort. If they are consumed in the mutual slaughter, that means that our investment will be wasted. Ekaterina was actually soft-hearted. After all, she also had daughters, and she watched those girls grow up. She really couldn't bear it. Drekhov certainly understood his secretary. I know what you mean, Katyusha. But I'm sorry, this has been decided long ago. Without going through the final test, we can't get a Black Widow. However, I can promise that I will send people to try their best to recover those losers, if they can still survive. Drekhov didn't say the last sentence. With Natasha's betrayal, the Red House certainly couldn't always be immersed in self-pity. They were also studying why Natasha would betray. Finally, they came to a conclusion. They gave Natasha free will. They never thought that Natasha would betray, so naturally they didn't monitor and guide her psychology. Then a group of crazy people in the Red House immediately went to extremes. Since free will is not desirable, don't give them the opportunity to be free. Brainwashing. Monitoring. Plus a mind chip. The three-piece set is arranged directly. Make all candidates unable to betray, both psychologically and physically. Brainwashing and monitoring are not mentioned. Here I want to focus on the mind chip. This is an upgraded version of the chip in Antonia's brain, and it is also a more brutal version. It is directly implanted into the brains of all candidates, in the area of the brain responsible for cognition. Although it will not seize the candidate's mind, it can affect or even change the candidate's cognition. Although it is mild, it is enough. Remember the girl's performance when Natasha was blown to death? That is, the mental chip was activated, which changed her cognition. She turned Natasha into her enemy, with great hatred, the kind of hatred that she would not hesitate to die together. Otherwise, a slightly normal person would not be so determined. There is no way out for yourself. It is also because of that chip that other candidates rush to the scene so quickly, otherwise it would not be so easy to find Natasha. The chip locates others. So when the final competition begins, in the eyes of those candidates, the companions they see are no longer the previous companions, but strangers. After the final trial is completed, they will tell the truth to the final winner and completely crush the opponent's psychology. After that, complete the last step. Carry out the final brainwashing and upgrade the mental chip. Let the last Black Widow become a killing machine that is cunning, fierce and will never betray. So this fight is destined to be cruel. After completing the psychological preparation, Drekhov came to the center of the command room again. Comrades, I know everyone is very happy, perhaps, this is even one of the happiest days of your life. But I still have to interrupt your celebration here, we have more important things to do. At this time, everyone raised their cups and bottles and shouted wildly, Black Widow! Black Widow! Black Widow! Black Widow! Seeing that his subordinates were so motivated, even Drekhov, who was known for his seriousness and harshness, couldn't help but smile. That's right. Our shame is gone, which means that a new Black Widow is about to be born. Everyone cheered again. Some people said that they were betrayed by the Black Widow, so why do they care so much about this title? Shouldn't they hate this title? Of course, it stands to reason that it is true. But they didn't consider the growth environment of these people. What was the original intention of the Red House when it was first established? It was the Black Widow plan. They were established to produce and train Black Widow. It can be said that every aspect of them is closely related to Black Widow. Even after Natasha became Black Widow, Red House changed from a training and scientific research institution to an intelligence agency and began to carry out external tasks. Red House has been serving Black Widow since its establishment. Without Black Widow, there would be no them. Black Widow has a very special meaning to Red House. That's right. The original shame was wiped out by our own hands. Now, we fulfill our duties and let the real Black Widow appear again. With the voice of Drekhov, everyone raised their arms again. But I decided to leave the birth of Black Widow to tomorrow, so today, you have a day off, you can have fun, but tomorrow you must give me the best mental state to meet new challenges. Who doesn't like to take a holiday? Especially at this time, the long-cherished wish has finally come true, and everyone must celebrate. After that, he raised the water of life in his hand and took a big sip. Such wild behavior is really rare in Drekhov's limited life. Back then, he didn't even have a happy wedding. With Drekhov's example, everyone started to party. Fortunately, the Russians' party methods were relatively poor, without so many messy things, just drinking. I thought you would send everyone back to work. Ekaterina looked at Drekhov, who came out with a red face, and said jokingly, they and I have been holding back for too long. We all carry national hatred and family hatred. Those hatreds have made us breathless. Sometimes, I can't hold on myself, let alone them. It's time to relax. I'm afraid they will be crushed. Drekhov doesn't like to drink. As for the reason, it's simply that his alcohol tolerance is really poor. Moreover, since the attack, a quarter of his liver was cut off in the subsequent operation, which made him not drink for many years. Today is the most indulgent moment in my life. Ekaterina seemed to have thought of something, and her expression was a little hesitant. My Katyusha, what do you want to say? You can say whatever you want to me at any time. No, Ivan, it's not my business. I just think those girls. Drekhov knew what Ekaterina wanted to say. He was not angry. After all, he and Ekaterina had known each other for more than 30 years. They were like family members. He knew her too well. I don't want to repeat this question. But this is their fate, isn't it? From the moment we found them, they must accept this fate. This is the debt owed by their fathers. The Black Widow project requires a lot of children of the right age. Which is why the Black Widow project was stopped after only one phase. Back then, after the war, there was scorched earth everywhere, and there were many orphans. These orphans had no ability to resist risks, and many of them might starve to death. So the Black Widow project had oil to carry out. But after the war, the country recovered quickly and people's lives began to improve. At that time, it was impossible for the Black Widow project to gather so many children. No one would hand over a child to them. Don't imagine Russia as a devil. Although they have problems, they are also a normal regime and it is impossible for them to do such inhumane things. So the Black Widow project was forced to stop. This is why for so many years, There was only Natasha and Black Widow. The Red House's development into an intelligence department is also inseparable from this. After all, there are no children for them to train. If they don't find a way out, they will have to close down. All organizations will intentionally or unintentionally develop and strengthen themselves, and the Red House is a typical example. Let's get back to the point. With the dramatic changes, the Red House suffered a heavy blow and had to hide. Fortunately, Drekhov is an excellent leader. His position is firm, but it does not mean that he has not found a way out. As early as the turbulent tide, Drekhov began to look for a way out. Even if the worst happened, Drekhov needed to preserve the strength of the Red House. At that time, Drekhov was still dreaming of restoring the country. He felt that the country would need the power of the Red House. So long before the turbulent tide, Tajikistan was secretly selected, and a deal was reached with local leaders and various factions here. The reason for choosing here is, of course, because the sense of existence here is low. Not only in the world, but even in the Soviet system, Tajikistan is also a small transparent among the small transparent. Because of the geographical environment of the country, this place is actually very closed, and it is also a corner of the world map. There are no eye-catching resources, and the strategic location is not outstanding. It belongs to the existence that no one wants to take a second look at it. There used to be many places used for secret research during the Soviet period. Drekhov's level can access such secrets, so Drekhov used his resources, whether coercion or cooperation, to let local leaders help him expand several secret bases and began to secretly transfer some assets of the Red House. All of this was done in secret. In order to ensure that these secret bases would not be discovered by later generations, Drekhov also used his authority to delete the traces of the existence of those secret bases. Even if later generations accepted the legacy of the Soviet Union, they would not discover the secrets here. Afterwards, drastic changes still occurred, and Drekhov was seriously injured and unconscious. Perhaps it was lucky that Drekhov's coma happened to allow him to avoid the most turbulent moment. At that time, if he was still alive, he would have to do something, and at that time, it would be difficult for him to hide himself. But as he fell into coma, the Red House was leaderless and accomplished nothing. Everyone subconsciously thought that Drekhov was really dead. This saved him from death. After waking up, Drekhov despaired and found that everything was over and there was no way to save it. So he decisively made a deal with Hydra, and then took the Red House directly into the mountains of Tajikistan. In order to ensure the operation of the organization, in addition to secretly controlling the country of Tajikistan, he also needed more external funds. It is not difficult to control this country. Anyway, this country has no sense of existence. As long as he does not commit suicide, no one will pay attention to him. In the political industry, Drekhov took a laissez-faire approach and had no sense of existence. He also secretly absorbed funds through this country. As for external funds, he chose the most despised approach. That is to rush to the dark world. Become a criminal. Don't think this is nothing. You know, Drekhov and everyone in the Red House received the most formal education. Their living environment and education made them have no good feelings towards criminals. But in order to survive, everything is a small problem. Coincidentally, Eastern Europe was still in chaos at this time. This gave Drekhov many opportunities. For example, he fished in troubled waters, made a lot of money, and sold people. That's right, it was human trafficking. The most important thing was to target those bastards who betrayed the country. Don't think that those people will definitely have a good end. After all, the power struggle is very cruel. The formation of a new political structure means a big reshuffle. There is only so much power. You have more, I have less, and those politicians who have not really experienced the so-called Western democracy are actually very difficult to adapt to the rules of the game. This also led to the fact that after the initial upheaval, the rules of the game are gone. All kinds of monsters and ghosts, all kinds of ghost operations emerge in an endless stream. The political game was originally a game, but many regions turned the game into a fight, and even further developed it into a bloody game. The new rules were not formed, and the old rules were abandoned. Then disorderly competition became the most handy way. What happened in the middle could not be written in a few books. And Drekhov fanned the flames, and at the same time, he added insult to injury to those sinners, destroying their bodies and taking away their daughters. Of course, Drekhov is not so disciplined. Not only the blood of those criminals, but also the children of ordinary people who can't survive are accepted. So don't think Dreykov is a good person. Of course, Dreykov also has reasons to convince himself, that is, these people have betrayed the country. After all, if they don't betray, the drastic change will not happen. This is a bit crazy. But the entire Red House basically accepted such a setting smoothly. On the one hand, people will always find a reasonable reason for their behavior, at least it looks reasonable. No matter how weird the logic is, as long as it is self-consistent in their own minds. On the other hand, many people in the Red House actually think so. After all, they didn't betray the country. In their eyes, all the guys who accept the status quo are traitors. They are more or less crazy. Drastic changes are not what ordinary people want at all. You must know that in the last referendum, more than 70% of the people in all member states did not agree with the drastic changes. But it's useless. Their opinions were quietly ignored. So these people are more or less sick. I know, but I think it's too. Ekaterina knew that this matter had to be carried out. Cultivating a new Black Widow to clean the last stain for the Red House was what everyone dreamed of, including her. So she originally planned to say that it was too cruel, but she felt that it was not appropriate to say so she changed it to, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Each of these candidates has cost us so much resources and effort. If they are consumed in mutual slaughter, that means that our investment will be wasted. Ekaterina was actually soft-hearted. After all, she also had daughters, and she also watched those girls grow up. She really didn't have the heart to do it. Dreykov certainly understood his secretary. I know what you mean, Katyusha. But I'm sorry, this has been decided long ago. Without going through the final trial, we can't get the Black Widow. However, I can promise that I will send people to try their best to recover those losers, if they can still survive. Dreykov didn't say the last sentence. With Natasha's betrayal, of course the Red House couldn't always be immersed in self-pity. They were also studying why Natasha betrayed. Finally, they came to a conclusion. They gave Natasha free will. They never thought that Natasha would betray, so naturally they did not monitor or guide her psychology. Then the group of crazy people in the Red Room immediately went to extremes. Since free will is not desirable, they will not be given the opportunity to be free. Brainwashing. Monitoring. Plus a mind chip. The three-piece set is directly arranged. All candidates cannot betray, whether psychologically or physically. Brainwashing and monitoring are not mentioned. Here we should focus on the mind chip. This is an upgraded version of the chip in Antonia's brain, and it is also a more brutal version. It is directly implanted in the brains of all candidates, in the area where the brain is responsible for cognition. Although it will not seize the candidate's mind, it can affect or even change the candidate's cognition. Although it is mild, it is enough. Remember the girl's performance when Natasha was blown to death? That is, the mind chip was activated, which changed her cognition. She turned Natasha into her enemy, with incomparable hatred, the kind of hatred that would not hesitate to perish together. Otherwise, a slightly normal person would not be so resolute. There is no escape route for themselves. It was also because of that chip that the other candidates arrived at the scene so quickly, otherwise it would not be so easy to find Natasha. That chip located the others. So when the final competition began, in the eyes of those candidates, the companions they saw were no longer the same companions as before, but strangers. After the final trial, they would tell the truth to the final winner and completely crush the opponent's psychology. After that, the last step would be completed. Carry out the final brainwashing and upgrade the mind chip. Let the final Black Widow become a killing machine that is cunning, fierce and will never betray. So this fight is destined to be cruel. Chapter 1621 Retribution. What about Yelena? Yekaterina suddenly spit out a name. Can't we give the child a chance? After all, Alexei has agreed to cooperate with us. Yelena, the daughter of Natasha and Alexei. But the real truth is that Yelena is a baby girl found by the Red House, pretending to be their daughter. Yelena herself actually doesn't know her own life experience. She has always only known that she is the child of Natasha and Alexei. Before Natasha betrayed the Red House, she was actually the first to betray Alexei. It was she and S.H.I.E.L.D. who framed Alexei together, and the Red House believed her. After all, she was originally arranged to be with Alexei in order to monitor Alexei. After Alexei was arrested, Natasha originally planned to bring the child to the United States and give her a normal life. But during that time, she had no way to leave. After all, the Red House had not been destroyed at that time, and Yelena was arranged by the Red House to be adopted by an honest couple. She couldn't leave the Red House's sight. If she disappeared, the Red House would be alert. Natasha originally planned to take her away after everything was settled. As a result, in short, Natasha got the news that Yelena was dead. Of course, all this was done by the Red House. Yelena always thought that she was abandoned by her mother. She didn't know that her father was still alive and had been looking for her. The Red House never told her the truth, but only deepened the fact that Natasha abandoned her. Perhaps out of hatred, Yelena worked harder than everyone else. She also had the best grades among all the candidates. Ekaterina liked Yelena very much because she was the same age as her daughter. Over the years, Ekaterina also took good care of Yelena. This is why Ekaterina would plead for her. She is our best student, Katyusha, but it was precisely because of her excellence that Drekhov could not give up on her. She will be the final winner, but what about Alexei? If he knows, then don't let her know, Drekhov said in a deep voice. It's been more than 20 years, and with genetic modification, Alexei, you can't recognize her, but Ekaterina wanted to say something. Katyusha, Drekhov looked at Ekaterina dimly. She is Natasha's daughter, but everyone knows that Natasha abandoned her. Natasha has always used Yelena as her tool. It's not Yelena's fault, I know. But she is Natasha's daughter, Drekhov emphasized again. Everyone thinks so, and hates her for this. Hatred is unreasonable. Don't go against everyone, even if it's because of your kindness. Natasha is dead, but hatred will not dissipate so easily. So don't go against everyone, do you think so too? Drekhov didn't say anything, but turned his chair and turned his face to Antonia, who had been standing behind him. Seeing Antonia like a robot, Ekaterina sighed. She knew that Drekhov would hate Natasha more than anyone else. Antonia, the softest existence in Drekhov's heart, because of her, Drekhov, who seemed like a devil to others, would smile gently. At that time, he looked like a normal person. But since that incident, Drekhov has never smiled again. Hatred is unreasonable, but hatred has its source. Where am I? The first thing Natasha saw when she opened her eyes was a ceiling full of murals, which looked a bit like the dome of a church, but the style and content of the murals were the types Natasha had never seen before. Is this heaven? Natasha suddenly became stupid. Soon Natasha herself overturned this ridiculous speculation. Let's not talk about whether there is a heaven or not. Just from what she did in this life, even if God was blind, he would not let her go to heaven. Soon, in a daze, a group of people in white coats walked in. Then Natasha fainted again. It seems that the explosion has caused some problems with my brain. This was Natasha's last thought before she fainted. When she woke up again, Natasha found that she had been moved to another room. This room was by the lake. From the bed, she could see the sparkling water outside. There seemed to be a balcony and a garden next to it. How is it? Much better. Kai's voice relaxed Natasha's originally tense nerves a lot. After all, when she woke up, she found herself in a place she didn't recognize at all. It was never too careful. I'm not dead. Natasha struggled to sit up, and Kai immediately walked over and helped her sit up. That's nonsense. How can you see me if you're dead? Kai said. Where is this? Natasha asked the second question she cared about most. My secret base, Kai said with a smile. At this time, Natasha was in a good mood to observe the place where she was carefully. Well, the temperature is very comfortable, and there is no problem with air circulation. I also smelled the fragrance of flowers and other smells. It is not underground. It seems that the lake outside the window is real. From the humidity and temperature in the air, I should be somewhere in the cold temperate zone. The style of the building is very classical, but not any classical style I know. Is it neoclassicism? Well, this is a word I invented, you don't have to care, but this style has never existed. The sun outside, is it noon now? But it doesn't look like it. Damn it, what's wrong with this light? Why can't I tell the angle of the light? Finally, Natasha gave up. Okay, where's this? Well, Kai also had a headache. If possible, Kai didn't want this place to be exposed to more people. However, Natasha teleported here, and he couldn't drive her away. In fact, Kai really thought about sending her to the surface when she was unconscious. But she was seriously injured at the time, and Kai didn't have the heart to do it. This is the inner world of the Earth. A dangerous but fantastic world, and this is also my secret base. Kai helped Natasha get a glass of water and handed it to her. The center of the Earth, the one by Jules Verne, Jules Verne is the most important figure in the history of science fiction. His works have a great influence on advanced science fiction literature and even modern science. Simon Lake, the inventor of the submarine, said in his autobiography that Jules Verne is the general guide of my life's work. Rear Admiral Byrd said that Verne was his guide after flying over the North Pole. Balloon and deep-sea explorer Picard and radio inventor Marconi all agreed that Verne was the person who inspired them to invent. Many of Jules Verne's works are widely circulated. According to UNESCO data, Verne is the second most translated writer in the world. According to the latest statistics from UNESCO, there are 4,751 translations of Verne's works worldwide. He is also the French writer with the most translated works in the world in 2011. In France, 2005 was designated as the Verne year to commemorate the 100th anniversary of his death. So when Kai mentioned the inner world, Natasha's first reaction was this: "It's not science fiction, it's real. And, don't you know that our real world is even more science fiction than science fiction?" Kai said unhappily. Natasha drank some water and felt much better. She struggled to stand up, and then with Kai's support, she walked to the window, and then she saw that above the sky, where the white clouds did not cover, there were actually crystal mountains. It was as if they were standing in an upside-down world. "Okay, I believe it a little," Natasha then asked. "Then the third question, why am I here? Remember your bracelet? There is a teleportation device in it. Stark installed it for you. When you encounter life-threatening situations, it will automatically teleport you here. Stark invented this thing a long time ago, and he and Pepper both had it. Later, when Natasha upgraded her equipment, she installed it. If I hadn't worn the bracelet, that's right, you would have been dead. You should be thankful that you were wearing the bracelet at that time." Natasha felt much more relaxed, and she continued to ask, "Why didn't you tell me in advance? This is a secret. I don't want more people to know about this place," Kai said simply. However, less than a second after he finished speaking, he heard Peter and Gwen talking while pushing the door in. "I heard that Miss Romanoff has woken up. It's okay." Then he saw Kai holding Natasha standing by the window waiting for him. "Excuse me, we went the wrong way." Peter immediately ran away with his friends. By the way, he even closed the door. He is really a polite child. "Keep it a secret, huh?" Natasha looked at Kai with a smile. "Well, they are here for special training, and I'm afraid that they will mess around and lose their lives one day," Kai tried to explain. "Well, in fact, I don't trust Natasha very much. There is no way. This is the Black Widow." Natasha was not really angry. She is not a little girl. Besides, she and Kai only had a physical relationship, and the relationship was. If you say there was no relationship, that was absolutely nonsense. But if you say how deep it was, that was also nonsense. After all, even Natasha herself was not sure whether she would really fall in love with someone. Although Kai did not tell her the secret of the inner world, he still asked Tony to install the teleportation device on her bracelet and told her the truth. This was already quite trusting. The biggest secret about the Earth is hidden here, and it also contains a huge amount of energy. You should be able to understand what kind of storm these things will cause. Then these children, oh, even if they want to say it, someone has to listen, Kai said indifferently. Natasha nodded and accepted this statement. Things said by different people have completely different influences. A few half-grown children said that there is a completely different world in the center of the Earth. How many people believe it? And if there are really those who are stupid enough to believe it, Kai also asks himself if he has the strength to suppress it. But Natasha is different. She specializes in this. If she tells it casually, the influence will be completely different. There will be a bunch of stupid people surrounding him like flies smelling something. And with Kai's personality, there is no way to deal with him. This is the disadvantage of personality. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Kai is a model superhero, at least in the eyes of the government. He cooperates with the federal government very well. Although this has allowed Kai to accumulate a lot of capital and made many politicians stay away from him. But the premise is that there is no huge interest to promote it. The inner world is enough. Once this news leaks out, they will do everything possible to make Kai hand over the inner world. There are many reasons, and each one is reasonable. But Kai can't overturn the table. After all, he also eats at the table. This is why Kai has so many vests. Things that he is not suitable for are done by vests. Of course, others are not fools, so there is still a backlash. So the simplest way is to hide the inner world. Don't let them know, isn't it? What's wrong with you? I didn't expect that one day you would be forced to this extent." Seeing that Natasha didn't react, Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although the little thing between him and Natasha was nothing, Kai was still a little traditional. He felt that it was not right for him to sleep with her and hide everything from her. Although he knew that was the right thing to do, he felt guilty. It can be seen from here that Kai and Natasha were not at the same level. Natasha was a scumbag, but Kai was obviously not a scumbag enough. This was also thanks to the fact that Natasha did not think of playing the same trick on Kai. Otherwise, with Kai's level, he would have been played around with. Natasha also remembered the explosion. She shook her head. "That's my own private matter, Kai. I hope you don't interfere. We are friends, right?" Kai asked. Natasha nodded naturally. She would not deny this. If Kai asked if they were lovers, Natasha would have a hard time answering. It's not because she can't face up to her feelings, but she doesn't have this idea at all. Releasing physical pressure and falling in love are two completely different things. What can't be said, no. I hope to solve this matter by myself, Natasha said firmly. Okay, if you insist. Kai didn't mean to intervene. After all, everyone is an independent person, and no one can control the lives of others. If Natasha insists, Kai has no reason to intervene. Then can you tell me what happened? You may need a listener, Kai said. Natasha was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, I can't have children. Kai didn't speak, although there were a series of question marks in his heart. I don't plan to have children with you. But the most important thing for a listener is not to interrupt. Listen patiently. I have gone through countless hardships and training to finally become the Black Widow, but correspondingly, I lost the opportunity to have my own children. Natasha wore a simple patient gown and walked to the balcony. This is the palace of the holy city. The scenery of each room is beautiful, and the largest dozen rooms also have huge balconies. From the outside, it looks like a sky garden. This room is the same. Although this is not a room where the royal family members live, those rooms are sealed by Kai and no one is allowed to enter. Walk to the balcony garden. The wind blew gently, making Natasha's red hair flutter in the wind, looking very beautiful. It must be said that Natasha and the city are quite compatible. After all, many ancient Celts had red hair. Kai followed Natasha quietly without disturbing her. But I also had a child, Natasha continued. Her name is Yelena. Chapter 1622 Mission. Of course, that's not my biological child, but when they handed the child to me, I felt like I owned the whole world. That feeling, that sense of satisfaction, can't be expressed in words, even though I know it's fake. Unfortunately, I was deceived. I betrayed the country, betrayed the Red House. Of course, it can't be considered a deception. After all, everything is my own choice. In short, I thought I could lead my daughter to a better life, but I lost her. Kai listened quietly. Although Natasha's words were a bit confusing and difficult to understand, Kai didn't need to understand them all, just needed to summarize the most important things. Natasha had a daughter, but she was gone. Although she was not her biological daughter, she was closer than her biological daughter. That's probably what it meant. Red House, Kai knew about this thing. He had heard of it when he was investigating Natasha before. Did they say that the Red House was wiped out after the upheaval? It's a bit confusing to say. They are the intelligence agencies of the Russians. Why would you, an American shield, wipe them out? They are serious government agencies. But the Americans, especially during that period, were very arrogant. The world police is no joke. The Americans really believed so. At that time, the Americans set up military bases all over the world, defining it as maintaining world peace. The Red House was a bad element that destroyed the New World Order, so it was understandable that they were suppressed and eliminated. Well, they are back. They should have reached some agreement with Hydra at that time and survived, Natasha said weakly. In fact, Natasha did not hate the Red House. What is there to hate? The Red House did not do Natasha wrong after all. Although it was not Natasha's own will to train her to be the Black Widow, Natasha had nowhere to go at that time. At least she survived under the cultivation of the Red House. Even if the Red House came to find her now, she didn't think there was anything wrong. She was the first to betray, and others came to take revenge. How could it be considered evil? Maybe, I can talk to them. Natasha, believe me, these rats who can only hide in the dark should give me face. Kai thought about it and said. Thank you, Kai. But no need, Natasha turned her head and looked at Kai seriously. This is a personal grudge between me and the Red House. We will solve it ourselves. Kai was a little speechless. Solve? How to solve it? Be blown to ashes? If it weren't for the transmission device this time, you would have died long ago. Natasha seemed to see Kai's thoughts. Don't worry about me. After all, in the grudge between us, one of us must fall. Of course, you don't have to worry about me. I won't fall so easily. I haven't lived enough. Are you really okay? Kai felt that Natasha in front of him was weird. But he couldn't tell. After all, Kai and Natasha were not really familiar with each other. They just slept together, not really together. It's okay. Don't worry, after I have a good rest, I will go to Stark and ask him to upgrade my equipment. This time it was a disaster. I won't make the same mistake again, Natasha promised. Okay, if you can't handle it, just ask. Kai thought about it and agreed. As I said, Kai is not hers. Even if he is really hers, it doesn't make sense for him to control her life. Kai happened to have his own things to do. Teresa had been urging her a few days ago about the matter of her friend's brother. Just say how far this relationship can be extended. Why hasn't it been resolved? Kai also planned toward Reddington. After the last meeting, there has been no news about this old guy. What? He's dying. Kai had no choice but to call Cooper. He did have the old guy's phone number, but he couldn't get through. As soon as he contacted Cooper, he knew something had happened. He's not dead yet. He's just a little injured, Cooper quickly explained. The last time he came back from New York, his enemies found his tracks. It turned out that Red Devil Reddington had been avoiding an enemy for all these years. His code name is Berlin. His real name is Andrei Bogomolov. He was a former Soviet intelligence officer who was imprisoned in a labor camp in Siberia for participating in the August 19th coup. How to say this coup? Neither side is a good person. To put it bluntly, it's a struggle for power. Anyway, none of the leaders are for the country. But the middle and lower classes are different. Many people are actually really patriotic. They really want to save their country. Andrei is a patriot. You know, in those days, being patriotic on that land was not an easy job. Andrei held a lot of intelligence that foreign governments were interested in, but he was unwilling to betray his motherland. As a result, his daughter was kidnapped, and then every once in a while, he would receive a piece of his daughter's bone, starting with a finger, and continued for several years until a complete skeleton could be pieced together. Although Andrei did not give in, he was also crazy. Then he escaped from prison. He vowed to return everything that happened to his daughter to the mastermind, without leaving a single detail. Unfortunately, the person in charge of this matter was Raymond, who had not yet left the U.S. military. So after Andrei escaped from prison, he changed his appearance, named himself Berlin, and used his own abilities to pull up a criminal organization, making money while using the money he earned to trouble Reddington. He wanted to cut Reddington into pieces. In the past, Reddington ran around the world, and it was difficult for Berlin to catch his tail until he cooperated with the FBI. Of course, some things happened in the middle. In short, these things exposed Reddington and allowed Berlin to locate Reddington. Berlin came to the United States in person. Then, Berlin caught Reddington. Reddington almost died, but fortunately Reddington was always prepared. He told Berlin his daughter was not dead, and he did not kidnap Berlin's daughter. Reddington found Berlin's daughter. Back then, when Reddington was in the U.S. Military Intelligence Agency, he did have contact with Berlin's daughter, and it was even he who turned Berlin's daughter against the government. However, Reddington was not responsible for the subsequent events. Berlin's daughter saw her father in prison and was deceived by the U.S. government. The Americans turned their backs on her and planned to use her to threaten her old father. In order to save her life, she played a trick and used people from the dark world. A scavenger named Stuman. I have mentioned the scavenger before, so I won't go into details. In short, this guy's main job is to make people disappear from this world, physically disappear, and anyone killed by him will disappear without a trace. The Stuman style of doing things is to throw the victim into a large bathtub, fill it with chemical solutions, wait for the body to slowly disappear, and then flush it into the sewer. The employer will receive a last photo of the deceased. He has a quirk that he will keep a tooth of the victim as a trophy. Berlin's daughter kept a photo and a tooth through the Stuman, and then disappeared. Everyone thought she was dead, and the Americans thought so too, so there was a drama of sending a skeleton piece by piece to Berlin. In fact, They had nothing in their hands at all. In fact, she changed her appearance and lived a low-key life in the United States. When Reddington just started working with the FBI, he caught the stew maker. In fact, his original purpose was to find information about Berlin's daughter. Through a little information before the stew maker was shot, Reddington found her and handed her over to Berlin. Since it was a misunderstanding, Berlin naturally would not pester Reddington anymore. He disappeared with his daughter, and no one knew where they went. Everyone was happy. At the same time, this can also show one thing. Reddington's grandson definitely has a purpose for cooperating with the FBI. Maybe it can't be seen for a while, but now there are some clues. The stew maker is definitely Reddington's target. He just relies on himself and can't catch the stew maker. This guy is very cautious. He has been in this business for more than 40 years and has killed hundreds of people. No one has ever caught a clue about him. From this, we can see how awesome this guy is. But just because Reddington can't find him doesn't mean the FBI can't do anything. After all, the resources the FBI has are not comparable to Reddington's. How is he now? Is he dead? Kai doesn't care about Berlin or Munich, he wants the master of imitation. Not bad, Cooper could only tell the truth. Then let him do it quickly. What? He's still enjoying paid vacation? He's just a criminal. Okay, I'll notify him right away, Cooper sighed helplessly. Ivan, Ekaterina found Drekhov. Katyusha. I said, that decision cannot be changed. Faced with his stubborn old friend, Drekhov was also helpless. What can he do? Punish Ekaterina for this little thing? Impossible. If there's anyone in this world who will never betray him, it is only Ekaterina. No, not this. It's this, as she said, she handed over a handwritten letter. From the Red Devil, it's natural that Drekhov knows the Red Devil. The Red Devil is one of the best donors in the dark world. If you want to do big business, it's definitely right to find the Red Devil. Although the two had belonged to two different camps, they are now both unlucky people without a homeland. Among the people Drekhov knows, only Reddington can write letters in such a pretentious way. This guy is really literary sometimes, but Drekhov has always believed that this is just pretending. By the way, although he knows this person, it does not mean that he likes this person. In his opinion, this grandson is too petty bourgeoisie. What is he going to do now? Drekhov asked Ekaterina directly without reading the letter. Every business introduced by Raymond is a big business. But correspondingly, it is very troublesome. An order requires the imitation master to take the order. In the service industry, of course, customers are allowed to place orders. The imitation master is not only quick and efficient, but more importantly, he can also blame others, and has always been very popular in the market. No, Drekhov has always been cautious about Antonia. If you can avoid it, don't go out. After all, she is his own daughter, not those Black Widow candidates. I won't feel bad if she dies. But, Ekaterina hesitated a little. He mentioned in the letter that we owe him a favor. For people like them, favors are more important than money. Of course, if you are shameless and don't recognize favors, that's fine. But people like that usually don't go far. No matter which circle you are in this world, if you don't care about favors, you won't have any future. Tisk. What's the mission? Old rules. Frame up. The imitation master has reached the pinnacle in this regard. Who is the Red Devil? Although he agreed to help Kai lead the imitation master to the United States, he would never sell himself out. What he said is actually true. The client, the reward, the mission, all are true. The thing this guy is best at is killing two birds with one stone, or even more. He sold a favor twice. The client over there really has a need, and he introduced the imitation master to the client, and then used this mission to lure the imitation master out and give the information to Kai. One inside and one outside, he earned favors twice. Anyway, if the imitation master is caught, it has nothing to do with him. He is just a donor. The failure of the mission means that you are not capable enough, but you can blame me? Humph. Drekhov didn't want to accept this favor, but thinking that he might have to deal with the Red Devil in the future, he had to agree. Don't talk about secret organizations. What's wrong with secret organizations? Secret organizations need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate? All these cost money. Without money, any secret organization is useless. I will go with Nia, but Drekhov was still worried. No, Ekaterina shook her head firmly. It can be said that the reason why the Red House has been able to persist until today is that Drekhov's role is irreplaceable. Once Drekhov is gone, They don't know what will happen. This has created Drekhov's unparalleled prestige. Once Drekhov happens, the Red House will still not escape the fate of falling apart. There will be a logistics team to look after Nia. It has always been like this. In addition, this time we can also go to Stark Group to grab the Cradle of Life. Drekhov has always hoped to get the Cradle of Life. Of course, not many people know about this. After all, everyone is busy with the Black Widow's affairs. Drekhov does not want his personal affairs to affect the entire Red House, so he has never had time to execute it. Anyway, so many years have passed, so this little time is not a big deal. Drekhov is such a person. He will not let personal matters affect public affairs. You know, everyone actually has no objection to Drekhov spending so many resources to treat Antonia, because Drekhov is their leader, and they support him in everything he does. Without him, they don't know what they would have encountered long ago. But what did Drekhov do? He still sent Antonia out to carry out the mission. He has selfish motives, but not much. He knows the preciousness of those resources, so he must let Antonia show value and earn back those resources. It must be said that this guy is so obeyed by the Red House, not without reason. They have already completed so many missions. It's okay. You have to trust them, okay? Drekhov finally agreed, then let Nia go. But the matter of the Cradle of Life can be put aside. After all, it is the Stark Group. If there is any trouble, I will inform them to be careful and act according to the circumstances. Then thank you, Katyusha. Soon, Kai in the United States received a message on his mobile phone. It was the itinerary and mission of the Master of Mimicry. At the same time, Reddington also emphasized that he would no longer participate in it and hoped that Kai could understand. Chapter 1623. Don't panic when something happens. Black Widow is dead, so the new generation of Black Widow needs to be selected from the existing candidates. But these candidates know nothing. They only know that after Natasha's death, they will participate in the final trial, and the winner will become the new generation of Black Widow. Perhaps it is brainwashing since childhood, all candidates are extremely yearning for this title. After all, the purpose of their selection is to become Black Widow. Yelena, come and have a drink. A brown-haired girl secretly found Yelena. She didn't look like a Slav, but she was very Central Asian, a little Persian. Yelena, she has very shiny golden hair. This makes her the most dazzling one among all the girls, a typical Slav appearance. Dahlia. We shouldn't meet secretly outside the headquarters, Yelena said in Russian. If Yelena has any imperfections, it is that Yelena's voice is a little rough. This is America, let's use English, otherwise it will be too conspicuous. Dahlia obviously disdained Yelena's words that she was not allowed to meet. Dahlia is also a candidate and Yelena's best friend. By the way, these two people are the two who have persisted the longest in the torture training. Generally speaking, torture training is actually the project with the highest elimination rate. Basically, half of the people will be eliminated in each torture training. But Dahlia and Yelena are a strong combination. They tortured each other more than a dozen times, but still did not torture useful information from each other. According to the rules, if the torturer still cannot torture useful information, he will be eliminated. But the magical thing is that the instructor seems to want to see where the limit of the two is, and slightly change the rules. Whoever is tortured out of information will be eliminated. But after more than a dozen rounds, both of them have suffered severe injuries both physically and mentally, but they both refuse to let go. Especially Dahlia, her other achievements can only be considered average among all the candidates, but in the aspect of endurance of pain, she has an extraordinary talent. This made many instructors look at her with admiration. As for Yelena, I can only say that she is gifted. She has always been at the top of the list since she joined the training camp, and she has been the champion in every class. But the amazing thing is that Yelena actually became good friends with Dahlia. You know, torture training is very, how can I describe it? Disgusting and cruel are not enough to describe it. After all, you can't expect those unrestrained children to be very careful. In fact, the number of casualties in torture training has always been very high. That is, the girls in the training camp are not careful. Even though this kind of casualties has always been what the Red House has tried its best to avoid, it still cannot be stopped. This has also led to many people turning against their best friends in this training. After all, being tortured by someone you are familiar with during torture is definitely more painful than being tortured by a stranger. This kind of pain can completely distort a normal person. Some people survived for 3 days and immediately retaliated in an even more severe way. No matter how great the friendship is, it can't withstand such torture. But these two people actually sympathized with each other and became very good friends. The instructors thought they were cheating. But they found out, the young people nowadays are really amazing. The instructors were so shocked when they saw it. Too cruel. Is this a friend? Or the murderer of his father? But the two of them still have a very good relationship. It's about to start, right? Dahlia suddenly said. That's right, Yelena was relatively silent. Her childhood memories made her introverted after all. On the contrary, although Yelena never asked Dahlia about her childhood, for this group of children, their childhood memories were basically full of death and blood. In other words, most of these children have some psychological trauma. But Dahlia's mentality is very good, she is always cheerful. It seems that she can't see the time of sadness. Even when she is tortured, she will look at everything optimistically. I think you will win, Yelena. Yelena was stunned. Why not you? Haha. I can't beat you, Dahlia said with a smile. In fact, Dahlia's smile is particularly honest. She is an outlier among all the candidates. In fact, she is the candidate who is least like the Black Widow. She has a cheerful personality and likes to meddle in other people's affairs, so she has a wide range of social contacts among the candidates. Of course, this is what she thinks. Most people are not likely to make friends with their competitors. If there is, it is also for ulterior motives. I wish you all the best, Yelena smiled rarely. The next night fell. All the Black Widow candidates stayed in their hiding places, waiting for the final experience. Soon, the target appeared in the personal terminals. The target had a photo and a location on the target. The final trial was very simple, a series of tasks. As long as all the targets were killed and returned to the headquarters, the trial would be over. Yelena also received her own target. A woman she had never seen before, but Yelena didn't care. Kill her and complete the task. Just like she did before. Soon, Yelena found her target. However, Yelena did not take the initiative to act, but hid in the dark to observe. As a result, she discovered a very interesting fact: that woman killed someone. She was in an apartment at this moment, kneeling next to a woman's body, with blood all over her hands and body. Yelena didn't expect to encounter this scene. However, this accident only made Yelena stunned. But it was this daze that made her make a mistake. Her scope reflected light. It was purely a matter of angle. Although her scope was covered with reflective film, it would still reflect the sun. The difference between this reflection and the reflection of the surrounding scenery was very obvious, and it was easy for an experienced sniper to distinguish them. Therefore, in the sniper tutorial, snipers were required to set up an ambush with backlight to reduce reflections, and to use their eyes to find suspicious targets first, and then open the sunshade after confirmation. This was a very small mistake. After all, she was ambushing in the city, and the target was released temporarily, so she had no time to prepare. However, in such a noisy city, it was broad daylight, and it was actually difficult for the ambush to find her. Even if there was a reflection, it was not a fatal mistake. It should not have been a problem. But after Yelena noticed her mistake and immediately fired, the target suddenly rolled over. Avoided the fatal sniper. The opponent is a master. Yelena reacted immediately. She was several hundred meters away from the opponent, and the scope was so small that even the most cautious people would not be alerted by such a tiny reflection that was too small to be detected. Only those masters who have been wandering on the edge of death for a long time would have such a reaction. After a missed shot, Yelena immediately dropped the sniper rifle and quickly moved to another position. If it was an ordinary person, if one shot failed to kill the opponent, Yelena would still use the sniper rifle to kill the opponent with the advantage of distance and range. But this guy is a master. Yelena promised that when she knew that there was a sniper rifle aimed at her, she would definitely shoot the field of view immediately. Although Yelena could shoot blindly and shoot in advance, this approach was useless for masters because they all had their own habits to avoid the shooting route. If you want to hide a master, the success rate of blind sniping is about the same as winning the lottery. And since the opponent has seen the reflection, it means that the opponent can definitely find the shooting point. It is undoubtedly stupid to stay where you are. Who knows if the opponent has accomplices? So the safest way is to leave the original position immediately and move quickly. And Yelena was not afraid that the other party would run away. She had a locator, so what was she afraid of? So the most important thing was to leave quickly. Soon, After ensuring her own safety, Yelena found that her target was indeed running away, and the speed was very fast. It should be taking a means of transportation. Yelena did not say anything, and directly found two cars on the side of the road, got in the car and left, just like driving her own car. For people like them, all means of transportation are compulsory courses, including but not limited to airplanes, tanks, surface ships and underwater submarines. Family cars are simply a little kiss. She can drive away a locked car parked on the side of the road in 3 seconds without the help of any tools. With a positioning, Yelena quickly found the target. The target was driving a motorcycle. It seemed that he was picked up from the roadside like her. But the other party was a master and soon noticed that Yelena was chasing her. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yelena hiding. She had been observing for a while. This guy was a lone ranger and had no accomplices. In this case, what was there to hide? Catch up with her and kill her. However, the other party once again showed extraordinary abilities. She drove directly from the viaduct. She was like a roller coaster. This is on viaduct, with cars coming and going below. She rushed down from it. Wasn't she afraid of being hit to death? Facts have proved that others really have this ability. Yelena had to think more now. This is not an ordinary master, but a super killer who has undergone long-term training like her. Generally, killers on the market can move their fingers and have no problems with their eyes. After all, the kind of killers with little technical content only need to walk to the target, confirm that they have found the right person, and then shoot the other person to death. No technology is needed, even a drug addict can do it. The better ones will collect intelligence and make plans, but they do similar things. Determine the target, walk forward, and then shoot to death. This kind of people is considered good, after all. They will make plans, will not leave clues, and will escape quickly, and will not be easily caught. This kind is professional. The price is completely different. Going up, they belong to the famous professionals, and these people basically have a unique skill. Although the price is not much different from the previous one, they will not accept the employment of ordinary people. They have professional agents. For example, Gaote Table. Don't look at Gaote Table so high and grand. In fact, they are killer agents, but they are bigger and stronger and become a platform. This is a professional killer. Going up, there are so-called super killers, such as John Wick, the famous dog lover. Because the son of a gangster killed his dog and stole his car, he was furious and single-handedly killed the entire gang. Killed more than 100 people. This kind of person is actually similar to Rambo. One person single-handedly killed more than 100 people, and it was not an assassination, but rushing into the enemy's nest, snap, snap, and kill everyone. This is not something that ordinary people can do. This is almost the same as Yelena. In fact, Yelena is still worse in comparison. Anyway, Yelena will not stupidly rush into the enemy's nest and kill. After all, they are all mortals and will die if they are shot. She will patiently collect intelligence and then assassinate. Like John Wick. To be honest, many killers do not admit that they are in the same line of work as him. What the hell, a pure reckless man. How can someone be a killer like this? That's a Rambo. Let's get back to the point. Seeing the other party rushing down the viaduct. Of course, Yelena had to chase him down, but of course, she couldn't drive down. This was just a family car. In fact, at this height, any car would be useless. Any four-wheeled vehicle rushing down would only have one effect, that is, the car would be destroyed and the people would die. So Yelena parked the car directly on the viaduct, and then looked down, and happened to see a box truck. A very big one. So Yelena jumped down directly. This made everyone around dumbfounded. Originally, everyone saw a motorcycle rushing down the viaduct directly, and thought there was a car accident. Then they saw a beautiful girl jumping down. Sacrifice. Sacrifice for love. No, the person riding the motorcycle in front was also a girl. What? Do you discriminate against homosexuals? Same sex is true love. Opposite sex is just for reproduction. Despicable. This is probably the mental journey of passers-by. But, this is New York. If you encounter something strange, don't panic. Take out your phone and record a video quickly. This is an excellent tradition. In fact, at this time, the police are already busy. Fuck. What's going on? Is it some idiot gang fighting? George pressed down the computer fiercely and picked up his hat angrily. He was now wearing a police uniform. Today is the award ceremony of the Bureau, commending the excellent performance of the 15th Precinct last year. In recent years, the 15th Precinct has been very eye-catching in the entire New York Police Department. After all, their previous jurisdiction was Hell's Kitchen. Now Hell's Kitchen has finally disappeared and become Clinton District. In places with good public security, it is not easy for the police to achieve results. But what was Hell's Kitchen like before? Now, it is changing with each passing day. It's getting better every year. How can it not be commended? So basically every year, the 15th Precinct will be commended. On this day, the gangs in the jurisdiction are actually very sensible and will not cause trouble on this day. After all, if they cause trouble today, it is simply a slap in the face of the police station and they will be targeted to death by the 15th Precinct. But I don't know what went wrong today, and vicious cases happen one after another. Murder, gunfight, speeding cars, explosions. All the elements are combined. It makes New Yorkers feel like they are back in the day. After all, since Sky came, except for major incidents, such cases have become less and less common in New York. Everyone, stop taking vacations immediately. Get out on the street. I want to see where this bastard came from who is so brave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1624 Coincidence. Generally speaking, the more low-key the killer's work is, the better, because it is convenient for the killer to escape from the scene. If he is caught on the scene, he will be almost gone. The same is true for the Black Widows. When they act, they will be very cautious and will never alarm anyone if they can. But this time, the Black Widows were obviously a little off the track. When they first chased Natasha and Melina, it was almost in broad daylight. This time, the final trial was also the same. The task was issued hastily, and the candidates were not given any preparation time, and it started directly. This caused them to attract a lot of attention. Therefore, the surviving Black Widow contestants not only have to avoid inexplicable pursuits, but also need to avoid the pursuit of the New York police. You know, the New York police have been strong in recent years, and they are not just eating dry food. For example, Yelena encountered the special forces. Before, Yelena had been chasing her target. She was about to achieve her goal. During the pursuit, she shot the target. But unexpectedly, at the last moment, the special forces intervened. Yelena originally planned to kill these policemen at the same time. Although this is not in line with the style of Black Widow, not to cause trouble. But Yelena can't care so much now. After all, completing the final trial is important. After all, it doesn't take much effort to kill a few policemen, but she made a mistake. With Yelena's strength, ordinary policemen would naturally be sent to her, but unfortunately, this time she met Jessica. Originally, Jessica had been investigating the serial murders in the city with Rorschach, but because Natasha was assassinated before and even a parking lot was blown up, the special department also joined the investigation at the request of the upper level. So Sage immediately asked Jessica to join this case, and Rorschach continued to follow up on the serial murders. The special department has always been short of manpower. In fact, whether it is the special department or other departments, there has never been enough manpower. In a city with a population of more than 8 million, the police station's few people can never be enough. Jessica is still investigating the case of Natasha's assassination. In fact, there is nothing to investigate, because now even the body has not been found. It's still buried in the ruins of the parking lot. It's normal for the Americans to be efficient. Without the body, there's no way to find anything. As for other evidence, Natasha and other killers are very professional and didn't leave any useful clues at all. There are only the 2 female corpses left in the subway station, but the problem is that there is no information about these 2 female corpses in the databases of the New York Police Department, the FBI, and the Immigration Bureau. They are like people who appeared out of thin air. There is no information left. In this case, it's a miracle what Jessica can find out. Just when she was at a loss, suddenly there was news from Sage that a case had occurred. Jessica encountered a bottleneck here, so she wanted to change her mood, so she came directly. Anyway, the location was not far away. I didn't expect this female killer to be so heartbroken. Seeing the police, she didn't hide, and she even planned to fight back. Can Jessica bear this? She rushed up directly. Then Yelena was stunned. This person is not afraid of bullets. Jessica is indeed not as indestructible as Luke, but ordinary pistol bullets really can't do anything to her. With his hands covering his face, he rushed directly in front of Yelena. Then he slapped her. Yelena was also a good fighter. Facing the sudden big gambler, she raised her arms to defend herself, intending to subdue the policewoman with a backhand grab. As a result, this gambler almost broke her arm. As for the backhand grab, it was just a thought. Yelena was slapped 3 meters away by this gambler. If she hadn't had good balance, she would have fallen badly. However, this was not the end. Next, Yelena was surprised to find that the policewoman actually flew up. Yelena was shocked. When did the police have such high requirements? She could actually fly. According to the original plan, they would not have any conflicts with the police for this mission, so when preparing the information in advance, the Red House did not prepare detailed information about the New York police for them. As for the subsequent final trial, the Red House's plan was very simple. Only in the most complex and sudden situations can a person's greatest potential be stimulated. Only those who can complete the task under such a complex situation can be called the Black Widow. As for the losers have no right to live. The chips in their brains will end their lives on behalf of the Red House, so there is no need to worry about leaks. Although Yelena was startled, her body's instinctive reaction did not hesitate at all. She raised her hand and shot Jessica. Although Jessica was not afraid of pistol bullets, it would not only hurt if she was hit on the body, but also leave bruises. So if it was not necessary, she would not use her body to catch bullets. While Yelena used bullets to force Jessica back, she checked her target. It turned out that the target had run far away. It was very difficult to catch up again, at least under the influence of these policemen. So she had to consider the problem of getting away. Jessica dodged a few times and found that the woman had no intention of surrendering and was still thinking about escaping. She was a little unhappy. The reason why she caught a bullet with her body and gave her a big shove was to let her see the difference in strength between the two sides and then disintegrate the other party's will to resist. Logically, who would surrender when seeing such a police officer who can fly and is not afraid of bullets? But this woman not only had no intention of surrendering, but she even shot more vigorously with a small pistol. Jessica was impatient. She dived down directly under the bullets. The consequence of doing so was that her arms were covered with purple scars, and Jessica grimaced in pain. Yelena did not resist, but she had never encountered such an enemy who could fly in the flesh. No matter how flexible she was not as good as Jessica flying in the sky, right? So she was caught by Jessica's arm and punched in the abdomen. Yelena even vomited her breakfast in the morning. Jessica twisted Yelena's arm behind her back and pressed her back with her knees. Don't move. Otherwise, I'd rather break your neck. As a result, Yelena didn't listen at all. Her other hand was not controlled, so she hit Jessica with her back hand. But in this awkward position, she couldn't even exert force. How could she pose a threat to Jessica? So she was easily caught by Jessica. However, the moment Jessica grabbed her, her palm opened, and a round metal ball fell down, and there was a crisp sound of a snap popping. Bomb! This was Jessica's first reaction. The sound of the snap popping was very similar to the sound of the grenade safety popping. Jessica immediately planned to abandon Yelena. She was indeed not afraid of pistol bullets. As long as the thing didn't hide her vitals, she would be fine. But the grenade was different. If it exploded at close range, she would also be injured. However, she was still a step late. Boom! The explosion sounded. The power was not particularly strong. But the strong light and sharp sound it burst out made Jessica lose her career instantly and have a splitting headache. It was a stun grenade. This thing has always been very effective against superheroes like them with thick skin and flesh. For example, Luke Cage, his whole body is invulnerable to swords and guns, and he will not be hurt even if the bomb explodes him. But they can't do anything about stun grenades. Although this thing is a non-lethal weapon and does not cause permanent physical damage, it will cause a huge noise and strong light that makes people feel dizzy. If you don't wear earmuffs, such a loud noise is enough to knock people unconscious. In addition, the strong flash caused by the stun grenade is equivalent to about 8 million candle flames, which is enough to instantly take away the enemy's vision. Because the visual cells of the human eye have a picture retention effect, movies rely on this principle to connect multiple pictures in the human brain into a dynamic video, It takes at least 5 to 10 seconds to restore vision. No matter how tough Luke Cage is, he can't defend against this. Jessica is even worse. So Jessica was knocked down like this. Although she didn't lose the power to resist, she couldn't catch Yelena again. When the special forces came to support her, Jessica could only sit on the ground and gasp, and Yelena had already run away. Jessica. What's wrong? The one who supported Jessica was heavy artillery. He was shocked to see Jessica's appearance. He and Jessica had known each other for almost 3 years and was very familiar with Jessica's strength. Even Jessica had become like this, so the enemy must be very strong. It's okay. I just feel uncomfortable. Anyone who has tried the stun grenade knows the feeling. This thing really has no lethality and will not cause any permanent damage to the body, but before the excitement wears off, it feels very uncomfortable. Her ears kept buzzing, and her brain seemed to be thrown into a wall breaker and shaken evenly. The same was true for her eyes. Jessica now had severe double vision when she saw everything. Heavy artillery had experienced the battlefield, and it was easy for him to see that Jessica had been hit by a stun grenade. He was also relieved that at least Jessica was fine. Where's that woman? Heavy artillery looked around and saw no sign of Yelena, so he asked. I don't know. I couldn't see or hear anything after being hit by that woman. I don't know where that woman ran off to. But she was really cruel. She actually detonated a stun grenade right next to her. I don't know how she managed to survive. Heavy artillery also felt very magical. After detonating a stun grenade right next to her, Jessica was already exhausted, but the woman was not affected and ran away. Forget it, I'm glad you're okay. At the same time, Heavy artillery was also very fortunate that at least the woman didn't do anything to Jessica. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. In fact, it wasn't that Yelena didn't want to do anything to Jessica, but Yelena was just holding on at that time. It was good enough that she could run away, so she didn't have the energy to deal with Jessica. Although Yelena and her group of Black Widow candidates have undergone genetic modification and are naturally much stronger than ordinary people, they are still mortals, so it's not too exaggerated. The reason why Yelena was able to withstand the stun grenade was not because of her strong body, but because of the results of torture training. What didn't they experience when they were undergoing torture training? Stun grenades are just child's play. Even many of their extreme trainings are more painful than stun grenades. Of course, these trainings will make them tougher, but they cannot change the fact that they are still human beings. So they can indeed endure that kind of pain, but they are not immune to those negative effects. So when the stun grenade explodes close to her face, Yelena will be affected. At most, she is calmer than others and recovers faster. At the moment the stun grenade exploded, Yelena had already closed her eyes. The side effects of the strong noise were also suppressed by her strong willpower. So Yelena could see the road clearly and run away. When she ran a distance, Yelena also heard about the negative effects of the stun grenade. She quickly disappeared in the crowd. She needed to deal with her injuries. One of her arms was dislocated and the other arm seemed to be fractured. Even if the body has undergone genetic modification, such injuries still need to be dealt with, otherwise the next mission may go wrong at any time. Then continue to hunt down their targets. As candidates for the Black Widow, they will not give up their missions. On the other side, the woman being hunted by Yelena finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the side of the road. Her condition was actually very bad. Because before being hunted by Yelena, she had already experienced a battle. In that battle, she was not only physically injured, but more importantly, mentally hurt. She killed her friend with her own hands. Only after killing the other party did she finally confirm that the other party was her friend. Even though in her eyes, the other party had completely changed, she still recognized her. This blow made it difficult for her to accept it for a while, but before she could figure out what went wrong, the hunt followed. Then she was injured on top of the injury. If it weren't for the sudden intrusion of the police, she might have to confess. But now her body has reached its limit. She was unwilling to give up. She had to find her best friend, tell her about this, and let her be careful. Unfortunately, her body couldn't support it. So she fainted in an empty alley. Then she knew nothing. When she woke up again, she found herself lying on a crude operating table. She felt her body condition. The bullet in her body had been taken out and the wound had been sutured. The craftsmanship was surprisingly good. The wound was not painful, but the suture was a little tight. She looked around and confirmed that this was not a hospital. Because the equipment in the operating room was very old, many of them were no longer used in hospitals outside. In addition, according to the standards, many places in this operating room did not meet the standards. If it were a regular hospital, the license would definitely be revoked. The hygiene level was not up to standard. Looking at the flashing neon lights outside the window, she roughly guessed that she should be lying in an underground clinic. Then she heard a conversation outside the operation room. Ava Ayala. You can't just bring people to me. God, I'm a nurse in a regular hospital. Not a black doctor in an underground clinic. This will put me in jail. It was a tired female voice. I'm sorry, Claire, but I can't just watch her get raped by those bastards. I thought it was better here than Puerto Rico, but I didn't expect New York to be worse than my hometown. Did you see what those bastards did to that lady? This is a young girl, the woman lying on the bed thought. Well, the accent is very heavy. Combined with her words, she should be a Puerto Rican immigrant. You can take her to the hospital. Monthly ticket. Recommendation ticket. Please give me some help. Chapter 1625 Midnight Nurse. Please. Claire, she has a gunshot wound. Send her to the hospital. Not only will she be in trouble, but I will be in trouble too. I'm still a high school student. I can't be associated with a shooting. Of course, there is an even more important reason. I have no money, the girl named Ava Ayala said very frankly. Huh? What kind of reason is that? You are afraid of being associated with a shooting, so you send me here? And what's the matter with no money? Or do you still not intend to pay? The woman named Claire said exaggeratedly. This made the woman on the operating table want to laugh. She liked the child. Don't be like this, we all know that you are the famous midnight nurses. You are the women hiding behind the superheroes. You are our biggest support group, bah. Don't take me with you. That's Christine and Linda. Not me. I'm just an unlucky guy who was implicated innocently, huh. Don't think I don't know, you and Luke Cage? Ah. Shut up. Then the two girls were fighting there. The woman also smiled knowingly, and then she felt a pain in her heart. She used to play with her friends, but she didn't expect. Today, she killed her friend with her own hands. Thinking of this, she immediately reacted and she had to inform her companions. There was something wrong with this mission. So she wanted to get up and leave. However, she muttered about her physical condition and the level of chaos in this underground clinic. Just as she was about to leave from the window, she couldn't believe that her foot stepped on a curved plate. How could this thing be placed on the ground? A curved plate is a medical device, kidney-shaped, metal plate, mainly used for changing patients' dressings, abscess incision and drainage, or doing certain operations, such as using a curved plate to connect a cavity secretions during endoscopic examination. The movement in the operating room immediately attracted people outside. A black woman and a young white girl pushed the door in and saw the woman who had raised her legs across the windowsill. What are you doing? The black woman yelled angrily. You just had surgery, you can't move. Lie down right now. The momentum was like your high school dean, making people tremble all over and do what she said uncontrollably. The woman was startled and actually retreated to the bed tremblingly. Then she reacted. That's not right. Why should I listen to her? I have something important to do. Thank you for what I did today. I still need. The next second, she felt her body soften. Looking down, it turned out that when the black woman approached her, she actually gave her an injection, a sedative. The woman was very familiar with this thing. She had done relevant resistance training. She was resistant to this thing, but she would not get addicted. But soon she found that this thing was much more powerful than what she used in her training before, and in less than a second, she fainted irresistibly. The white girl who followed looked at the black woman in confusion. Exclusive secret recipe. It's specially made for people like you. It's very effective and has no side effects, the black woman said proudly. You fainted last time because of this, huh? Like you said, we are midnight nurses. The black woman was very proud. You just said you were not a midnight nurse, huh? What I said is none of your business. And you should pay. The last time, we treated your wounds and paid for medicine and service fees, a total of $20,000, huh? $20,000. Why don't you go rob? Don't you know? Robbery is not as profitable as opening a clinic. Claire, don't be like this. I'm still a high school student. I don't have money, the white girl said with a bitter face. Then don't cause us trouble, Ayala. This person must have a secret. the black woman named Claire said seriously. Then I can't just watch her die on the side of the road, can I? These two are not strangers to Kai. Although they are not very familiar. The white girl is Teresa's new friend, Ava Ayala. It was because of him that Kai went to find the Red Devil to lure the master of mimicry to New York. Kai also knew this black woman and had even met her several times. Her name was Claire Temple, and she lived in Hell's Kitchen and was a nurse at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. She was the most promising person in the family, because her other relatives were either in gangs or in gangs, and only she was on the right track, studying nursing and becoming a nurse. Later, Kai came to Hell's Kitchen and brought great changes to the community. Among them, Claire was the one who liked to see this change the most. In fact, the children in her family were not really bad people, but the environment was like this, so they could not study well at all, and had to drop out of school early to support themselves. What else could they do if they didn't get involved in gangs? Later, Kai paid for Benjamin Parker to set up the Wanderers Construction Company, which specifically recruited marginalized people who were determined to return to society. Claire immediately mobilized her relatives to apply for the job. Not to mention, under her urging and pleading, her mother and aunts forced her one uncle, 2 cousins and 3 cousins to really become construction workers. After a few years, her uncle even formed a small team to renovate houses for people. Although he was still affiliated with a homeless company, he made much more money than before. Life was getting better day by day. Although she was not rich, at least she didn't have to worry about going to a relative's funeral one day. You know, in the past, she would attend more than one funeral every year, all of which were her relatives. And Claire knew Matt Murdock. It was natural at this time, after all, they lived in the same neighborhood. By the way, the two of them had a little affection. Well, actually Claire had a crush on Matt. Daredevil has had an affair with almost all the female heroes in Marvel, including Natasha. There was no way. Matt was so handsome, and he was also a lawyer. Apart from the disadvantage of being blind, he had no disadvantages. Even in the eyes of many women, being blind was even an advantage, because that meant that he would not judge people by appearance. After all, how could he judge people by appearance if he couldn't see? Don't worry about falling in love with him, he is just after your appearance, and he is absolutely in love with you. In addition, disability can easily arouse a woman's maternal instinct. So many women think that Daredevil will definitely be an honest man, but in fact, this blind man is very good at playing. So Claire and Matt did not develop further, but an honest man attracted Claire. That is Luke Cage. Compared with Matt, Luke is much simpler. Daredevil is often injured. I have said before that this guy has a serious tendency to self-destruction. It would be strange if he didn't get injured one day. So he needs treatment. At first, he didn't dare to go to the hospital and could only treat himself, but don't expect a blind man to have high medical skills. For a while, he almost died. He was covered with the wounds and treated himself blindly. This is not the end. He still kept patrolling every day with his injuries. Isn't this courting death? Later, he finally couldn't hold on. After a chivalrous act, he fainted on the road and was rescued by Claire. Claire was actually the first ordinary person to know the identity of Daredevil, much earlier than Matt's best friend Fudge. Later, the Defenders were established, and Daredevil was still often injured. So Claire contracted all the medical business of Daredevil, and then secretly met Luke, and then hooked up with Luke. But the first person to provide medical services to these superheroes was not Claire. It was the other 2 midnight nurses, Christine Palmer and Linda Carter. Christine Palmer works at Metropolitan General Hospital. She is skilled and willing to serve people even when she is on vacation. Then she came into contact with a group of people who rarely go to regular hospitals, mutants. In the past, it was very difficult for mutants to see a doctor. Because most mutants are different from ordinary people, once they go to the hospital, they are easily discovered. In the past, once a mutant was exposed, it would attract all kinds of attention, most of which were malicious. So many mutants would fight on their own or buy medicine at random. Until Christine appeared, she was a philanthropic person. She was happy to keep secrets for these poor people. Linda Carter is the head nurse of Metropolitan General Hospital, a strict but experienced and highly skilled head nurse. She is older than Claire and Christine, and has more experience than the two. In fact, it was Christine who invited her to become a midnight nurse. Although Christine is enthusiastic, she cannot handle all the problems, so she can only ask other people for advice, and Linda is the best candidate. After a while, Linda knew what Christine was doing. Although she was very opposed to her unlicensed medical practice. She was just a nurse and could not replace doctors to treat patients. But she admired Christine's enthusiasm and selflessness. People who study medicine should have such a spirit, even if Christine is just a nurse. In order to ensure that Christine did not make mistakes, Linda took over many of Christine's work. Since then, Carter began to open her own equipment to serve superheroes who could not venture to the hospital for various reasons. Although she did not have extraordinary talents, she had proved many times that she was smart, talented, and fearless. The Defenders and some other superheroes liked to find them. After all, they can't go to regular hospitals in a swaggering manner, it's too easy to be exposed. So the Midnight Nurses were established. They are superheroes who are not superheroes. As for why they are Midnight Nurses, it's because they have to eat. If they don't work during the day, they will still have to starve. Although superheroes will pay, to be honest, they can't even make back the cost. And Ava Ayala was also ambushed and injured by gangsters during a chivalrous act, and then was picked up by Claire. Claire probably has some special talent, which makes it easy for her to pick up superheroes. That time, Ayala was just like the woman in front of him. His first reaction after waking up was to run away, and then he was knocked down by Claire with a needle. The creed of the Midnight Nurses is that these superheroes with brain problems must not be allowed to go out and die before their injuries are healed. Why do these people always disbelieve in medicine? They always like to shout, "I know my own body, I'm fine." The three nurses hate this sentence very much, because it is not scientific at all. Patients can't know their bodies better than doctors. In short, Ayala and Claire became familiar with each other after a few visits. Except for a few, other superheroes still need medical services. This woman's physical strength is much stronger than that of ordinary special forces soldiers, and I saw those bullets, all of which are military stuff. This woman must be in big trouble. Claire has been in contact with superheroes for a long time, and some things are already familiar to her. I just said, "I can't let her die on the side of the road." Ava Ayala looked helpless. I said, "I didn't mean it, I just ran into her on my way home from school." "Okay, when Matt and the others come, I will hand her over to Matt." Finally, Claire believed that Ayala was not looking for trouble on her own initiative. "You can go back, I'll wait for Matt here." Ava's personality is similar to Teresa's, otherwise the two would not have become good friends. How could she let go of such an interesting thing? "Are you so sure that Matt will come?" Claire asked, a little unhappy. Although she was very sure that Matt would come. "When was Matt not here?" "When I came here, Matt was often injured." This was basically a daily routine. This made the three Midnight Nurses very unhappy. Although they are all nurses, an excellent nurse can be half a doctor, and three excellent nurses can be considered a famous doctor, right? What's more, in order to help these superheroes who are often injured, the three of them have basically started to learn medical skills by themselves. People like Matt who come here every day will ruin their reputation. It makes them look like they are not good at medicine. "Aren't you going to school?" "Today is Friday." Soon. It was midnight. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, as usual, Luke supported Matt and came to their black-hearted underground clinic. "No. You went to the war. Why did you do this?" The three Midnight Nurses were all there. Under normal circumstances, they would work separately. But today they were all on holiday, so they all came. Linda is a white woman who looks very strict. She always dresses meticulously. Although she is 40 years old, it can be seen that she was a great beauty when she was young. By the way, she looks very much like the young Countess of Grantham in Downton Abbey, the Transfiguration professor of Hogwarts. She has a kind of classical beauty. But she is also quite difficult to deal with. Luke is very afraid of her, just like Gryffindor encountering his own headmaster. We didn't expect that those bastards would actually use explosives. Aren't they afraid of alerting Kai and the others? Ayala also ran over. "Who did you fight?" "The Sinister Six." "I'm fine. The battle suit helped me block most of the damage," Matt said a little embarrassedly. He didn't want to bother the Midnight Nurse every time. Half of the Midnight Nurse's performance was done by him alone. "I think you still need to check your brain," Linda said a little harshly, but her hands were not slow to unbutton Daredevil's battle suit. "She is like this, ruthless in words, but actually very soft-hearted." "I don't have a concussion," Matt said seriously. "Long illness makes a good doctor. After being injured many times, he has his own understanding of many things." "That's not what I'm talking about, Mr. Murdoch. I'm talking about your brain." Why do you always hurt yourself in ways I can't imagine? I think I should take a part-time job in psychology, maybe that will help you, Linda commented sharply. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.